Moscow swam in color. Hazy floodlights of Red Square mixed with the neon of casinos in Revolution Square. Light wormed its way from the underground mall in the Manege. Spotlights crowned new towers of glass and polished stone, each tower capped by a spire. All-night earth movers tore at the old city and dug widening pools of light to raise a modern, vertical Moscow, more like Houston or Dubai. It was a Moscow that Pasha Ivanov had helped to create. Senior investigator Arkady Renko leaned out a window, the better to see Ivanov on the pavement 10 floors below. Ivanov was dead, but not particularly bloody, arms and legs at odd angles. Ivanov had arrived at 9:28 p.m., gone directly up to the safest apartment in Moscow, and at 9:48 p.m., plunged to the sidewalk. Arkady had measured Ivanov's distance from the building. Homicides generally hit close, having expended their energy in trying not to fall. Suicides were single-minded and landed farther out. Ivanov had almost reached the street. Behind Arkady in the living room, Prosecutor Surin had brought drinks from the wet bar to a Novi Rus senior vice president named Timofeyev and a young blonde. Surin was as fussy as a maitre d'. He had survived 6 Kremlin regimes by recognizing his best customers and smoothing out their problems. Timofeyev had the shakes, and the girl was drunk. Arkady thought the gathering was a little like a party, where the host had suddenly and inexplicably dived through the window. After the shock, the guests carried on. The odd man out was Bobby Hoffman, Ivanov's American assistant. Although he was worth millions of dollars, his loafers were split, his fingers were smudged with ink, and his suede jacket was worn to a shine. Arkady wondered how much more time Hoffman had at Novorus. An assistant to a dead man? That didn't sound promising. Hoffman joined Arkady at the window. "Why are there plastic bags around Pasha's hands?" "I was looking for signs of resistance, maybe cuts on the fingers." "Resistance? Like a fight?" Prosecutor Surin rocked forward on the sofa. "There is no investigation. We do not investigate suicides. There are no signs of violence in the apartment. Ivanov came up alone. He left alone. That, my friends, is a suicide in spades." The girl lifted a dazed expression. Arkady had learned from the file he had on Pasha Ivanov that Rina Shevchenko was his personal interior designer, a 20-year-old in a red leather pantsuit and high-heeled boots. Timofeyev was known as a robust sportsman, but he could have been Ivanov's father. He had shrunk so much within his suit. "Suicides are a personal tragedy. It's enough to suffer the death of a friend. Colonel Ozhogin, the head of Novi Rus security, is already flying back. He wants nothing done until he arrives." Arkady said, "We don't leave a body on the sidewalk like a rug, even for the colonel." "Pay no attention to Investigator Renko," Surin said. "He's the office fanatic. He's like a narcotics dog. He sniffs every bag." There won't be much left to sniff here, Arkady thought. Timofeyev pressed a handkerchief against his nose. Arkady saw spots of red. "Nosebleed?" asked Surin. "Summer cold," said Timofeyev. Opposite Ivanov's apartment was a dark office building. A man walked out of the lobby, waved to Arkady, and gave a thumbs down. "One of your men?" Hoffman asked. "A detective, in case someone over there was working late and might have witnessed something." "But you're not investigating." "I do whatever the prosecutor says." "So you think it was suicide?" "We prefer suicides. Suicides don't demand work or drive up the crime rate." Surin said, "You will excuse Renko. He thinks all of Moscow is a crime scene. The problem is that the press will sensationalize the death of someone as eminent as Pasha Ivanov." In which case, better the suicide of an unbalanced financier than assassination, Arkady thought. Timofeyev might lament the suicide of his friend, but a murder investigation could place the entire Novirusk company under a cloud, especially from the perspective of foreign partners and investors who already felt that doing business in Russia was a dip in murky water. Since Surin had ordered Arkady's financial investigation of Ivanov, this U-turn had to be executed with dispatch. But Surin was a skillful sailor who knew when to tack. "Who had access to this apartment?" Arkady asked. "Pasha was the only one allowed on this level," Surin said. "The entire building is covered by surveillance cameras inside and out, with monitors that are watched not only at the reception desk here, but as a safeguard also by technicians at the headquarters of Novirusk Security. The other apartments have keys. Ivanov had a keypad with a code known only to him. He also had a lockout button by the elevator to keep out the world when he was in. He had all the security a man could wish for." "The building staff doesn't have Ivanov's code?" Arkady asked. "No, only the central office at Novirusk." "Who had access to the code there?" "No one. It was sealed until tonight." According to the prosecutor, Ivanov had ordered that no one enter the apartment but him. Anyone who tried would appear on monitors and on tape, and the staff had seen nothing. "Eccentric," Arkady said. "Pasha wasn't crazy," Rena said. "How would you describe him?" "He had lost weight. He said he had an infection. Maybe he had a bad reaction to medication." An ambulance rolled discreetly to the curb. The detective crossed the street with a camera and shot flash pictures of Ivanov being rolled into the body bag and of the stain on the pavement. Something had been concealed under Ivanov's body. From Arkady's distance, it looked like a drinking glass. The detective took a picture of that, too. Hoffman watched Arkady as much as the scene below. "Is it true? You treat Moscow like a crime scene?" "Force of habit." Timofeyev said to no one in particular. "Pasha and I go far back. We studied and did research together at the Institute when the country suffered its economic collapse. Imagine, the greatest physics laboratory in Moscow, and we worked without pay. The director, academician Gerasimov, turned off the heat in the buildings to save money. And of course it was winter and the pipes froze. We had 1,000 liters of radioactive water to discharge, so we sent it into the river in the middle of Moscow, and no one knew." Arkady was taken aback. He certainly hadn't known. Arkady noticed a barely perceptible glitter on the windowsill, scattered grains of crystals so familiar he could not resist pressing his forefinger to pick them up and taste them. Salt. "I'm going to look around," he said. "But you are not investigating," Hoffman said. "Absolutely not." Ivanov's apartment took up the entire 10th floor. There weren't many rooms, but they were spacious and commanded a wraparound view of the city that gave the illusion of walking on air. Arkady began at a bedroom upholstered in linen wall panels, laid with a Persian rug. A rosy nude, a Modigliani, hung on the wall. On the night table were an ashtray of Lalique glass and an Hermé alarm clock. In the drawer was a 9mm pistol, with a fat clip of 17 rounds, but not a whiff of ever having been fired. An attaché case on the bed held a single ballet shoe sack and a mobile phone charger cord. The only off-note was dirty laundry, piled in a corner. He moved into a bathroom with a limestone floor, gold-plated fixtures on a step-in spa, heated bars for robes large enough for polar bears. A medicine cabinet held, besides the usual toiletries, bottles of Viagra, sleeping pills, Prozac. Arkady noted a Dr. Novotny's name on each prescription. The kitchen looked both new and forgotten, with gleaming steel appliances, enameled pots without a single smudge, and burners with not one spot of crusted sauce. At the twist of a rheostat, The next room turned into a home theater with a flat screen a good 2 meters wide. There was no tape in the tape player, and nothing in the mini-fridge but splits of Moet. The prize was Ivanov's apartment office, a futuristic cockpit of glass and stainless steel. Everything was close at hand, a monitor and printer on the desk, and a computer stack with a CD tray open beneath, next to an empty wastebasket. Victor, one of the detectives, finally made it up from the street. He was a sleep-deprived man in a sweater that reeked of cigarettes. He held up a sandwich bag containing a salt shaker. This was on the pavement under Ivanov. Maybe it was there already. Why would anyone jump out a window with a salt shaker? Bobby Hoffman squeezed by Victor into the office. Renko, I've encrypted and programmed Pasha's hard drive to self-destruct at the first sign of a breach. In other words, don't touch a fucking thing. This was more the hostile attitude that Arkady had expected, but Hoffman ran out of steam and asked, "Why don't you think it's suicide? Recently your friend wasn't the Pasha Ivanov of old, was he? That could have been depression. He moved twice in the last 3 months. It sounds like fear to me." "Fear of what?" "You were close to him. You'd know better than I. Does anything here seem out of place?" "I wouldn't know. Pasha wouldn't let us in here. Rena and I haven't been inside this apartment for a month." Victor felt at the sleeve of Hoffman's jacket. "Nice suede. Must have cost a fortune. It was Pasha's. I admired it once when he was wearing it and he forced it on me. He was generous. I saw clothes in the corner of the bedroom. I didn't see a closet." "I'll show you," Rena said. How long she had been standing behind Victor, Arkady didn't know. "I designed this apartment, you know." Rena led the way to Ivanov's bedroom. Arkady saw nothing different until Rena pushed a wall panel that clicked and swung open to a walk-in closet, bathed in lights. Suits hung on the left, pants and jackets on the right. Everything in the closet was immaculate, except a tall dressing mirror that was cracked but intact, and a bed of sparkling crystals that covered the floor. Prosecutor Surin arrived. "What is it now?" Arkady licked a finger to pick up a grain and put it to his tongue. "Salt. Table salt." At least 50 kilos worth of salt had been poured on the floor. The bed of salt was softly rounded, dimpled with 2 faint impressions. "A sign of derangement," Surin announced. "It's the work of a man in suicidal despair. Anything else, Renko?" There was salt on the windowsill. "Poor man. God knows what was going through his mind." "What do you think?" Hoffman asked Arkady. "Suicide," Timofeyev said from the hall, his voice muffled by his handkerchief. Evgeny Lysenko, nicknamed Zhenya, age 11, looked like an old man waiting at a bus stop. He was in the thick plaid jacket and matching cap that he'd been wearing when he was brought by militia to the children's shelter the winter before. Whenever the boy went on an outing with Arkady, he wore the same outfit and carried the same chess set and book of fairy tales that had been left with him. How he had become Arkady's obligation was a mystery. To begin with, Arkady had accompanied a well-intentioned friend, a television journalist, a nice woman looking for a child to mother and save. When Arkady arrived at the shelter for the next outing, his mobile phone rang. It was the journalist calling to say she was sorry, but she wasn't coming. One afternoon with Zhenya was enough for her. By then, Zhenya was almost at the car, and Arkady's choice was to either leap behind the wheel and drive away, or take the boy himself. Anyway, here was Zhenya once again, dressed for winter on a warm spring day, clutching his fairy tales, while Olga Andreevna, the head of the shelter, fussed over him. "Cheer Zhenya up," she told Arkady. "It's Sunday. All the other children have one kind of visitor or another. Be a jolly soul. Make him laugh." Zhenya climbed into the car, put on his seatbelt, and held his book and chess set tight. He stared straight ahead like a soldier. "So what will you do?" Olga Andreevna asked Arkady. "Well, we're such jolly souls, we're capable of anything." "Does he talk to you?" "He reads his book." "But does he talk to you?" "No." "Then how do you two communicate?" "To be honest, I don't know." Arkady had a Zhiguli 9, a goat of a car, not prepossessing but built for Russian roads. They drove along the river wall, past fishermen casting for urban aquatic life. Meanwhile, Zhenya read aloud his favorite fairy tale about a girl abandoned by her father and sent by her stepmother into the deep woods to be killed and eaten by a witch, Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga had a long blue nose and steel teeth, and she lived in a hut that stood on chicken legs. The hut could walk through the woods and sit wherever Baba Yaga ordered. Around the hut was a fence festooned with skulls. Most victims died just at the sight of Baba Yaga. However, page by page, through kindness and courage, the girl did escape and made her way back to her father, who sent away the evil stepmother. When Zhenya was done reading, he gave Arkady a quick glance and settled back in his seat, a ritual completed. "Did you have some fun this week?" Arkady asked. Zhenya said nothing. Nevertheless, Arkady tried a smile. After all, many children from the shelter had suffered negligence and abuse. Arkady himself would have been harder to please, he thought, if he'd had a higher opinion of himself as a child. As he remembered, he had been an unlovable stick, devoid of social skills and isolated by the aura of fear around his father, an army officer who was perfectly willing to humiliate adults, let alone a boy. His father had never taken him for outings. Sometimes Sergeant Belov, his father's aide, would go with Arkady to the park. Winters were the best, when the sergeant, tramping and puffing like a horse, pulled Arkady on a sled through the snow. Otherwise, Arkady walked with his mother, and she tended to walk ahead. A slim woman with a dark braid of hair, lost in her own world. Zhenya always insisted on going to Gorky Park. It was a little like accompanying a sleepwalker. Zhenya took the same rides in the same order: a roller coaster, a giant swing, and a ride in a pontoon boat around a little man-made lake. Since the children's shelter fed Zhenya good nutritious food, Arkady plied him with candy bars and soda. They ate at an outdoor table while playing chess with pieces that were worn from use, on a board that had been taped together more than once. Zhenya didn't speak even to say mate. He simply knocked over Arkady's king at the appropriate time and set the pieces up again. Arkady said, "You may wonder how it is that a senior investigator like myself is free on such a glorious day. The reason is that the prosecutor, my chief, feels that I need reassignment because I don't know a suicide when I see one." Arkady's move, the retreat of a knight to a useless position on the side of the board, made Zhenya look up, as if to detect a trap. Not to worry, Arkady thought. "Are you familiar with the name Pavel Ilyich Ivanov?" Arkady asked. "No." "How about Pasha Ivanov?" "There was a lot of salt in his apartment. Some people say that's what you'd expect from a man about to take his life, a closet full of salt. They could be right, or not. We don't investigate suicides, but how do you know it's a suicide unless you investigate? That is the question. But the prosecutor doesn't want complications, especially from a difficult investigator. A holdover from the Soviet era, a man on the skids. I've been told to enjoy a rest while matters are sorted out, and that is why I can spend the day with you." Zhenya pushed a juggernaut of a rook the length of the board, tipped over Arkady's king, and swept all of the pieces into the box. He hadn't heard a word. The last regular event was a ride on the Ferris wheel, which kept turning as Arkady and Zhenya handed over their tickets, scrambled into an open-air gondola, and latched themselves in. At its apogee, through a floating scrim of poplar fluff, was a panorama of gray daytime Moscow, flashes of gold from church to church, and the distant groans of traffic and construction. All the way Zhenya stretched his neck to look in one direction and then the other. Arkady had tried to find Zhenya's father, even though the boy refused to supply the first name or help a sketch artist from the militia. Nevertheless, Arkady had gone through Moscow residence birth and draft records in search of Lysenko's. Since Zhenya played so well, Arkady visited chess clubs, and because Zhenya was so shy of authority, Arkady went through arrest records. 6 possibles turned up, but they all proved to be serving long terms in seminaries, Chechnya, or prison. Any luck? You know, in Iceland, there's a kind of imp, a sprite that's just a head on a foot. It likes to hide things like your keys and socks, and you can only see it from the corner of your eye. If you look straight at it, it disappears. Maybe that's the best way to see some people. Zhenya acknowledged not a word. When the gondola reached the ground, the boys stepped out, ready to return to the shelter, and Arkady let him march ahead. On the way out of the park, Arkady's mobile phone rang. It was Prosecutor Surin. "Renko, what did you tell Hoffman last night?" "About what?" "You said something to him last night, something out of my earshot, because nothing I heard from you made any sense at all. I have never seen a clearer case of suicide." "If you're satisfied, then I don't see what there is for me to do." "Don't be coy, Renko. You're the one who opened this can of worms. You'll be the one who shuts it. Hoffman wants you to clean up the loose ends. I don't see why he doesn't just go home." "As I remember, he's a fugitive from America." "Well, as a courtesy to him and just to settle things, he wants a few more questions answered. Ivanov was Jewish, wasn't he? I mean, his mother was." "So?" "I'm just saying, he and Hoffman were a pair." Arkady waited for more, but Surin seemed to think he had made his point. "Get Hoffman out of the apartment, then get to work tomorrow morning." "I'll need a detective. I should have a pair, but I'll settle for Viktor Fedorov." "Why him? He hates businessmen." "Perhaps he'll be harder to buy." Bobby Hoffman let Arkady and Viktor into the Ivanov apartment, moved to the sofa, and dropped into the deep impression already there. Hoffman's hair was matted, his eyes a blur, and tear tracks ran into the reddish bristle on his jowls. On the coffee table were 2 empty bottles of brandy. He said, "I don't have the code to the keypad, so I stayed." "Why?" Arkady asked. "Just to get things straight." It occurred to Arkady that for all the Americans' bravado, without the protection of Pasha Ivanov, Bobby Hoffman was a mollusk without its shell, a tender American morsel on the Russian ocean floor. "Why don't you just leave Moscow?" Arkady asked Hoffman. "Take $1 million from the company and go. Set up in Cyprus or Monaco." "That's what Timofeyev suggested, except his number was 10 million. Hoffman contemplated the empty bottles. "Staying here is like watching a movie, running every possible scenario. Pasha jumping out the window, being dragged and thrown out over and over. Renko, you're the expert. Was Pasha killed?" "I have no idea. Last night you sounded like you had suspicions." "I thought the scene deserved more investigation. Because as soon as you started to poke around, you found a closet full of fucking salt. What is that about?" "I was hoping you could tell me. You never noticed that with Ivanov before? A fixation on salt?" "No. All I know is everything wasn't as simple as the prosecutor and Timofeyev said. You wanted more time to investigate. Okay, I bought you some. How did you do that? Call me Bobby. How did you do that, Bobby? Novi Rus has foreign partners. I told Timofeyev that unless you were on the case, I'd tell them that the cause of Pasha's death wasn't totally resolved. Nothing can stop a major project. The Last Judgment wouldn't stop an oil deal, but I can stall for a day or two until the company gets a clean bill of health. Novi Rus has its own security force, including former detectives. Have them investigate. Colonel Ozhogin is in charge, and he hates me. If Ozhogin dislikes you, then I advise you to get on the next plane. I'm sure Russian violence is exaggerated, but it serves no one's purpose for you to be in Moscow. Ozhogin's displeasure was a cue for any man to travel to foreign climes, Arkady thought. Arkady gave way to Victor, who opened a ledger from his briefcase and said, "May I call you Bobby? We'd have to talk to everyone who saw Pasha Ivanov last night. His driver and bodyguards, the building staff. Also, we'd have to review the security tapes. Ozhogin won't like that." Arkady shrugged. If Ivanov didn't commit suicide, there was a breach in security. Victor said, "To do a complete job, we should also talk to his friends and the women he was involved with, like the one who was here last night. Rena is a great kid, very autistic." Victor gave Arkady a meaningful glance. The detective had once invented a theory called "fuck the widow" for determining a probable killer on the basis of who lined up first to console a grieving spouse. Also, we must talk to his enemies. Everyone has enemies. George Washington had enemies. Not as many as Pasha, said Arkady. There were earlier attempts on Pasha's life. We'd have to check who was involved and where they are. It's not just a matter of one more day and a few more questions. Victor dropped a butt in the soda can. What the investigator wants to know is, if we make progress, are you going to run and leave us with our pants down and the moon out? If so, the detective recommends you begin running now, Arkady said, before we start. Bobby hung on to the sofa. I'm staying right here. If we do start, this is a possible crime scene, and the very first thing is to get you out of here. We have to talk, Victor told Arkady. The two men retreated to the white runway of the hall. Victor lit a cigarette and sucked on it like oxygen. Do I really want to spend my days playing bodyguard to a dog turd like Bobby Hoffman? Because that's all he wants us for, bodyguards. And he'll disappear as soon as he shakes more money out of Timofeyev. He'll run when we need him most. He could have run already. He's just driving up the price. We're leaving, right? Bobby Hoffman sank into the sofa as they returned. He could read the verdict in their eyes. When Arkady got to the sofa, Hoffman wrapped his pudgy hands around Arkady's. Okay, I took a disk with confidential data from Pasha's computer. Shell companies, bribes, payoffs, bank accounts. It was going to be my insurance, but I'm spending it on you. I agreed to give it back when you're done. That's the deal I made with Ozhogin and Surin. The disk for a few days of your help. Know why I'm doing this? I couldn't go back to my place, so I just sat here. In the middle of the night, I heard this rubbing. I thought it was mice and got a flashlight and walked around the apartment. No mice, but I still heard them. Finally, I went down to the lobby to ask the receptionist. He wasn't at his desk, though. He was outside with the doorman on their hands and knees with brushes and bleach scrubbing blood off the sidewalk. They did it. There's not a spot left. That's what I've been hearing from 10 stories up, the scrubbing. I know it's impossible, but that's what I heard. And I thought to myself, Ranko, there's a son of a bitch who'd hear the scrubbing. That's who I want. In the black and white videotape, the two Mercedes rolled up to the street security camera, and bodyguards deployed from the chase car to the building canopy. Only then did the lead car's driver trot around to open the curbside door. Pasha Ivanov unfolded from the rear seat. Something amused Ivanov. 2 dachshunds strained on their leashes to sniff his attaché case. Although the tape was silent, Arkady read Ivanov's lips. "Puppies?" he asked the owner. When the dogs had passed, Ivanov clutched the attaché to his chest and went into the building. Arkady switched to the lobby tape. The doorman and receptionist wore jackets with braid over not too obvious holsters. Once the doorman activated the call button with a key, he stayed at Ivanov's side, while Ivanov used a handkerchief. And when the elevator doors opened, Arkady went to the elevator tape. He had already interviewed the operator, a former Kremlin guard, white-haired but hard as a sandbag. Arkady asked whether he and Ivanov had talked. The operator said, "I trained on the Kremlin staircase. Big men don't make small talk." On the tape, Ivanov punched a code into the keypad, and as the doors opened, turned to the elevator camera. The camera's fishbowl lens made his face disproportionately huge, eyes drowning in shadow above the handkerchief he held against his nose. Maybe he had Timofeyev's summer cold. Ivanov finally moved through the open doors, and Arkady was reminded of an actor rushing to the stage, now hesitating, now rushing again. The time on the tape was 21:33. Arkady switched tapes, back to the street camera. At 21:48, a blur from above slapped the pavement. Arkady rewound and watched frame by frame. Ivanov's upper body dropped from the top of the screen, shoulder hitched to take the brunt of the fall. His head folded from the force of the impact, even as his legs entered the frame. Upper and lower body collapsed into a ring of dust that exploded from the pavement. Pasha Ivanov settled as the doors of the chase car swung open, and in slow motion the guards swam around his body. Arkady watched to see whether any of the security team, while they were in the car and before Ivanov came out of the sky, glanced up. Then he watched for anything like the salt shaker dropping with Ivanov or shaken loose by the force of the fall. Nothing. And then he watched to see whether any of the guards picked up anything afterward. No one did. They stood on the pavement, as useful as potted plants. The doorman on duty kept looking up. He said, "I was in Special Forces, so I've seen parachutes that didn't deploy and bodies you scraped off the ground, but someone coming out of the sky here? And Ivanov, of all people. Now a pigeon goes overhead and I duck." "Your name?" Arkady asked. "Kuznetsov, Grisha. You were on duty 2 days ago?" "The day shift. I wasn't here at night when it happened, so I don't know what I can tell you." "Just walk me around, if you would. The building, front to back." "For a suicide? Why?" "Details." Grisha shrugged. The building was short-staffed on weekends, Grisha said. Only him, the receptionist, and the passenger elevator man. Security cameras covered the street, lobby, passenger elevator, and service alley. At the back of the lobby, Grisha tapped in a code on a keypad by a door with a sign that said, "Staff Only." The door eased open, and Grisha led Arkady into the resident storage area for rugs, skis, and such, ending in a truck bay. Every door had a keypad and a different code. Grisha said, "You ought to go to Novi Rus Security, like an underground bunker. They've got everything there. Building layout, codes, the works." Novi Rus Security was the last place Arkady wanted to be. "Can you open the bay?" Light poured in as the gate rolled up, and Arkady found himself facing a service alley wide enough to accommodate a moving van. Arkady noticed a pedestrian door next to the bay. Each entry had a separate keypad. "Do people park here?" "Well, we can't leave our post every time a car stops in the alley. We'll give them 10 minutes, and then we chase them out." "Did that happen this Saturday?" "When Ivanov jumped? I'm not on at night." "I understand. But during your shift, did you or the receptionist notice anything unusual in the alley? Grisha took a while to think. No. Besides, the back is locked tight on Saturdays. You need a bomb to get in. Or a code. You'd still be seen by the camera. We'd notice. I'm sure. You were in front? At the canopy, yes. People were going in and out. Residents and guests. Anyone carrying bags and bags of salt? No. Ivanov wasn't bringing home salt day after day? No salt leaking from his briefcase? No. I have salt on the brain, don't I? Yeah. I should do something about that. The Arbot was a promenade of outdoor musicians, sketch artists, and souvenir stalls that sold strands of amber, nesting dolls of peasant women, retro posters of Stalin. Dr. Novotny's office was above a cyber cafe. She was a brisk 70, her face a mask of lines around bright, dark eyes. I first saw Pasha Ivanov a little more than a year ago, the first week in May. He seemed typical of our new entrepreneurs, aggressive, intelligent, adaptable. The last sort to seek psychotherapy. In fact, he missed his last 4 sessions, although he insisted on paying for them. Why did he choose you? Because I'm good. Ivanov said he had trouble sleeping, which is always the way they start. We met once a week. He was entertaining, highly articulate, possessed of enormous self-confidence. At the same time, he was very secretive in certain areas. His business dealings, for one. And, unfortunately, whatever was the cause of his depression or fear? Arkady asked. Both, if you need to put it that way. Did he mention enemies? Not by name. He said that ghosts were after him. What I'm saying is a man like him gets to be where he is by doing many remarkable things, some of which he might later regret. Arkady described the scene at Ivanov's apartment. The doctor said that the broken mirror certainly could have been an expression of self-loathing. However, the 2 most usual motives of suicide for men are financial and emotional, often evidenced as atrophied libido. Ivanov had wealth and a healthy sexual relationship with his friend Rina. He used Viagra. Rina is much younger. He didn't mention an infection or a cold? No. Did the subject of salt ever come up? No. The floor of his closet was covered with salt. That is interesting. But you say he recently missed some sessions. A month's worth. Did he mention any attempts on his life? Not in so many words. In Ivanov's case, I think he was pursued by ghosts and someone real. Do you think he was suicidal? Yes. At the same time, he was a survivor. Do you think, considering everything, he killed himself? He could have. Did he? You're the investigator. Her face shifted into a sympathetic frown. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you more. Would you like a cigar? It's Cuban. No, thank you. Do you smoke? When I was a girl, all the modern, interesting women smoked cigars. You'd look good with a cigar. One more thing, investigator. I got the impression that there was a cyclical nature to Ivanov's bouts of depression. Always in the spring, always early in May. In fact, right after May Day. But I must confess, May Day always deeply depressed me, too. It wasn't easy to find an unfashionable restaurant among the Irish pubs and sushi bars in the center of Moscow, but Victor succeeded. He and Arkady had macaroni and grease, served at a stand-up cafeteria around the corner from the militia headquarters on Petrovka. From his briefcase, Victor took morgue photos of Ivanov. Dr. Toptunova said she didn't autopsy suicides. We agreed on $50. I figure Hoffman is good for that. Arkady really didn't want to look at the pictures. Toptunova is a butcher. Thank God she operates on the dead. Anyway, she says Ivanov broke his neck. Fuck your mother, I could have told him that. And if it hadn't been his neck, it would have been his skull. Drug-wise, he was clean, although she thought he had ulcers from the condition of his stomach. There was one odd thing. In his stomach, bread and salt. Salt? A lot of salt and just enough bread to get it down. I questioned the doorman and lobby receptionist again. They have the same story, no problems, no breach. Then some guy with dachshunds tried to pick me up. I showed him my ID to shake him up, and he says, "Oh, are they having another security check?" Saturday, the building staff shut down the elevator and went to every apartment to check who was in. The guy was still upset. His dachshunds couldn't wait and had a little accident. Which means there was a breach. When did they do this check? Victor consulted his notebook. 11:10 in the morning at his place. He's on the 9th floor, and I think they worked their way down. Good work. Arkady couldn't imagine who would want to pick up Victor, but applause was indicated. There's more. Victor picked macaroni off his chest. He licked his fingers clean, gathered the photos, and replaced them with a file that said in red, "Not to be removed from this office." Dossiers on the attempts on Ivanov's life. This is rich. A doorway shooting here in Moscow by a disgruntled investor. A school teacher whose savings were wiped out. The poor bastard misses 6 times. Got 4 years, not bad. Here's his address, back in town. Maybe he's got glasses now. This is the best. Ivanov is in the south of France with friends. They're all zipping back and forth on jet skis. Hoffman gets on Ivanov's jet ski and it sinks. It flips upside down, and guess what's stuck to the bottom? A little limpet plastique ready to explode. The French police had to clear the harbor. See, that's what gives Russian tourists a bad name. Who were Ivanov's friends? Arkady asked. Leonid Maximov and Nikolai Kuzmich, his very best friends, and one of them probably tried to kill him. Was there an investigation? Are you joking? You know our chances of even saying hello to any of these gentlemen? Anyway, that was 3 years ago, and nothing has happened since. What about Pasha's mobile phone? We're not positive. Find the mobile phone. While you're doing what? Colonel Ozhogin has arrived. The head of Novorus Security wants to consult. He wants to consult your balls on a toothpick? If Ivanov was pushed, how does that make the head of security look? Did you ever see Ozhogin wrestle? I saw him in an all-republic tournament. He broke his opponent's arm. You could hear it snap across the hall. He answers to Timofeyev now. The king is dead. Long live the king. Victor lit a cigarette as a digestif. The thing about capitalism, it seems to me, is a business partner has the perfect combination of motive and opportunity for murder. Oh, hey, I got something for you. Victor came up with a plastic phone card. What's this for? A free call? Victor jimmied the card between 2 fingers. It's great for locks, not deadbolts, but you'd be amazed. Put it in your wallet. Ozhogin's office was minimalist. A glass desk, steel chairs, gray tones. The colonel himself, although he was packaged in a tailored suit and silk tie, still had the heavy shoulders and small waist of a wrestler. After having Arkady sit, Ozhogin let the tension percolate. Colonel Ozhogin actually had 2 pedigrees. First, he was a wrestler from Georgia, and at wrapping opponents into knots, Georgians were the best. Second, he had been KGB. The KGB may have suffered a shake-up and a title change, but its agents had prospered, moving like crows to new trees. The colonel slid a form and clipboard across the desk. "What's this?" Arkady asked. "Take a look." The form was a Novorus employment application. Arkady pushed the form back. "No thanks." "You don't want to fill it out? That's disappointing." "Why?" "Because there are 2 possible reasons for you being here. A good reason would be that you finally decided to join the private sector. A bad reason would be that you won't leave Pasha Ivanov's death alone. Why are you trying to turn a suicide into a homicide? I'm not. Prosecutor Surin asked me to look into this for Hoffman, the American, who got the idea from you that there was something to find. I would like to talk to Timofeyev. That's out of the question. You should fill out the application. Do you know that over 50,000 KGB and militia officers have joined private security firms? Who's left in the militia? The dregs. I had your friend Victor researched. It's in his file that on one stakeout he was so drunk he went to sleep and pissed in his pants. Maybe you'll end up like that. Arkady glanced out the window. They were on the 15th floor of the Novorus building, with a view of office towers under construction, the skyline of the future. Ozhogin came around the desk and perched on its corner. For all his grooming, the colonel imparted the sense that he could still wring a bone or two. "Renko, did you happen to see the Washington Post this morning?" "Not this morning, no. Missed it." "There was a considerable obituary for Pasha Ivanov. The Post called Pasha a linchpin figure in Russian business. Have you considered the effect a rumor of homicide would have? It would not only harm Novorus, it would damage every Russian company and bank that has struggled to escape Moscow's reputation for violence. Considering the consequences, I think a person should be careful about even whispering homicide, unless you have some evidence you'd like to share with me." "No, I didn't think so. Pasha Ivanov came to a sorry end. Why, I don't know. I interviewed the building staff. There was no breach." Ozhogin leaned closer. A hammer taking aim on a nail, Arkady thought. "If there was no breach in security, then there's nothing to investigate. Is that clear enough for you?" "There was salt." "I heard about the salt. What sort of attack is that?" "The salt is an indication of a mental breakdown, pure and simple." "Unless there was a breach." Ozhogin edged closer. "Are you suggesting that Novorus security was to any degree responsible for Ivanov's death?" Arkady picked his words carefully. Building security wasn't all that sophisticated. No card swipes or voice or palm ID, just codes. Nothing like the security at the offices here. And a skeleton crew on Saturdays. Because Ivanov moved into an apartment meant for his friend Rina. She designed it. He didn't want any changes. Nevertheless, we staffed the building with our men, put in unobtrusive keypads, fed the surveillance cameras to our own monitors here at Novorus Security, and at any hour he was home, parked a security team in front. There was nothing more we could do. Besides, Pasha never mentioned a threat. That's what we'll investigate. Ozhogin brought his brows together, perplexed. You're stopping now. Pack it in, Renko. Tell your fat American friend that Pasha Ivanov committed suicide. Then why don't you come back and fill out the form? Arkady found Rina curled up in a bathrobe in Ivanov's screening room, a vodka bottle hanging from one hand and a cigarette from the other. On the screen, Pasha rose in the elevator, floor by floor, briefcase clasped to his chest, handkerchief to his face. He seemed exhausted, as if he had climbed 100 stories. When the doors parted, he looked back at the camera. Rina froze and magnified Pasha's face so that it filled the screen. His hair lank, his cheeks almost powdery white, his black eyes sending their obscure message. That was for me. That was his goodbye. Rina shot Arkady a glance. You don't believe me? You think it's romantic bullshit? At least half of what I believe is romantic bullshit, so I'm not one to criticize. Anything else? He was sick. I don't know with what. He wouldn't see a doctor. Rina put down her cigarette and pulled the robe tight. The elevator operator let me in. Your detective was going out as I came in, looking pleased with himself. A gruesome image. I tried to reach Timofeyev. He's not available. I suppose he's picking up the reins of the company, taking charge. Timofeyev is a lump. I miss Pasha. Arkady took the seat beside her and relieved her of the vodka. You designed this apartment for him? I designed it for both of us, but all of a sudden Pasha said I shouldn't stay. Lately, he wouldn't even let me in the door. The robe fell open, and she pushed herself back in. I like you, investigator. You don't look. You have manners. Arkady had manners, but he was also aware of how loosely tied the robe was. She stubbed out one cigarette and started another off Arkady's. You're probably wondering how a nobody like me and someone as rich and famous as Pasha could meet. How would you guess? You're an interior designer. I suppose you designed something for him besides this apartment. Don't be silly. I was a prostitute, design student and prostitute, a person of many talents. I was in the bar at the Savoy Hotel, pretending to carry on a mobile phone conversation when Pasha came over and asked for my number so I could talk to someone real. Then, from across the bar, he called. I thought, what a big, ugly Jew. He was, you know. But he had so much energy, so much charm. Then he asked how much I owed my roof, you know, my pimp, because Pasha said he would pay him off, set me up in an apartment and pay for design school. He was serious. I asked him why, and he said because he could see I was a good person. Would you do that? Would you bet on someone like that? I don't think so. Well, that was Pasha. Did Pasha have enemies? Naturally, maybe hundreds, but nothing serious. Pasha did say one thing. He said he had once done something long ago that was really bad, and that I wouldn't love him if I knew. That was the drunkest I ever saw him. He wouldn't tell me what, and he never mentioned it again. Who did know? I think Lev Timofeyev knew. He said no, but I could tell. It was their secret. How they stripped investors of their money? No, something awful. He was always worse around May Day. I mean, who cares about May Day anymore? She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Why don't you think he killed himself? I don't think one way or the other. I just haven't come across a good enough reason for him to. Ivanov was clearly not a man who frightened easily. Do you know Leonid Maximov and Nikolai Kuzmich? Of course. They're two of our best friends. We have good times together. They're busy men, I'm sure. But can you think of any way I could talk to them? No problem. Come to the party. What party? Every year, Pasha threw a party out at the dacha. It's tomorrow. Everyone will be there. Pasha is dead, and you're still having the party? Pasha founded the Blue Sky Charity for children. It depends financially on the party, so everyone knows that Pasha would want the party to go on. Tomorrow you'll see everyone who's anyone in Moscow, but you will have to blend in. I don't look like a millionaire? She shifted, the better to see him. No, you definitely look like an investigator. Can you bring a child? You must know a child. I might. Arkady and Victor had a late dinner at a car wash cafe on the highway. Cheer up, Arkady. I have a little gift for you, something I found under Ivanov's bed. Victor placed a mobile phone, a Japanese clamshell model, on the table. How did Ozhogin's crew miss this? Because everything they wanted was in the office. Victor sat back as if he'd brought bonbons. Go ahead. Open it up. Arkady went through the call history to Saturday evening's outgoing calls to Rena and Bobby Hoffman. The incoming calls were from Hoffman, Rena, and Timofeyev. A little phone, and yet so much information. A wireless message concerning an Ivanov tanker foundering off Spain, and a calendar of meetings. In the directory were phone numbers not only for Rena, Hoffman, Timofeyev, and different Novorus heads, but also for senators and ministers and the Kremlin itself. Such a phone was a plug into a power grid. Victor copied the names into a notepad. What a world these people live in. Here's a number that gives you the weather in Saint-Tropez. Very nice. It took 2 brandies for Victor to finish the list. Arkady punched messages. There was one at 9:33 p.m. from a Moscow number, and the message did not sound like a businessman's. You don't know who this is, but I'm trying to do you a favor. I'll call you again. All I'll say now is, if you stick your dick in someone else's soup, sooner or later it's gonna get cut off. Arkady handed the phone to Victor. A man of few words. Familiar? The detective listened, the mobile phone pressed tight to his ear, until he smiled like a man who had identified one wine from a million. Anton Obadovsky. Arkady knew Anton. He could imagine Anton throwing someone out a window. The tension was too great for Victor. Gotta pee. Arkady sat alone, nursing his beer. His gaze kept returning to the mobile phone. It would be interesting to know whether the phone Anton had called from was within 15 minutes of Ivanov's apartment. He picked up the phone and pushed reply to message. 10 rings. Guard's room. Arkady sat up. Guard's room? Where? Peterka. Who is this? As Victor pulled onto the highway, Arkady told him about the return call to Anton, which amused the detective immensely. Peterka prison. Now there's an alibi. The address on Peterka Street was a 5-story building of aluminum windows and busted shades. Arkady showed his ID at the door and passed through a barred gate to the underbelly of the building, a tunnel where guards in military fatigues lounged with their dogs. The far end opened onto the morning light, and, totally hidden from the street, a fairy-tale fortress with red walls and towers surrounded by a whitewashed courtyard. All that was missing was a moat. Not quite a fairy tale, more a nightmare. Peterka prison had been built by Catherine the Great, and for over 200 years since, every ruler of Russia, every czar, party secretary, and president had fed it enemies of the state. Since Peterka was a pre-trial prison, investigators were a common sight. Arkady climbed marble stairs swaybacked from where. On the second floor, the guard led Arkady along a row of ancient black doors with iron patchwork, each with a panel for food and a peephole for observation. I'm new here. I think it's this one, the guard said. Arkady swung a peephole tag out of the way. The cell held a single occupant, a bodybuilder with short, bleached blonde hair and a taut black T-shirt. He was exercising with elastic bands that were attached to a bunk bed bolted to the wall, and every time he curled a bicep, the bed groaned. This is it, Arkady said. Anton Obadovsky was a mafia success story. He had been a master of sport, a so-so boxer in the Ukraine, and then muscle for the local boss. However, Anton had ambition. As soon as he had a gun, he began jacking cars, peeling drivers out of them. Once in Moscow, he diversified, offering protection to small firms and restaurants he then took over, cannibalizing the companies and laundering money through the restaurants. A diamond ring in the shape of a horseshoe said he was a lucky man. At a certain level of society, he was royalty, and yet, he was dissatisfied. It's the bankers who are the real thieves. People bring the money to you, you fuck them, and no one lays a hand on you. I'm a worm compared to them. You're doing pretty well, Arkady said. The cell had a television, tape player, CDs. How long have you been here? 3 nights. I wish we had satellite. The walls of this place are so thick the reception is shit. Life is tough. Everything you see here I pay for. Everything is legal. They allow you anything but alcohol, cigarettes, or mobile phones. Cigarette? No, thanks. I keep myself strong and pure. I am a slave to nothing. It's pitiful to see a man like you smoke. I'm weak. Renko, you've got to take care of yourself, or other people. Think of the secondary smoke. Arkady put away the pack. He hated to see Anton get worked up. You're a good guy, Renko. We may not see eye to eye, but you always treat a person with respect. Did you hear that Pasha Ivanov is dead? I saw the news on television. He jumped, right? 10 stories. What a way to go. Did you know him? Me? Know Ivanov? That's like knowing God. You left a message on his mobile phone 3 nights ago about cutting off his dick. That sounds like you knew him fairly well. It might even sound like a threat. I'm not allowed a phone here, so how could I call? You bribed the guard and called from the guard's room. Anton got to his feet and threw punches as if hitting a heavy bag. He stopped and shook out his arms. Anyway, if I called Pasha Ivanov, what about? Business. Somebody has been jacking Novorus oil trucks and draining the tanks. It's happening in your part of Moscow, in your soup, so to speak. Anton circled again, throwing jabs, crosses, uppercuts. Finally he dropped his fists and blew air. He has this prick in charge of security, a former colonel from the KGB. They caught one of my boys with one of their trucks and broke his legs. That's overreaction. It put me in a difficult situation. If I didn't retaliate, my boys would break my legs. I said what I said. It was an opening line, maybe a little crude, but it was meant to begin a dialogue. What was the favor? What did you have to offer him? Protection. Anyway, I never got through and never saw him face to face. It seems to me when Pasha died, I was right here, and that phone call proves it. Pretty lucky. I live right. What did they pick you up for? Possession of firearms. A firearms charge was nothing. Since Anton always had a lawyer, judge, and bail money standing by, there was no good reason for him to spend an hour in jail. Unless he was waiting for some bumbling investigator to come along and officially mark how innocent Anton Obadovsky was. Anton grabbed some travel brochures off the bunk. Hey, as soon as I'm out, I'm going on holiday. Where would you suggest? Cyprus? Turkey? You want creature comforts? Quiet? Gourmet food? Yeah. A staff that caters to your every whim? Right. Why not stay in Butyrka? Zhenya stared like a manacled prisoner at what most people would have called an escape to the country. The population of Moscow was pouring into the low hills that couched the city, to rustic dachas and crowded beaches and giant discount stores, and though the highway was designed with 4 lanes, drivers improvised and squeezed out 6. Arkady wasn't clear on what good cause benefited from Pasha Ivanov's Blue Sky charity picnic, but he did not want to miss the millionaires Nikolai Kuzmich and Leonid Maximov. Such dear friends were sure to appear. After all, they had vacationed with Pasha in Saint-Tropez when a limpet mine was discovered on his jet ski. My father used to take me down this same road in a big Zil. There were only 2 lanes then, and hardly any traffic. We played chess as we went, although I was never as good as you. Mostly I did puzzles. What did your father drive? Arkady hoped the boy might mention a car that could somehow be traced, but Zhenya sank into his jacket and pulled his cap low. Arkady thought Zhenya looked like a miserable garden gnome with his flapped cap, book, and chess set. There'll be other kids, Arkady promised. Every card Arkady played was trumped by scorn. He had seen parents in this sort of quagmire. where every suggestion was a sign of idiocy and no question in the Russian language merited response. And Arkady, for all the sympathy he mustered, had always delivered a sigh of relief that he was not the adult on the cross. So he wasn't quite sure why now an unmarried specimen like himself should have to suffer such contempt. Sociologists were concerned about Russia's plunging birth rate. He thought that if couples were forced to spend an hour in a car with Zhenya, there'd be no birth rate at all. "It'll be fun," Arkady said. Arkady and Zhenya went through an iron gate to a dead man's lawn party. The theme was outer space. Pink ponies and blue llamas carried small children around a ring. A juggler juggled moons. A magician twisted balloons into Martian dogs. Arkady's own heart skipped a beat when he recognized former cosmonauts, heroes of his youth, obviously hired for the day just for show. Yet the dominating spirit was Pasha Ivanov. A photograph was set near the entrance gate and hung with a meadow garland of sweet peas and daisies. The guards at the gate must have phoned ahead, because Arkady felt a ripple of attention follow his progress through the partygoers, and the repositioning of men with wires in their ears. Timofeyev was in a food line with Prosecutor Surin, who expectantly scanned the crowd like a periscope. It was not a positive sign that he looked everywhere but at Arkady. Timofeyev appeared pale and sweaty for a man about to inherit the reins of the entire Novorus company. Farther on, Bobby Hoffman, already yesterday's American, stood alone and nibbled a plate overheaped with food. An outdoor casino had been set up, and even from a distance, Arkady recognized Nikolai Kuzmich and Leonid Maximov. They were youngish men in modest jeans, no mafia black, no ostentatious gold. Arkady had to admit that what often distinguished new Russians was youth and brains. They saw themselves as the robber barons of the American Wild West. And didn't someone say that every great fortune started with a crime? Kuzmich, as a student at the Institute of Rare Metals, had sold titanium from an unguarded warehouse and parlayed that coup into a career in nickel and tin. Maximov, a mathematician, rigged a public auction and bought a state lab. He turned the lab into a distillery, the start of his fortune in vodka and foreign cars. The best example of all had been Pasha Ivanov, a physicist, the pet of the Institute of Extremely High Temperatures, who began with nothing but a bogus fund and one day set his sights on Siberian resources, a huge enterprise of timber, sawmills, and 100,000 hectares of Mother Russia's straightest trees. It was a minnow swallowing a whale. This was the closest Arkady had ever come to the magic circle of the super-rich, and he was fascinated in spite of himself. However, Zhenya was miserable. When Arkady looked at the party through Zhenya's eyes, all color drained. Every other child was wealthier in parents and self-assurance. A shelter boy was, by definition, abandoned. The masquerade Arkady had planned was revealing itself as a cruel and stupid trial. No matter how spiteful or uncommunicative Zhenya was, he didn't deserve this. "Going already?" Timofeyev asked. "My friend isn't feeling well." Arkady nodded at Zhenya. "What a shame, to be so young and not to enjoy good health." Timofeyev made a weak effort at a smile. He sniffed and clutched a handkerchief at the ready. Arkady noticed brown spots on his shirt. "I should have started a charity like this. Did you know that Pasha and I grew up together? We went to the same schools, the same scientific institute. But our tastes were entirely different. For example, Pasha had a dachshund, and I had wolfhounds." "You don't anymore?" "Unfortunately, no. I couldn't. What I told the investigation was that we did the best we could, given the information we had." "What investigation?" not Arcades. Pasha said that it wasn't a matter of guilt or innocence, that sometimes a man's life was simply a chain reaction. Do I look like a monster to you? No. Arkady thought that Lev Timofeyev may have helped build a financial giant through corruption and theft, but he was not necessarily a monster. What Timofeyev looked like was a once hale sportsman who seemed to be shrinking in his own clothes. Perhaps it was grief over the death of his best friend, but his pallor and sunken cheeks suggested to Arkady the bloom of disease and maybe fear. Pasha had always been the swashbuckler of the two, although Arkady remembered that Rena had mentioned some secret crime in the past. Does this involve Pasha? We were trying to help. Anyone with the same information would have drawn an identical conclusion. Matters were in hand, things were under control. What matters? Arkady was at a loss. Timofeyev seemed to have switched to an entirely different track. The letter said, "Apologize personally, face to face." Do you have it? Rena called out from the casino. She shone in a silver jumpsuit in the spirit of the day. Arkady, are you missing someone? Zhenya had vanished from Arkady's side only to reappear at the gaming tables, clutching his book and dourly assessing each bet as it was placed. Arkady excused himself to Timofeyev with a promise to return. I want you to meet my friends, Nikolai and Leo, Rena whispered. They are so much fun and they're losing so much money. At least they were until your little friend arrived. Nikolai Kuzmich, who had cornered the nickel market, was a short, rapid-fire type who placed straight-up and corner bets all over the bays. Leonid Maximov, the vodka king, was heavy-set with a cigar. He was more deliberate, a mathematician after all, and played the simple progression system that had ruined Dostoevsky, doubling and redoubling on red, 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 red. If the two men lost $10,000 or $20,000 on a bounce of the roulette ball, it was for charity and only gained respect. With every flamboyant bet, Zhenya gave Kuzmich the sort of pitying glance one would bestow upon an idiot, and every unimaginative double on red by Maximov drew from Zhenya a sigh of disdain. Unnerving little boy, isn't he? Rena said. He's almost brought the game to a standstill. He has that power, Arkady admitted. He noticed that in the meantime, Timofeyev had slipped into the crowd. Kuzmich and Maximov quit the table in disgust, but they put on matching smiles for Rena and a welcome for Arkady that said they had nothing to fear from an investigator. They had been buying and selling investigators for years. Kuzmich said, Rena tells us that you're helping tie up the loose ends about Pasha. That's good. We want people reassured. Maximov agreed. Arkady asked whether Ivanov had mentioned any anxieties or threats or new names, avoided anyone, referred to his health. No, the two said, except that Ivanov had not been himself lately. Did he mention salt? No. Maximov unplugged his cigar to say, When I heard about Pasha, I was devastated. We were competitors, but we respected and liked each other. We even vacationed together. Like Saint-Tropez? Arkady asked. Bomb and all, he wondered. They winced as if he had added something unpleasant to the punch. Arkady noticed Colonel Ozhogin arrive and whisper into Prosecutor Surin's ear. Guards started to move in the direction of the roulette table, and Arkady sensed that his time among the elite was limited. Where were you when you heard about Pasha's death? Arkady asked Maximov. I was playing squash. My trainer will tell you. I sat down on the floor of the court and cried. It was suicide, wasn't it? Surin slipped up to the table. He held Zhenya firmly by the shoulder. Tragically, yes. My office looked into matters, but there was no reason for an investigation. Just a tragic event. Kuzmich glanced at Arkady. Then why... Thoroughness. I think I can assure you there will be no more questions now. Could you excuse us, please? I need a word with My investigator. Give this man a day off, Maximov told Surin. He's working too hard. The prosecutor steered Arkady away. Now you've done it. Now you've gone too far. Ozhogin caught up and gripped Arkady's shoulder with a wrestler's thumb that pressed to the bone. Renko, you'll have to learn manners if you ever want to work for Novorust Security. The colonel patted Zhenya on the head, and Zhenya clenched Arkady's hand in a hard little knot. Your investigation is over, Surin said. To sneak into a party and drag in some homeless boy is inexcusable. Does this mean I will be reassigned? This means you're done. Back he and Zhenya went, away from the circle of important men, past the cosmonauts, cotton candy and smoky grills, the telegenic faces and blue llamas. A rocket shot up from the tennis court, rose high into the blue sky and exploded into a shower of paper flowers. By the time the last of the petals had drifted down, Arkady and Zhenya were out the gate. Meanwhile, Bobby Hoffman was waiting at Arkady's car, stuffing a bloody nose with a handkerchief, head tilted back to protect the jacket bequeathed him by Ivanov. On the drive, Zhenya regarded Arkady with a narrow gaze. Arkady had gone with dizzying speed from the heights of New Russia to a boot out the door. This descent was swift enough to get even Zhenya's attention. What's going to happen? Hoffman asked. Who knows? A new career. I studied law at Moscow University. Maybe I can become a lawyer. Do you see me as a lawyer? Ha! Hoffman thought for a second. It's funny, but there's one thing about you that reminds me of Pasha. You're not as smart, God knows, but you share a quality. You couldn't tell whether he found things funny or sad. More like he felt, what the hell? Especially toward the end. Arkady asked Zhenya, Is that good, to share qualities with a dead man? Zhenya pursed his lips. It depends. I agree. Zhenya hadn't eaten. They pulled in at a piroshki stand and found on the far side of the stand an inflated funhouse of a homely cabin standing on chicken legs. An inflated fence of bones and skulls surrounded the hut, and on the roof stood the witch, Baba Yaga. In Zhenya's fairy tales, Baba Yaga ate children who wandered to her cabin. This cabin was full of children jumping on a trampoline floor covered with balls of colored foam. Zhenya left his chess set and walked into the witch's cabin spellbound. Hoffman said, Thanks for the ride. I don't drive in Russia. Driving here is like endlessly circling the Arc de Triomphe. I wouldn't know. How is the nose? Ozhogin pinched it. Wasn't even a punch. Showed me the disc, reached up and popped the blood vessel just for the humiliation. It's a day for bloody noses. Timofeyev had one too. Now that Arkady thought about it on the videotapes, Ivanov had held a handkerchief the same way. Hoffman hunched forward. Did I mention he likes you just as much as me? The prospect of running into Ozhogin again made Arkady want to lift weights and work out regularly. He lit a cigarette. Where did you hide the disc? I knew Ozhogin would look in my apartment, so I put it in my gym locker. I actually taped it upside down. It was invisible. I don't know how he found it. How often do you go to the gym, Bobby? Once Hoffman shrugged. There you are. Oh, and now that they have the disc, the offer is, leave the country or go to jail. I pissed them off. Fuck them. I'll be back. Bobby picked piroshki crumbs off his jacket. Everyone wins except you and me. And I'll bounce back. Which leaves me. At the bottom of the food chain, I'll tell you this much. The company's dead. Novorust? Kaput. All that held it together was Pasha. Bobby gently touched his nose. Maybe Timofeyev was a good scientist once upon a time, but in business he is a total dud. 6 months, you know who'll run the show at Novorus. Ozhogin. He's a cop. Only you can't run a complicated business entity like a cop. You have to be a general. Kuzmich and Maximov can't wait. When they're done with Ozhogin, you won't be able to find his bones. It's the food chain, Renko. Figure out the food chain and you figure out the world. Arkady watched Zhenya bounce in and out of sight. He asked Hoffman, "What do you know about Anton Obodovsky?" Bobby raised his eyebrows. "Obodovsky? Tough guy, local mafia. Jacked some of our trucks and drained some oil tanks. He has balls, I'll give him that." When Zhenya finally emerged from the funhouse, they started home. Hoffman and Zhenya played chess without a board, calling out their moves. Arkady could follow through the first 10 moves, and then it was like listening to a conversation between robots. So he concentrated more on his own diminishing prospects. There was a painting called The Sleigh Ride, of a troika driver throwing a horrified girl to a pursuing wolf pack. Surin was like that driver. He compiled files on his own investigators, and whenever the press got close to him, he tossed them a victim. Arkady asked Hoffman, "Does Timofeyev have a cold or a bloody nose?" "He says he has a cold." "Did Pasha have a bloody nose?" "Sometimes," Hoffman said. He was still engaged in the chess game. "Did he have a cold?" "No." "QE7, said Zhenya. "QD5, said Hoffman. "01, mate." Hoffman threw his hands up as if upsetting a board. "Fuck!" Zhenya won 2 more games before they got to the children's shelter. Hoffman was closing his mobile phone when Arkady returned. "He's Jewish," Hoffman said. "His last name is Lysenko. That's not Jewish. I just played chess with him. He's Jewish. Can you let me off at the Mayakovsky metro station? Thanks." As Arkady drove, he glanced at Hoffman, who was not the sobbing wreck he had been the day before. "How are you feeling?" Arkady asked. "Pretty disappointed. You've been humiliated and fired. You should be furious." "I am." "And you lost the disc. That was the ace up my sleeve." "You're bearing up well, considering." "I can't get over that kid. You probably don't appreciate it, Renko, but that was chess at a really high level." "It certainly sounded like it. Keeping the disc, hiding the disc, using me and my pitiful investigation to make the disc seem important, and finally letting Ozhogin find it at your gym of all places. What did you put on it? What's going to happen at Novorus when that disc goes to work?" "I have no idea what you're talking about. You're a computer expert. The disc is poison." Hoffman twisted in his seat. "I'm getting out. Right here is good." "We're not at the station." "Hey, asshole, I said this corner was good." Arkady pulled over and Bobby heaved himself out of the car. Arkady leaned across the seat and rolled down the window. "Is that your goodbye?" "Renko, will you fuck off? You wouldn't understand." "What don't I get?" "They killed Pasha." "Who?" "I don't know. Know what Pasha said? Everything is buried, but nothing is buried long enough." "Meaning what?" "Meaning here's the hot news. Rena is a whore, I'm a shit, and you're a loser. Everybody uses everybody. That's what Pasha called a chain reaction. What do you expect from me? They killed Pasha, that's all I know." "Who did?" Bobby whispered, "Keep your fucking country." A Mercedes slid forward and popped open its rear door. Bobby Hoffman ducked in and shut it. So it had been arranged. At once the sedan eased away, headed north. What was worth heading to? The airport. Evening flights headed in all directions. Bobby Hoffman, veteran fugitive, once he was through security, would be beyond Arkady's reach. The elevator operator was the former Kremlin guard Arkady had interviewed before. As the floors passed, he looked Arkady up and down. "You need a code." Arkady pulled on latex gloves. I have you. You know the code. The operator shifted, exhibiting the training of an old watchdog. I have to call Colonel Ozhogin first. When you call, tell the colonel about the breakdown in building security the day Ivanov died. Explain why you didn't report the breakdown. The elevator whined softly and came to a stop at the 10th floor. The operator swayed unhappily. Finally he said, In Soviet days, we had guards on every floor. Now we have cameras. It's not the same. Did you check the Ivanov apartment? I didn't have the code then. And you didn't want to call Novi Rus security and tell them why you needed it. We checked the rest of the building. I don't know why the receptionist was worried. He thought maybe he'd seen a shadow, something. I told him if he missed anything, the man watching the screen at Novi Rus would catch it. In my opinion, nothing happened. There was no breakdown. The elevator doors slid open, and Arkady stepped into Ivanov's apartment. As soon as the doors closed, he pressed the lockout button on the foyer panel. Now the operator could call anyone, because the apartment was, as Surin had said, sealed from the rest of the world. With its white walls and marble floors, the apartment was a beautiful shell. Arkady removed his shoes rather than track dirt across the foyer. He turned on the lights room by room and saw that other visitors had preceded him. Someone had cleaned up the evidence of Hoffman's vigil on the sofa. No doubt Ozhogin had been to the scene, because the office was stripped clean of anything that, encrypted or not, possibly held any Novi Rus data. All the videotapes and discs were gone from the screening room. The medicine cabinet was empty. Arkady appreciated professional thoroughness. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for, but this was the last chance he would have to look at all. He remembered the Icelandic fairy, the imp with nothing but a head and foot, who could be seen only out the corner of the eye. Looked directly, and he disappeared. Since all the obvious items had been removed, Arkady had to settle for glimpsed revelations, or the lingering shadow of something removed. Arkady remembered how Ivanov had arrived at the apartment, one hand holding a handkerchief and the other clutching an attaché case that seemed light in his hand, not laden with financial reports. What was in the case when Arkady saw it on the bed? A shoe sack and a mobile phone recharger. What Arkady recalled from the videotape was an Ivanov who emerged reluctantly from his car, entered the building in a rush, bantered with another tenant about dogs, rode the elevator with grim determination, and added a valedictory glance at the security camera as he stepped out the door. Was he rushing to meet someone? In his attaché case, why a single shoe sack? All Arkady really knew about Ivanov's last night was that he had entered his apartment by the door and left by the window, and that the floor of his closet was covered with salt, and there had been salt in Pasha's stomach. Pasha had eaten salt. The bedroom phone rang. It was Colonel Ozhogin. "Renko, I'm driving over. I want you to leave the Ivanov apartment now and go down to the lobby. I'll meet you there." Arkady hung up. Ivanov had gone to the bedroom and laid his attaché case on the bed, set his mobile phone on the edge of the bed, opened the attaché case, so intent on the contents that he did not notice having knocked the phone onto the carpet or kicked it under the bed for Victor to find later. What did Ivanov slip from the shoe sack? A brick? A gun? A bar of gold? Arkady walked through every move, trying to align himself on an invisible track. Pasha had opened the walk-in closet and found the floor covered in salt. Good men with the salt of the earth. Smart men salted away money. Pasha had rushed home to eat salt, and all he took with him on his 10-story exit was a shaker of salt. Arkady inverted the shoe sack. No salt. This thing from the sack, was it still in the apartment? The phone rang again. Ozhogin said, "Renko, don't hang—" Arkady hung up and left the receiver off the hook. The colonel's problem was that he had no leverage. Had Arcady been a man with a promising career, threats might have worked. Back a step, Arcady returned to the bed, mimed opening the attaché case, slipping something from the shoe sack, and moving to the closet. As the closet opened, its lights lent a milky glow to the bed of salt still covering the floor. The top of the mound showed the same signs of activity that Arcady had seen before, a scooping here, a setting something down there. Arcady saw confirmation in a brown dot of blood tunnel through the salt from Ivanov leaning over. Ivanov had removed the thing from the shoe sack, set it on the salt, and then... what? The salt shaker might have fit nicely into the depression in the middle of the salt. Arcady pulled open a drawer of monogrammed long-sleeved shirts in a range of pastels. He flipped through them and felt nothing, shut the drawer, and heard something shift. Arcady opened the drawer again, and in the back, beneath the shirts, found a bloody handkerchief wrapped around a radiation dosimeter the size of a calculator. Salt was embedded in the seam of its red plastic shell. Arcady held the dosimeter by the corners to avoid latent fingerprints, turned it on, and watched the numbers of the digital display fly to 10,000 counts per minute. Arcady remembered from Army drills that an average reading of background radioactivity was around 100. The closer he held the meter to the salt, the higher the reading. At 50,000 CPM, the display froze. Arcady backed out of the closet. His skin was prickly, his mouth was dry. He remembered Ivanov hugging the attaché case in the elevator, and his backward glance to the elevator camera. Arcady understood that hesitation now. Pasha was bracing himself at the threshold. Arcady turned the meter off and on, until it reset. He made a circuit of Pasha's beautiful white apartment. The numbers dramatically shuffled and reshuffled with every step as he picked his way like a blind man with a cane around flames he sensed only through the meter. The bedroom burned, the office burned, the living room burned, and at the open window, curtains dragged by the night wind desperately whipped and snapped to point the fastest way out of an invisible fire. Pripyat had been a city of science built on straight lines for technicians, and it shimmered in the light of a rising moon. From the top floor of the municipal office, Arcady overlooked a central plaza wide enough to hold the city's entire population on May Day. Around the plaza were the broad horizontals of a hotel, restaurant, and theater, and a mere 3 kilometers away, the constant red beacon of the reactor. Arcady sank back into the shadows of the office. He had never thought his night vision was particularly good, but he saw calendars and papers strewn on the floor, fluorescent tubes crushed, file cabinets face down. In camouflage fatigues, he himself was fairly hard to see. The pinprick of a match being struck drew him closer to the window. The buildings were blank, street lamps broken. The forests pressed increasingly closer, and when the wind died, the city was utterly still, without a single light, without the progress of a car or the sound of a footstep. Around the city there was not one human intrusion, until the orange butt of a cigarette stirred directly across the plaza in the dark mass of the hotel. Arcady had to use a flashlight in the stairway because of the debris. Bookcases, chairs, drapes, and bottles. On the ground floor he turned off the light and went at a lope around the plaza. The hotel entrance doors were chained together. No matter. He walked through missing panes of glass, turned on the flashlight, crossed the lobby, and maneuvered as silently as possible around service trolleys piled on the steps. On the 4th floor the doors were open. By now he smelled the sourness of a doused fire. In a room, the window was covered by a blanket that Arcady pulled aside to let moonlight creep in. A box spring had been stripped to the coils and set over a hubcap as a makeshift grill and pan that was filled with coals and water and a ghostly hint of smoke. An open suitcase showed a toothbrush, cigarettes, fishing line, a can of beef, and a plastic bottle of mineral water. If their owner had been able to resist a peek out of the blanket, Arkady never would have seen him. He spotted him now. Arkady went down the stairs 2 at a time. As he hit the ground, he heard a screen door slap shut at the far end of the plaza. The school. Between the school's 2 front doors was a blackboard that read, April 29, 1986. Arkady ran through a cloakroom painted with a princess and a hippo sailing a ship. As he climbed the stairs, a display of children's art fluttered in his wake. Dust exploded with every step. He heard another door shut. He ran down a second stairway to the school's other exit and slowed to navigate a heap of child-sized gas masks. Crates had been delivered and tipped over in a panic. The masks were shaped like sheep heads, with round eyes and rubbery tubes. Arkady burst out the door, too late. He played the flashlight around the plaza and saw nothing. Although it was wrong to think nothing, when the place was so alive with cesium, strontium, plutonium, or pixies of 100 different isotopes no larger than a microdot hiding here and there. A hot spot was just that, a spot, very close, very dangerous. One step back made a great difference. The problem with, say, cesium was that it was microscopic, a fly speck, and it was water-soluble and adhered to anything, especially the soles of shoes. At the opposite end of the plaza from the school was a small amusement park, with crazy chairs, a rink of bumper cars, and a Ferris wheel that stood against the night like a rotting decoration. The reading at the rink shot the needle off the dial and made the dosimeter sing. Arkady made his way back to the hotel, to the room with the box spring grill. He waited, with a can of beef, a note with his mobile phone number, and the universal sign for dollars. Arkady had left a motorcycle in a stand of alders. He wasn't a skilled rider, but a Ural motobike, unlike some fancier makes, relished punishment. He fishtailed to the highway and, headlights off, rode out of the city. This quarter of the Ukraine was steppe, flatland edged by trees, and the moon was bright enough to show pines on either side of the road. The trees had turned red, dead where they stood, the day after the accident. Death had been so generous here that there was a graveyard even for vehicles. Arkady coasted to a halt at a fence of wooden stakes and barbed wire, and a loosely tied gate with the warnings, "Extreme danger," and "Remove nothing from this site." He untied the rope and rode in. Trucks were lined up by the thousands, heavy trucks, tankers, fire engines, buses, bulldozers, cement trucks, and row after row of army trucks and personnel carriers. In the headlight of the motorcycle, they were a labyrinth of metal cadavers. It was here, tucked in the center of this yard, that Timofeyev's BMW, covered with the dust of the long trip from Moscow, had been found. A fountain of sparks led Arkady to a pair of scavengers cutting up an armored car with an arc welder. Radioactive parts from the yard were sold illegally in car shops in Kiev, Minsk, Moscow. The men were hidden in coveralls and surgical masks, but they were familiar to Arkady because they had sold him his motorcycle. The yard manager, Bella, a round Hungarian, used a voluminous handkerchief to wipe his brow free of the dust that kicked off the raw earth. Bella's office was a trailer a few meters away. Dust infiltrated the trailer's windows and lined the maps on his work table. Each map corresponded to a section of the yard, locating every vehicle. Bella didn't care that he was king of a poisoned realm. With his canned food, bottled water, television and VCR, he considered himself hermetically sealed where it counted. He waved to Arcady, who rode past, looped around a mountain of tires, and went out the gate. By this point, the eye was always pulled to the reactors. Chain link and razor wire surrounded what had been a massive enterprise of cooling towers, water tanks, fuel storage, cooling ponds, the messenger ranks of transmission towers. Here, 4 reactors had produced half the power of the Ukraine, and now sipped power to stay lit. 3 reactors looked like windowless factories. Reactor 4, however, was buttressed and encased by 10 stories of lead and steel shielding, called a sarcophagus, a tomb, but it always struck Arcady, especially at night, as the steel mask of a steel giant buried to the neck. St. Petersburg had its statue of the Bronze Horseman. Chernobyl had Reactor 4. 10 kilometers from the plant was a checkpoint, its gate a crude bar counterweighted by a cinder block. As Arcady was Russian and the guards were Ukrainian, they walked the bar out of his way at half speed. Past the checkpoint were a dozen black villages and fields where scarecrows had been replaced by diamond-shaped warning signs on tall stakes. Arcady rode a jaw-shaking 100 meters around a tangle of scrub and trees into a gathering of one-story houses. All the houses were supposed to be evacuated, but in the moonlight, some betrayed a certain briskness, a mended picket fence, a sledge for gathering firewood, a haze of chimney smoke. Arcady rode through the village and up a footpath through the trees, another 100 meters to a clearing surrounded by a low fence. He swung his headlamp, and up jumped a score of grave markers, fashioned from iron tubing painted white and decorated with plastic flowers, improbable roses and orchids. No burials had been allowed since the accident. The soil was too radioactive to be disturbed. It was at the cemetery gate that Lev Timofeyev, 1 week after the suicide of Pasha Ivanov, had been found dead. The initial militia report was minimal. No papers, no money, no wristwatch on a body discovered by a local squatter otherwise unidentified. Cause of death listed as cardiac arrest. Days later, the cause of death was revised to a 5-centimeter slice across the neck with a sharp, unserrated blade, opening the windpipe and jugular vein. The militia later explained the confusion with a note that said the body had been disturbed by wolves. Arcady wondered whether the excuse had wandered in from a previous century. He lifted his ear to the muffled flight of an owl and the soft explosion that marked the likely demise of a mouse. Leaves swirled around the bike. All of Chernobyl was reverting to nature. Sometimes it crept in while he watched. One way to look at Chernobyl was as a bullseye target, with the reactors at the center and circles at 10 and 30 kilometers. The dead city of Pripyat fit within the inner circle, and the old town of Chernobyl, for which the reactors were named, was actually farther away in the outer circle. Together, the 2 circles composed the zone of exclusion. Checkpoints blocked the roads at 10 and 30 kilometers, and though the houses of Chernobyl were ostensibly abandoned, dormitories and housing had been found for security troops, and the town's cafe contained the zone's social life. 20 people fit comfortably, but 50 had pushed their way in. Arcady bought peanuts and beer and slipped into a corner to watch couples dance to what was either hip-hop or polka. All the men were in camouflage uniforms they called camos, and the women wore sweats. One of the researchers was having a birthday that required repeated toasts with champagne and brandy. A researcher named Alex brought Arcady a brandy. "Cheers! How long have you been with us, Renko?" Arcady downed the glass in a swallow and didn't breathe for fear of detonation. 3 weeks. 3 weeks and you're so unfriendly. It's Ava's birthday, and you have yet to give her so much as a kiss." Ava Koska was a young woman with black hair that put Arkady in mind of a wet cat. Even she was in camos. "I've met Dr. Koska. We shook hands." "She was unfriendly? That's because your colleagues from Moscow were cretins. First, they stepped on everything, and then they were afraid to step on anything. By the time you came, fraternal relations were in the toilet." Alex was a tall man with a swimmer's broad shoulders and a cynic's long nose. He brightened up as a captain in militia blues entered with 2 corporals in camos and knit caps. "Your fan club. They just love the way you've complicated their lives. Do you ever feel like the most unpopular man in the zone?" "Am I?" "By acclamation. You have to pull your head out of your investigation and enjoy life. Wherever you are, that's where you are, as they say in California. Except that they're in California." "Good point. Check out Captain Marchenko. With his mustache and uniform, he looks like an actor abandoned in a provincial theater. And the corporals, the Woropay brothers, Dimtras and Taras. I see them as the boys most likely to have sexual congress with barnyard animals." Arkady had to agree that the captain had a classic profile. The Woropays had pasty faces speckled with a late bloom of acne. "Why does Marchenko spend his time with them?" Arkady asked. "The sport here is hockey. Captain Marchenko feels a team, and the Woropays are 2 of his stars. People say, Renko, you've been exiled, and your boss in Moscow wants to keep you here forever. It would help if I solved the case. But you won't. Wait, I want to hear this." The other table started serenading Ava Koska, and she let her face go blissfully stupid. Alex returned to his friends briefly to bay like a wolf and steal a bottle of brandy before returning to Arkady. "People think you're crazy. You go to Pripyat. Nobody gives a damn about Pripyat anymore. You ride through the woods on a bike that glows in the dark. So, Investigator Renko, on this most blighted part of the planet, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for squatters. In particular, the squatter who found Timofeyev. Since I don't have a name, I'm questioning all the squatters I can find." "You're crazy. Over the course of a year, we get all sorts, poachers, scavengers, squatters. You've given yourself an impossible task in a radioactive wasteland. You're either a compulsive obsessive or a dedicated investigator." "Right the first time," Arkady said. Alex refilled their glasses. "We'll drink to that. Do you know that alcohol protects against radiation? It removes oxygen that might be ionized. Of course, deprivation of oxygen is even worse, but then every Ukrainian knows that alcohol is good for you. Red wine is best, then brandy, vodka, etc., etc." "But you're Russian." Alex put his finger to his lips. "Shh. I am provisionally accepted as a madman. The real question is, are you a madman too? My friends and I serve science. There are interesting things to be learned here about the effects of radiation on nature. But I don't think the death of some Moscow businessman is worth spending a minute here, let alone almost a month." Arkady had told himself as much many times over the days he'd spent searching the apartments of Pripyat or farmhouses hidden in the woods. "Whose death is worth it?" he asked. "Only good people? Only saints? How do we decide which murderers to let go?" "You're going to catch every killer?" "No. Hardly any, as a matter of fact." Alex regarded Arkady with mournful eyes. "You are totally lunatic. I am awed. I don't say that lightly." Ava Koska pulled Alex by his arm. "Are you going to dance with me or not, for old time's sake?" Koska laid her head on Alex's shoulder for a slow dance. Although Ukrainian women were said to be beautiful in a soulful, doe-eyed way, Kazga looked like she would bite the head off anyone who flattered her. She was too pale, too dark, too sharp. The way she and Alex moved suggested a past involvement, a momentary truce in a war. Arkady was surprised at himself for even speculating, which he took to be a result of his own social isolation. Why was he at Chernobyl? Because of Timofeyev? Because of Ivanov? Arkady had finally been convinced of Pasha's suicide of an aggravated nature. A radiation team in leaded suits found that the heap of salt in Ivanov's closet was minutely tainted with cesium-137 in salt form. Maybe 1 grain to 1,000,000, but that was enough. Handling a gram of pure cesium-137 for 3 seconds could be fatal, and while a grain of cesium chloride was a smaller, dilute version, it still had a punch. Pasha's stomach was so radioactive that the second autopsy had to be halted and the morgue evacuated. He was buried in a lead-lined coffin. The salt shaker that Victor had found on the pavement under Ivanov was the hottest item of all, a bomb spraying gamma rays so hot they turned the glass gray. Fortunately, the shaker had been stored in an unoccupied evidence room, from which it was moved by a team using tongs and placed in a double container of lead 10 centimeters thick. Arkady and the team went to the residences that Pasha had left so abruptly and found his mansion and townhouse baited in the same deadly way. Had Ivanov known? He had ordered the townhouse and estate left vacant. He let no one into his apartment, and he carried a dosimeter. He knew. Arkady thought about the salt he had licked off his fingers at the apartment and felt a chill. Timofeyev's pre-revolutionary palace was the same. He hadn't barred visitors because he didn't have Pasha's strength of character. But the halls and rooms of his gilded abode were a radioactive warren. Ivanov and Timofeyev had lived with this sort of anxiety? Why hadn't either reported to the militia that someone was trying to kill them? Why hadn't they alerted Novi Rus security? Finally, why had Timofeyev driven 1,000 kilometers from Moscow to Chernobyl? If it was to save his life, it hadn't worked. The investigation of Timofeyev's body, once it was found at the village cemetery, had been a farce. The cemetery grounds were radioactive. Family members were supposed to visit grave sites only 1 day a year. And the first thing the lads from the militia did was drag Timofeyev a safe distance away to turn him this way and that. Since the dead man's billfold and wristwatch were missing, they had no idea of his identity or importance. Because of the rain, they wanted to toss the body in a van and go. Their surmise was that a businessman with, say, an uncle or auntie buried in the cemetery had made a clandestine visit, had a heart attack, and dropped. Chernobyl had neither detectives nor pathologists, and Kiev showed no interest in a death from natural causes in the provinces. Timofeyev was kept in a refrigerator, and the idea that he was Russian and not Ukrainian hadn't crossed anyone's mind until a BMW with Moscow plates was found in the truck yard 2 days later. By then, someone who had seen Timofeyev in the cooler had the sense to notice that his throat was cut. There was a great flurry from Moscow. Prosecutor Surin came personally to Chernobyl with 10 investigators, not including Arkady, who joined with their counterparts from Kiev to uncover the truth. They discovered nothing. The scene at the cemetery had been defiled first by wolves and then by the hurried removal of Timofeyev's body. If there had been blood on the ground, it was washed away by rain. The body itself, declared too hot to autopsy or even burn, was buried in a sealed coffin. The militia officer who made the initial report had disappeared, presumably with Timofeyev's billfold and watch. The longer the investigators from Moscow and Kiev stayed, the unhappier they became about tramping from one radioactive village to another. The old people who had surreptitiously returned to their homes knew they weren't supposed to be there, and they went to ground like rabbits. Another prosecutor might have admitted defeat, but here Surin showed his brilliance, his ability to survive any calamity. He retrieved the situation by volunteering Arkady to the Chernobyl militia, a move that in one stroke signified cooperation between fraternal countries, satisfied the demand for further investigation, and, incidentally, put a comfortable distance between the prosecutor and his most difficult investigator. "Renko! Last dance!" Alex dragged Arkady from the corner and pushed him into the arms of a burly researcher. "Don't be such a stick. Vanko needs a partner." With his pallor and stringy hair, Vanko looked more like a crazed monk than an ecologist. "Are you gay?" he asked Arkady. "I don't dance with gays. A straight man is permissible under the circumstances." "It's okay. You're not so bad. Everyone said you'd be gone in a week like the others. You stuck it out. I have to respect that. Do you want to lead?" "Whichever. It doesn't matter, I agree. Not here. This is the cafe at the end of the world. If you want to know what the end of the world will be like, this is it. Not so bad." Captain Marchenko steered with one finger and waved a radio microphone in his other hand like a tank commander. "This is good. We will prove there is law and order in the zone, even here. These vultures go into the village churches and steal the church icons, or go into the houses of simple people and take the icons there. Well, we have him now. The vulture is in sight." A dot on the horizon was developing into a motorcycle and sidecar, not a powerful bike, more what a farmer might use to transport chickens. Gray sky swept by. Red firs lined the road, and markers showed where houses and barns too hot to truck away or burn were buried. From exchanges on the radio, Arkady gathered that another car was posted ahead. He could see that the bike was small, maybe 75 cc, blue, the license plate taped over. "They're criminals, Renko. This is the way you have to treat them, not like you do, making friends, leaving food and money like it's everybody's birthday. You think you're going to find informants? Maybe this Russian was a big man in Moscow, but he was nothing here. His office called. A Colonel Ozhogin said to keep an eye on you. I told him you were getting nowhere." To locate the local squatter, Arkady had, over 3 weeks, created a registry of zone illegals, old folks, squatters, scavengers, poachers, and thieves. The old people were hidden but stationary. Scavengers operated out of cars and trucks. Poachers were usually restaurant employees from Kiev or Minsk, looking for venison or boar. Icon thieves were hit and run and hard to net. Arkady said, "Then why was Timofeyev here? What was the connection between him and Chernobyl? What was the connection between him and Ivanov and Chernobyl? How many murders do you have here?" "None. Only your Timofeyev, only a Russian. I would have a perfect record otherwise." Sometimes Arkady thought of the zone as an amusement park mirror. Things were different in the zone. He said, "I still wonder about the body. An officer Katame turned in the first report. I haven't been able to interview him because he quit the militia. Do you have any idea where Katame is?" "Try the Woropay brothers. He was close to them." "The Woropays were not responsive. I'd like to find Katame, and I'd like to know who led him to the body." "What does it matter? The body was a mess." "How so?" "Wolves. They ate his eye." No one had mentioned that before. "Wolves do that?" "Why not? And they tugged on his face a bit. That's why we missed the knife wound on the throat." "He was dead when the wolves arrived. He wouldn't have bled that much." "There wasn't that much blood. That's one reason we thought heart attack. Except for his eye and his nose, his face was clean." "What was in his nose?" "Blood. And his clothes?" Pretty clean, considering how the rain and how the wolves messed up the scene. Who noticed that his throat was cut? I'd like to get my hands on them. If it hadn't been for someone mucking around where they shouldn't have been, the Russian would still be a heart attack. He wouldn't be here, and my slate would be clean. I'd like to take another look at Timofiev's car. I don't have the time or the manpower for a homicide investigation, especially of a dead Russian. Marchenko squinted ahead. Ah, here we come. Where dead firs gave way to potato fields, a white militia Lada and a pair of officers blocked the road. The motorcycle rider leaned to his left and steered down and up the right shoulder of the road as neatly as plucking a blade of grass. Marchenko picked up the radio. "Get out of the way!" The officers desperately pushed the Lada onto the shoulder as Marchenko barreled through. Arkady hung on to a strap. "Do you like the Ukraine?" "I haven't seen much besides the zone. Kiev is a beautiful city." Arkady hoped that was diplomatic enough. The captain shifted and dug out of a pocket a large knife in a leather sheath. "Go ahead, take it out." Arkady unsnapped the guard and drew out a heavy blade with a blood groove and a two-edged tip. "For wild boar," Marchenko said. "You can't do that in Moscow, right?" "I am sure I do not have the nerve to catch a wild boar and stab it to death." "You eat them?" "No, they're radioactive. It's sport. We'll try it sometime. You and I." The motorcycle swerved onto a side road, but Marchenko would not be shaken. Suddenly, they were in the middle of a village that was a quagmire of houses so cannibalized from the bottom up for firewood that every roof and window was at a slant. The road dropped toward a stand of sickly willows. Marchenko swerved to a stop and the motorcycle slipped into the trees and out of sight behind a screen of leaves. Arkady said, "We can go on foot. A path like that will catch up." The captain shook his head and pointed to a radiation marker rusting among the trees. "Too hot. This is as far as we can go." Arkady got out. The trees didn't quite reach the creek, and although the grass was high, the slope was downhill and his boots were heavy with mud, Arkady managed to push through. He saw the thief emerge from the trees. Despite the fact that the rider had gotten off to push, the motorcycle stayed virtually in place, spewing smoke and spraying mud. The rider was short, in a leather jacket and cap, with a scarf wrapped around his face. The icon, a Madonna with a starry cowl, peered from the sidecar. Arkady nearly had his hand on it when the bike gained traction and lurched forward. It bounced from rut to rut, Arkady a step behind, and Marchenko a step behind him. Arkady dove for the rear fender and held it until a reflector snapped off in his hand, and the bike pulled away. Arkady gave up, blowing like a whale. Marchenko joined him. "We're over the border. We're in Byelorussia. Brush off the wheat. It's hot. Everything is hot." Horseflies spun around the two men as they trudged back to the car. "Can you take me back to Chernobyl?" Arkady asked. The captain slipped in the mud. As he rose, he bellowed, "It's Chernobyl! In Ukrainian, it's Chernobyl!" Arkady's room in Chernobyl was in a metal dormitory perched on the edge of a parking lot. He had a bed and a quilt, a desk trimmed in cigarette burns, a dim lamp, and a stack of files. The team of investigators from Moscow had not completely wasted their time. They had searched for any possible connection among Timofeev, Ivanov, and Chernobyl. After all, before finding a second vocation in business, the two men had been physicists. They had grown up in the same Moscow neighborhood. Both were gifted enough in science to be sent to special schools and the Institute for Extremely High Temperatures, under the tutelage of its director, academician Gerasimov himself. As far as detectives had been able to ascertain, Ivanov and Timofeev had no connection to Chernobyl at all. Who was connected to Chernobyl? Not Colonel Ozhogin, the head of Novorus Security. The colonel volunteered to be interviewed under truth serum and hypnosis and passed both tests. The investigators hadn't known what to make of Rina Shevchenko. Their dilemma was whether the protection of such a powerful benefactor extended posthumously. Would they have asked her about her Ukrainian surname? Well, millions of Russians had a Ukrainian surname. Arkady couldn't see her walking around Ivanov's apartment broadcasting salt and cesium. The investigators loathed Robert Aaron Hoffman, age 37, nationality USA and Israel. Occupation business consultant. According to the report, Hoffman had stolen a computer disk from the Ivanov apartment, and although the disk was retrieved, there was reason to believe that he had altered the contents to compromise the entire Novorus computer network. Arkady remembered Bobby's drunken vigil. Would a man who had spread toxic cesium linger at all? On the other hand, in June of the previous year, Hoffman had taken a Novorus jet from Moscow to Kiev's Boryspil airport, and a bus from Boryspil to Chernobyl to, in the opinion of the investigators, meet fellow Jews and possibly transfer diamonds. He had returned to Moscow that night. According to the investigators, Jews did sometimes visit Chernobyl's Jewish cemetery. Bobby Hoffman, who hadn't struck Arkady as the religious sort, had come with them. Who else had the investigators turned their attention to? The muscle man, Anton Obadovsky, proved a disappointment. He may have threatened Ivanov, but he was in Butyrka prison the night of Pasha's suicide, and very publicly in Moscow casinos at the time of Timofeyev's disappearance. Day by day, Moscow lost interest. After all, Ivanov was a suicide, half-crazed from radiation or not. Timofeyev had been murdered, but not in Moscow, not even in Russia. Arkady occasionally felt like a man underwater breathing through a reed, the reed being his mobile phone. For a while, Victor ran down leads in Moscow until, on Surin's orders, he stopped taking Arkady's calls. Arkady was on his own. Meanwhile, Novorus stock plunged, and the world moved on. Although the Chernobyl cafeteria offered borscht, buns, tomato salad, meat and potatoes, pudding, lemonade, and tea, it struck Arkady that the delegation from the British Friends of the Ecology seemed unsure, less than famished, shy of their food. Alex stood and played host. "We welcome all our British friends and in particular Professor Ian Campbell, who will be staying on with us for a week." He indicated a bearded, ginger-haired man who looked like he had drawn the short straw. "Professor, perhaps you'd like to say a few words." "Is the food locally grown?" Alex savored the question like the blue smoke of his cigarette. "Although we are not quite ready to label it product of Chernobyl, yes, much of the food was grown and harvested in the neighboring environs. Bon appetit!" Vanko put a soup bowl next to Arkady and sat down. "Is Alex trying to be dismissed?" Arkady asked Vanko. "They wouldn't dare. He's too famous. He is Alex Gerasimov, son of Felix Gerasimov, the academician. With Alex, the Russians will fund the study. Without him, they won't. Why doesn't he just leave?" "The work is too interesting. Alex says he'd rather leave with his head off than on. Last night was fun. You shouldn't have left." "They closed the cafe." "The party continued. It was a birthday. You know who can really drink? Dr. Kozka. She's tough. She was in Chechnya, a volunteer. She saw real action. Are you going to eat your potatoes? They're locally grown." Arkady pushed his plate over. "Help yourself. Tell me about poachers." "Why me? You set traps. Poachers set traps. Maybe they even rob your traps from time to time." "Yeah." Vanko's eating slowed to a ruminative pace. "I don't want to arrest anyone. I only want to ask about Timofeyev, exactly when he was found, his position and condition, whether his car was ever nearby. I thought his car was found in Bella's yard, a BMW. Timofeyev got there somehow. The path to the village cemetery is too narrow for a car. See, that's exactly the kind of information I need. Meanwhile, Alex got to his feet again. To vodka! The first line of radiation defense! Everyone drank to that. Pripyat was worse in the light of day, when a breeze stirred the trees and lent a semblance of animation. Arkady could almost see the long lines of people in the way they must have looked over their shoulders at their apartments and all their possessions, their clothes, televisions, oriental rugs, the cat at the window. Families must have pulled the reluctant young and pushed the confused elderly and shielded babies from the sun. Ears had to close to the question, why? Patience must have been an asset as the doctors handed iodine tablets to every child. Too late. Too late because at the beginning, although everyone saw the fire at Reactor 4, only 2 kilometers away, the official word was that the radioactive core was undamaged. Children went to school, though they were drawn to the spectacle of helicopters circling the black tower of smoke and fascinated by the green foam covering the streets. Adults recognized the foam as the plant's protection against an accidental release of radioactive materials. Children waded through the foam, kicked it, packed it into balls. The more suspicious parents called friends outside Pripyat for news that might have been withheld. But no, they were told that May Day preparations were in full swing in Kiev, Minsk, Moscow. Costumes and banners were finished. Nothing was canceled. 3 days passed between the accident and the sudden evacuation of the city. 1,100 buses took away the 50,000 inhabitants. They were told they were going to a resort to bring casual clothes, documents, family pictures. Arkady rode back to the main plaza and to the office where he had spotted the scavenger the night before. The suitcase and makeshift grill were gone. So was the note with Arkady's mobile phone number and the $sign. He didn't know whether he was hunting or fishing, but he was doing what he could. And that, he had to admit, was where Surin was so brilliant. The prosecutor knew that where another, more balanced individual would say that if the Chernobyl nuclear accident had caused 40 or 4 million deaths, depending on who was counting, who would care what had happened to a single man? So what if Arkady found a connection between Timofeyev and Chernobyl? Russians, Belarusians, Ukrainians, Danes, Eskimos, Italians, Mexicans, and Africans, touched by the poison as it spread around the world, had no connection to Chernobyl, and they would die too. The first ones, Pripyat's firemen, irradiated inside and out, died in a day. The rest would die obliquely over generations. On that scale, what did Timofeyev or Ivanov matter? Yet Arkady couldn't stop himself. In fact, riding a motorcycle through the abandoned streets of Pripyat, he found himself more and more at home. The Chernobyl militia station was a brick building with a linden tree sprouting from a corner like a feather in a cap. Marchenko joined Arkady in the parking lot, where Timofeyev's impounded BMW had disappeared. The captain wore clean camos and bitter satisfaction. You wanted to take another look. Too late. Bella took it to Kiev, while you and I were out chasing the icon thief. Captain, when you originally found Timofeyev's car in the truck graveyard, it had no keys. No keys. You towed it here from the truck graveyard? Yes. We went over this. Before we towed the car here, we looked for keys, looked for blood on the car seats, forced open the trunk to look for blood or any other evidence. We didn't find anything. Did you take casts of any tire treads at the cemetery? No. Anyway, our cars rolled over any tracks there. It's a black village, radioactive. Everyone moved fast. And it rained on and off, don't forget. And there were wolf tracks? Big as a plate. Who did the towing? Officer Katame. Katame is the officer who found Timofeyev's body and then disappeared? Yes, he's a local boy. And he's still missing? Yes, it's not necessarily a crime. If he quits, he quits. I looked at his file. He had disciplinary problems. Did you ask him about Timofeyev's wallet and watch? Naturally, he denied it, and the matter was dropped. You have to meet his grandfather to understand. Is he from around here? From a Pripyat family. Look, Renko, we're not detectives, and this is not the normal world. This is the zone. I was with Bella when we discovered Timofeyev's BMW, and I remember his look, as if he would kill me for that car. I know what he's doing. I see the sparks at night. Everyone else is suffering, and he's making his fortune. But I'm not allowed to conduct the sort of raid I would like, because he has a roof, understand? He's protected from above. I didn't mean to criticize. Fire away, like my wife says. Anyone intelligent steals. While they talked, the afternoon had turned to dusk. Marchenko lit a cigarette and smiled like the happy captain of a sinking ship. Since the ecologists and British friends had been absent from the cafeteria, Arkady had eaten a quiet dinner and gone to bed with case notes when a phone call came from Olga Andreevna at the children's shelter in Moscow. I am sorry to report that we have had problems with Zhenya since you left. Twice we caught him leaving the shelter at night. I must ask when you plan to return. I wish I could say. I don't know. Some estimate would be helpful. The situation here is deteriorating. Can you come next weekend? No, I'm not around the corner, and I am not his father or an uncle. I am not responsible for Zhenya. Talk to him. Go ahead, he's here. Talk about what? Your work, what it's like where you are, whatever comes to mind. All that came to Arkady's mind was an image of Zhenya grimly clutching his chess set and book of fairy tales. Zhenya, this is Investigator Renko. This is Arkady. I hope you are well. It seems you've been giving the good people at the shelter problems. Please don't do that. I'm in the Ukraine. A long drive from Moscow. But I will be back in a while, and I won't know where to find you if you run away from the shelter. Talk about what else? A man with his throat cut? Arkady searched. It's like Russia here, but wilder, overgrown. I haven't seen any wolves, but maybe I'll hear them. It makes you think of wolf packs chasing sleds across the snow, doesn't it? My parents and I used to drive to a dacha. Arkady wondered how he'd gotten on this topic. It was dark when we arrived. There were other dachas, but the people in them had been warned away. When we pulled up to the house, the younger officers who had gone ahead would greet my father by baying like wolves. He would lead them like a conductor. He tried to teach me, but I was never any good. Chernobyl Ecological Station 3 was a rundown garden nursery. A filmy light penetrated a plastic roof that had been torn and patched and torn again. Rows of potted plants sat on tables, suffering the music of a radio hanging on a post. Ukrainian hip-hop. Bent over a microscope, Vanko shifted with the beat. Alex explained to Arkady. Actually, the most important instrument for an ecologist is a shovel. Vanko is very good with a shovel. What are you digging for? The usual villains: cesium, plutonium, strontium. We sample soil and groundwater, test which mushroom soaks up more radionuclides, check the DNA of mammals. Alex led Arkady outside. This, however, is our Garden of Eden. Eden was a 5-by-5-meter plot of melons sprawled lazily on the ground, red tomatoes fat on the vine, and sunflowers blazing in the morning sun. Beet greens grew down one row and cabbage down another, a veritable borscht on the hoof. Alex had a gardener's pride. The old topsoil had to be scraped away. This new soil is sandy, but I think it's doing well. Is that the old soil? Arkady pointed to an isolated bin of dark earth 50 meters off. The bin was half covered by a tarpaulin and surrounded by warning signs. Our particularly dirty dirt. It's worse than finding a needle in a haystack. A speck of cesium is too small to see without a microscope, so we dig everything up. Ah, another visitor. One of the orange crates had fallen. As Alex lifted the trap, a ball of quills, tipped in white, rolled out. A pointed nose appeared and two beady eyes squinted up. Hedgehogs are serious sleepers, Renko. Even trapped, they don't like to be awakened quite so rudely. The hedgehog got to its feet, twitched its nose, and with sudden attention dug up a worm. An elastic tug-of-war ended in a compromise. The hedgehog ate half the worm while half escaped. More alert, the hedgehog considered going one way, then another. All he can think of is a new nest with soft, cool, rotting leaves. Let me show you something. Alex reached down with a gloved hand, picked up the hedgehog, and set it in front of Arkady. I'm in his way. That's the idea. The hedgehog marched forward until it encountered Arkady. It butted his foot 2, 3, 4 times, until Arkady let it through, spines bristling, the exit of a hero. He wasn't afraid. He's not. There have been generations of hedgehogs since the accident, and they're not afraid of people anymore. Alex pulled off his gloves to light a cigarette. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to work with animals that aren't afraid. This is paradise. Some paradise, Arkady thought. All that separated the plot from the reactor was 4 kilometers of red forest. Even at that distance, the sarcophagus of Reactor 4 and the red and white striped chimney loomed above the trees. Arkady had assumed the garden was only a test site, but no, Alex said. Vanko sold the produce. People will eat it. It's nearly impossible to stop them. I used to have a big dog, a Rottweiler, to guard the place. One night I was working late and he was outside barking in the snow. He wouldn't stop. Then he stopped. I went out 10 minutes later with a lamp, and there was a ring of wolves eating my dog. What happened then? Nothing. I chased them and fired a couple of shots. A Moskvich with a bad muffler went by on the way to Pripyat. Eva Koska shot Arkady and Alex a glance without slowing down. Mother Teresa, Alex said. She's off to the villages to tend the lame and the halt, who shouldn't be here in the first place. Black smoke poured out the tailpipe of the Moskvich, like a bad temper. She likes you, Alex said. Really? I couldn't tell. Very much. You're the poetic type. So was I once. Cigarette? Alex unwrapped a pack. Thank you. I had stopped smoking before I came to the zone. The zone puts everything in perspective. But the radioactivity is fading. Some. Cesium is the biggest worry now. It's a bone seeker. It heads to the marrow and stops the production of platelets. And you've got a radiation-sensitive lining in your intestines that cesium just fries. That's if everything goes well and the reactor doesn't blow again. It might. Could. No one really knows what's going on inside the sarcophagus, except that we believe there's over 100 tons of uranium fuel keeping itself very warm. But the sarcophagus will protect any new explosion? No, the sarcophagus is a rust bucket, a sieve. Every time it rains, the sarcophagus leaks and more radioactive water joins the groundwater, which joins the Pripyat River, which joins the Dnieper River, which is the water that Kiev drinks. Maybe then people will notice. Although Alex said, the general rule for moving around the zone is to stay on the asphalt, He seemed to despise the road. His preferred route was across the mounds and hollows of a buried village in a light truck, a Toyota with extra clearance, which he steered like a boat. "Turn off your dosimeter, Renko. If you want the tour, you'll get the tour, but on my terms. I'm not going to listen to that chattering all day." Alex grinned. "Go ahead, you have questions. What are they?" "You were a physicist," Arkady said. "The first time I came to Chernobyl, I was a physicist. Then I switched to radioecology. I am divorced, parents dead, political party, anarchist. Favorite sport, water polo, a form of anarchy. No pets. I am very impressed that I have drawn the attention of a senior investigator from Moscow, and I have to confess that you have my assistant Vanko almost soiling his pants about this poacher you're looking for. He thinks you suspect him." "I don't know enough to suspect anyone." "That's what I told Vanko. Oh, I should add, favorite writer, Shakespeare." "Why Shakespeare?" "He has my favorite character, Yorick." "The skull in Hamlet?" "Exactly. No lines, but a wonderful role. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well, a man of infinite jest. Isn't that the best you can say about anyone? I wouldn't mind being dug up every 100 years so someone could say, 'Alas, poor Alexander Gerasimov, I knew him well.'" "A man of infinite jest?" "I do the best I can. But Vanko and I don't know much about poachers. We're only ecologists. I can't even tell you the last time I ran into a poacher or a squatter." "I talked to a poacher who was caught with his crossbow. He said another man whom he took to be a hunter had put a rifle to his head and warned him off. He described the man as about 2 meters tall, lean, gray eyes, short, dark hair." That pretty much described Alex Gerasimov. Arkady leaned back for a better view of the rifle bouncing in the van's rear seat. He said the rifle was a Protecta 12mm with a barrel clip. "A good all-purpose rifle. These characters use crossbows so they can hunt without making a lot of noise, but they're hardly the marksmen they imagine they are. Usually they botch the job. The animal escapes and takes days of agony to bleed to death. You know, Renko, I'm beginning to see why Vanko is afraid of you." "Not at all. I appreciate the ride. Sometimes activity prompts a memory. You might empty a trap today and remember that you ran into such and such a man right there." A wall of rusting pine stretched as far as Arkady could see, from left to right. Being dead, the branches held no cones and no squirrels. Except for the flit of a bird, the trees were as still as posts. "Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well." Arkady could picture a skull on each post. They moved along the face of the red forest to an area replanted with new pine trees, where Alex hopped out of the truck and brought back the end of a bough. "See how stunted and deformed the tip is? It will never grow into a tree, only scrub. But it's a step in the right direction. In 250 years, all this will be clean, except for the plutonium. That will take 25,000 years. Arkady found himself breathing easier when the red pines gave way to a mix of ash and birch. "Let me tell you a story. My father was a physicist. He worked at one of those secret installations in the Urals where spent nuclear fuel was stored. Spent fuel is still hot. Insufficient attention was paid and the fuel exploded. Not a nuclear explosion, but very dirty and hot. Everything was done secretly, even the cleanup, which was fast and messy. Thousands of soldiers, firemen, technicians waded through debris, including physicists led by my father. After the accident here, I called my father and said, 'Papa, I want you to tell me the truth. Your colleagues from the Urals accident, how are they?' My father took a moment to answer. He said, 'They're all dead, son. Every one. of vodka. So you drink and smoke and ride around a radioactive forest. Statistically, I admit that none of these are healthy occupations. From here we walk a little. Step by step, the woods around them changed from stunted trees to taller, sturdier beeches and oaks that produced a dappling of bird calls and light. Arkady asked, "Did you ever meet Pasha Ivanov or Nikolai Timofeyev?" "You know, Renko, some people leave their problems behind them when they go into the woods. They commune with nature." "No, I never met either man." "You were a physicist. You all went to the Institute of Extremely High Temperatures." "They were older, ahead of me. Why this focus on physicists? This case is more interesting than the usual domestic quarrel. Cesium chloride is not a carving knife. You can get cesium chloride at a number of labs. To transport cesium chloride would take professional skill, wouldn't it? Any decent technician could do that. The power plant still employs hundreds of technicians for maintenance, far too many for you to question. If the person who used cesium in Moscow is the same person who killed Timofeyev here, wouldn't that narrow the field? To those hundreds of technicians? Not really. The technicians commute by train to the plant, work their shift, and go directly home. They don't wander around the zone. No, the person who cut Timofeyev's throat is part of the security staff, or a squatter, or poacher. "Or a scientist living in the zone?" Alex said. "That's a possibility, too. Cesium is a complicated way to kill someone or drive them crazy." "I agree," said Arkady, "and hardly worth the effort, unless you're sending a message." The fact that neither Ivanov nor Timofeyev complained to the militia or their own security, in spite of a threat to their lives, suggests that some sort of message was understood. Timofeyev had his throat cut. Where's the subtle message in that? Maybe it was in where he was found, at the threshold of a village cemetery. Either he drove all the way from Moscow just to go to that graveyard, or someone went to a great deal of trouble to put him there. Who noticed his throat was cut? I suppose someone who went into the freezer. I can tell you that people were very unhappy there was a body inside. They had to clean everything else out. Then why go into the freezer, except to look at the body? Renko, I had never appreciated before how much detection work was groundless speculation. Well, now you know. Trees continued to grow taller, shadows deeper, roots more ancient and interlaced. Finally, Alex stopped Arkady at the edge of blinding light, an arching meadow of wide-open daisies, and here and there the red flags of poppies. Alex motioned him to crouch and be quiet, then pointed to the top of the meadow, where two deer stared back with dark, liquid eyes. Are we still in the zone? Arkady found it hard to believe. Yes. What you can see from the road is a horror show. Pripyat, the buried villages, the redwoods. But much of the zone is like this. The zone has deer, bison, eagles, swans. The Chernobyl zone of exclusion is the best wild animal refuge in Europe. Don't move. Be absolutely still. Look over your left shoulder between the two pretty birches. Arkady turned his head as slowly as possible and saw a row of yellow eyes behind the trees. The air grew heavy. Insects slowed in their spirals. Sweat ringed Arkady's neck and ran down his chest and spine. The next moment the deer bolted in an explosion of dust and flower heads, took the measure of the field in 2 bounds and crashed into the woods on the far side. Arkady looked back at the birches. The wolves had gone so silently that he thought he might have imagined them. Alex unslung his rifle and ran to the birches. From a lower branch, he freed a tuft of gray fur that he carefully placed inside a plastic bag. "Yes," he said, "life is good." Eva Koska had set up a card table and folding chairs in the middle of the village's only paved road. Her white coat said she was a doctor. Otherwise, her manner suggested a weary mechanic. A bench full of elderly women in versions of shawl and coat and rubber boots waited while Eva looked down the throat of a round little woman with steel teeth. "Alex Gerasimov is crazy. This is a well-known fact," Eva said as an aside to Arkady. "Him and his precious nature. He's a perfectionist. He is a man who would drive a car into a pole again and again until it was a perfect wreck." Close. The old woman closed her jaw firmly to signify nothing less than complete cooperation. Arkady doubted that from the shawl tied tight around her head to her boots hanging clear of the ground, she was over 1.5 meters tall. Her eyes were bright and dazzling, a true Ukrainian blue. "Maria Fedorovna, you have the blood pressure and heart rate of a woman 20 years younger. However, I am concerned about the polyp in your throat. I would like to take it out." "I will discuss it with Roman." "Yes. Where is Roman Romanovich? I expected to see your husband, too." Maria lifted her eyes to the top of the lane, where a gate swung open for a bent man in a cap and sweater, leading a black and white cow by a rope. "He's airing the cow," Maria said. The cow trudged dutifully behind. A milk cow was an asset precious enough to be displayed for visitors, Arkady thought. "There's no house here you could use for more privacy?" Arkady asked Eva. "Privacy? This is their entertainment, their television. And this way they can all discuss their medical problems like experts. These people are in their 70s and 80s. The state doesn't have the money, instruments, or clean blood to waste on people their age." Maria said, "At our age you go into the hospital, you don't come out." Eva asked Arkady, "You've seen those television shows with the bathing beauties dropped off on a tropical island to see if they can survive?" She nodded to Maria and to her friends on the bench. "These are the real survivors." The doctor introduced them. Olga had a corrugated face and filmy glasses. Nina leaned on a crutch. Clara had the angular features of a Viking, braids and all. Their leader was Maria. "An investigator of what?" Maria asked. Arkady said, "A body of a man was found at the entrance of your village cemetery in the middle of May. I was hoping that one of you might have seen or heard someone, or noticed something odd, or maybe a car." "May was rainy," Maria said. "Was it at night?" Olga asked. "If it was at night and it was raining, who would even go outside?" "Do any of you have dogs?" "No dogs," Clara said. "Wolves eat dogs," said Nina. "So I hear. Do you know a family called Kadame? The son was in the militia here." The women shook their heads. "Is the name Timofeev familiar to you?" Arkady asked. "I don't believe you," Eva said. "You act like a real detective, like you're in Moscow. This is a black village, and the people here are ghosts. Someone from Moscow died here, good riddance. We owe Moscow nothing. They've done nothing for us." "Is the name Pasha Ivanov familiar to you?" Arkady asked the women. Eva said, "You're worse than Alex. He values animals above people, but you're worse. You're just a bureaucrat with a list of questions. These women have had their whole world taken away. Their children and grandchildren are allowed to visit 1 day a year. The Russians promised money, medicine, doctors. What do we get? Alex Gerasimov and you. At least he's doing research. Why did Moscow send you? To get rid of me. I can see why. And what have you found? Not much. How can that be? Did you know that the cancer rate around Chernobyl is 65 times normal? Oh, you don't want to hear this. This is so tedious and depressing. I did want to ask you a few questions, maybe someplace else. No, Maria and the other women can use a little amusement. Ava opened a pack of cigarettes and shared them with her patients. Go on. You do have drugs, Arkady asked. Yes, we do have some medicine, not much, but some. Some has to be refrigerated? Yes. And some frozen? One or two? Do you store medicine in the cafeteria freezer? Yes. You saw the body in the freezer, the body of Lev Timofeev? What if I did? And you left a note that he hadn't died of a heart attack. Maria and the women on the bench looked to Ava, who said, There was a body dressed in a suit and wrapped in plastic. I'd never seen him before, that's all. Who signed the death certificate? Nobody. No one knew who he was or how he died or how long he had been dead. But you're fairly expert in that. I hear you spent time in Chechnya. That's unusual for a Ukrainian doctor, to serve with the Russian army on the battlefront. Ava's eyes lit. You have it backward. I was with a group of doctors documenting Russian atrocities against the Chechen population. Like slit throats? Exactly. The body in the freezer had its throat cut with one stroke of a long, sharp knife from behind. From the angle of the cut, his head was pulled back, and he was kneeling or seated, or the killer was at least 2 meters tall. Since his windpipe was cut, he couldn't have uttered a sound before dying. And if he was killed at the cemetery here, no one would have heard a thing. The description said he had been disturbed by wolves, meaning his face. It happens. It's the zone. All I saw was the body in the freezer. This is like talking to a monomaniac. All you can focus on in this enormous tragedy where hundreds of thousands died and continue to suffer is one dead Russian. Slavutik had been built for people evacuated from Pripyat. The apartment blocks were designed with architectural themes like fanciful Lithuanian trim or the grace notes of Uzbeki brickwork. Alexander Kadame lived on the 5th floor of an Uzbeki building. A young woman in a jogging suit and top-heavy blonde hair let Arkady in and immediately left him in a living room arranged around a taxidermy work table with lamps and a stand-up magnifying glass aimed at a badger skin rolled up with a head inside. Shelves held plastic sacks of clay and papier-mâché and a menagerie of stuffed and mounted animals. A lynx with bared fangs, an owl looking over its shoulder, a slinking fox. Hung on the walls had to be 20 framed photos of men in hard hats studying plans, setting pilings, or working the levers of a crane. And in the middle, or taking the lead in each, was the same tall, vigorous figure of Alexander Kadame. Arkady was studying a photograph of workers in front of a power plant and realized that it was the first photo he had seen of the intact Chernobyl Reactor 4. The men in the picture were as relaxed and confident as if they stood on the prow of a mighty ship. A deep voice called, "Is that the investigator? I'm coming." Alexander Kadame rolled into the room in a wheelchair. Though a pensioner in his late 70s, he still had a laborer's chest and shoulders. He gripped Arkady's hand firmly enough to squeeze the blood out. "From Moscow?" "That's right." "But Renko is a good Ukrainian name. Oksana!" The woman who had let Arkady into the apartment brought a tray of vodka and pickles, which she set on a coffee table. She sat on the floor by Kadame's wheelchair while he drew close a stand-up ashtray on the other side. Her stiff hair was a wig. Kadame pointed to the stuffed animals and asked Arkady, "Which do you like most?" "Oh, they're all lifelike." which was the best Arkady could come up with, considering his first instinct had been to say, "There's a dead cat on your shelf." "The trick is suppleness, getting off all the flesh and then shaving the inside of the skin until it's blue." "I wanted to ask about your grandson, Karol." "Karol is a good boy. Oksana, am I right?" Oksana said nothing. Katame half-filled the glasses with vodka and passed one to Arkady. "To Karol," Katame said, "wherever he is." The old man put his head back, took the vodka in one continuous swallow, and watched out of the corner of his eye to make sure Arkady and Oksana did the same. Arkady opened the file he carried and passed around a photograph of a young man with half-finished, impatient features, a pinched nose, a thin mouth, a gaze that challenged the camera. Oksana said, "That's my brother. Karol Oleksandrovich Katame, 26, born Pripyat, Ukrainian Republic." Arkady skipped to the salient points. 2 years service in the army, trained as a sniper. "He's a marksman?" "He can shoot and leave something worth stuffing if that's a marksman," Katame said. "Disciplinary action once for theft." "Suspicion of theft. If they had been able to prove anything, they would have put him in the brig." "In the militia, Karol was frequently late or absent from his post." "Sometimes he was hunting for me. We always got things straightened out with his chief." "That would be Captain Marchenko." "Yes." "Karol's father died in Afghanistan. Who taught Karol how to hunt?" "I did. That was when I still had functioning legs." "Karol's mother?" "Who knows? She believed all that propaganda about the accident. She disappeared years ago. I raised him." "When did you lose the use of your legs?" 2 years ago. But it was a result of the explosion. I was operating a crane for the firemen when a piece of the roof came down. It came down like a meteor and crushed my back. The vertebra finally gave in. There's a citation on the wall. You can read all about it. Had Karol ever been to Moscow?
He'd been to Kiev. That's enough.
You haven't seen him since he found that body in the zone?
No.
You don't seem worried.
It's not like he did anything wrong. He resigned from the militia. So what? Karol's a big boy. He can take care of himself.
Did you ever hear of 2 physicists named Pasha Ivanov or Lev Timofeev?
No.
Arkady asked for the names of family or friends whom Karol might have visited or contacted, and Katame dispatched Oksana to make up a list. Katame said nothing, while Oksana rustled through papers in the other room. Then he refilled his glass.
It's all political, you know, shutting down the other reactors, totally unnecessary. Chernobyl was and is the best power plant site anywhere. The charities got in and blew up statistics. Can I show you something? Come with me.
Katame energetically swung his chair around and propelled himself into the next room. The desk and all the furniture had been pushed against the wall to make space for a draftsman's table holding an architectural model of the Chernobyl power plant, with stylized green trees and a broad blue Pripyat river cut from blue plastic. Here the accident had never happened. Here the Soviet Union was intact. Arkady was aware of being followed by Oksana from the apartment. She was in her jogging suit, but had replaced her wig with a knit cap and darted like a mouse from doorway to doorway. Arkady had an hour until the next train. He stopped at a cafe called Colombino and took 2 coffees to an outside table. He watched Oksana buy an apple from a farmer outside the supermarket, then start to eat the apple as she crossed the plaza and act surprised to find him. "You were expecting someone?" She looked at the second cup. "As a matter of fact, you." It was obvious that under her cap, Oksana's head was shaved. She tucked in her ears. "I must seem pretty ridiculous to you." "Not a bit," I was hoping you would join me." She inched into the chair without taking her eyes off Arkady. "Did you really like my grandfather's stuffed animals?" "I'm not a great fan of taxidermy. Do you work at the station?" "Yes. The pay was good, a 50% bonus to live here and work at Chernobyl. We called it coffin money. My grandfather gets an added pension for his disability. But there's a catch. They cut our pay 75%. After rent and utilities and school, we end up paying to work at Chernobyl. Anyway, that's still not the catch."
"What is the catch?"
"Everyone is leaving. They built the town for 50,000 people, and there are fewer than 20,000 now. Over half the town is empty. The catch is they built on contaminated land. Cesium from Chernobyl was waiting for us here. Pripyat to Slavutik. We didn't escape at all. I wear the wig because it makes women here unhappy to see me shaved." "You miss Pripyat?" "Yes." She recited her old address there, street, block, and flat. "We had the best view, right on the water."
"Oksana, have you seen your brother Karol?"
Arkady's mobile phone rang. He tried to ignore it, but Oksana seized the interruption to bolt down the rest of her coffee and get up from her chair. "I have to go. I have to cook for my grandfather." "Yes?" Arkady said into the phone. A man said, "This is your friend from the Pripyat Hotel." The scavenger with the plumber's tools and bed spring grill, whom Arkady had chased through the school. "You wanted to talk, and you're willing to pay money?" "That's right." As Oksana slipped away onto the plaza, she whispered, "You're very nice, very nice. Just don't stay too long." "What about?" the man asked. "The body of a Moscow businessman was found in a village near Chernobyl 2 months ago. I'm looking into it." "Can you pay in American dollars?" "Yes. What do you know?" "Oh, no, not over the phones," the plumber said. $100. I'll call you in the morning and tell you how we'll meet." On the ride back, the train carried the smaller crew of the night shift, all men and most napping, chins on their chests. What was there to see? The moon was obscured by clouds, and the coach moved in a black terrain of evacuated farms and villages, only a rattling of the rails to indicate forward motion. Then a signal light would plunge by like a face at the window, and Arkady would be thoroughly awake. Pasha's death was complicated because he had been dying already. He had a dosimeter. He knew that he was dying and what he was dying from. How did it start? In the blurred confusion of a party, had someone slipped a salt shaker and a dosimeter into his jacket pocket? There was no way to tell cesium chloride from salt without a meter, and salt came in his food or sprinkled on top, sat in a plastic shaker in the lowest dive or in crystal in the most elegant restaurant. How did he dare eat? Finally, what to do when he found a gleaming mound of salt in his closet? How to find 1 grain of poison among 1,000,000 pure, and it would go on. Timofeyev was also under attack. So, by sheer proximity, was Rena. Ivanov and Timofeyev both had cesium pallor. Their bloody noses were signs of platelet failure. And in the sanctuary of Ivanov's apartment, in the closet of his bedroom, was this shining floor of salt. How to dispose of radioactive salt? Eat it? Eat it with wads of bread? Choke it down with sparkling water? The dosimeter screams? Turn it off. The nose bleeds? Wipe it off. Wrap the handkerchief around the meter and place them in the shirt drawer. Neatness counts, but hurry. Momentum is important. The stomach wants to throw back what you fed it. Open the window. Now grasp the salt shaker, climb high above the world, curtains flapping, and fix your eye on the bright horizon. It's easier to die if you're already dead. Morning rain fell on the Chernobyl Yacht Club, a gap-toothed dock on the Pripyat River. Planks had dropped through, leaving a slippery checkerboard for Arkady and Vanko to cross with the aluminum rowboat that Arkady was renting for the day from Vanko. Vanko had offered to come along and point out this place or that to fish, but Arkady had no intention of fishing. He had borrowed a rod and reel for form's sake only. The dock's end was guarded by a padlocked gate and signs that read, "High radiation, no swimming, and no diving." Vanko pointed across the bridge toward a brick apartment block. "Ava lives up there in a cabin, way back. You'd never find it." "I'll take your word for it." Vanko had a key for the boat's padlock and helped Arkady portage the boat over a floodgate and bridge to the north arm of the river. Chernobyl was a busy port once. A lot of business went up and down the river when we had Jews. Arkady thought that conversations with Vanko sometimes skipped a groove. "So you haven't had Jews here since the war? Since the Germans?" "Something like that." As Arkady got in with the oars, he gave a last glance at the posted warnings. "How radioactive is the river?" Vanko shrugged. "Water accumulates radiation 1,000 times more than soil, but it settles to the bottom. So avoid the shellfish." Vanko held the boat. "That reminds me, you're invited to the old folks tonight for dinner. Remember Roman and Maria from the village? Can you come?" "Of course." Dinner in a black village. Who could pass that up? Vanko was pleased. He gave a push. Arkady slipped the oars into the oarlocks and pulled a first long stroke, then another, and the boat eased into the sluggish current of the Pripyat. He was here because the plumber had kept his promise and called in the morning with instructions. Arkady was to come alone in a rowboat to the middle of the cooling pond behind the Chernobyl power plant and bring the money. Arkady didn't have the money, but he couldn't miss the chance to make contact. Mist steamed from the riverbanks, snagged on birches, drifted free. An hour later, Arkady had fallen into such a rhythm that it took him a moment to react to a crowd of radiation signs on a sandy beach. His target. He gathered speed, drove the boat onto the beach and jumped out, dragging the boat over the sand and up to the crown of a causeway that separated the river from the man-made reservoir of the cooling pond. The pond was 12 kilometers long and 3 wide. It took a lot of water to cool 4 nuclear reactors. Now it was a block of granite-black water wreathed in fog. He lowered the rowboat onto the surface and pushed off as he stepped in. In fair weather, the cooling pond might have been a clever rendezvous. With binoculars, the plumber could have made sure Arkady was alone, in a rowboat and far from help. Whatever the plan, Arkady didn't like approaching with his back turned, bent over oars. And it was raining harder. For a moment he thought he'd caught the throb of an outboard engine ahead in the rain, but he couldn't honestly say which way it came from, or whether he'd really heard it. He had rowed for half an hour along the causeway when he glimpsed over his shoulder 2 red and white chimneys hanging in the fog. Perhaps it was going to work out after all. The plumber would putt-putt into view, and they would talk. Arkady rowed to what he guessed was halfway across the pond and waited. 10 minutes passed. 20. 30. He was about to quit when he heard a metallic rattle, and an empty boat drifted sideways out of the rain. It was an aluminum tub like his, with a small outboard engine clamped to the stern and a chain swinging at the bow. The engine was off. An empty vodka bottle rolled forward as Arkady stopped the boat. Nothing else was in it. Not a cigarette butt, not a fishing rod, not a paddle. Arkady tied the empty boat to the back of his and started rowing to another boat he saw on the reactor side of the pond. There were 2 men in the boat, 50 meters off, and every 10 meters the rain got worse, veiling the boat even as Arkady approached. The Warapes. Dimtras stood, and Taras sat, all their attention on the water directly by their boat, until Dimtras knelt and hauled a body out of the water. It was a woman with long black hair. Her gray skin suggested a long immersion. She was still one moment, and the next she thrashed and nearly capsized the boat. Taras noticed Arkady through the rain and shouted, "She likes to fight!" Arkady had stopped rowing. The woman was gone, replaced by a catfish weighing at least 60 kilos, a slippery, scaleless monster that thrashed this way and that and turned its blunt face and jelly eyes to Arkady. "You netted it?" Arkady asked. "They're too heavy to pull up otherwise," said Dimitris. "Chernobyl giants," said Taras. "Mutants, glow in the dark." Arkady noticed that the Warapays had sidearms. He supposed he was lucky they weren't fishing with grenades. Dimitris opened his arms. The fish dropped with a great splash into the water, then sank ponderously out of sight. "It's just for fun. There are bigger fish down there. We wouldn't eat one. They're loaded with all sorts of radioactive shit." Arkady pointed to the empty boat. "I'm looking for the man who came in that." The Warapays shrugged and asked how Arkady knew there had been someone in it. People hid boats around the cooling pond. The wind could have blown the boat in. And since when did they take orders from fucking Russians? And maybe they could use a fucking outboard engine of their own. They made the last comment too late, after Arkady had switched boats and retied the lines and was towing Vanko's boat away under power into the face of a squall that drenched any idea of pursuit. Arkady switched boats again at the causeway to take Vanko's back downstream. As he began to row, however, the mist cleared enough for the apartment blocks of Pripyat to loom like giant headstones. Hadn't Oksana Katame described her block in Pripyat as overlooking the station and the river? He swung the boat around. The Katame apartment wasn't difficult to find. Oksana had given him the address, and although the flat was on the 8th floor, the stairs were clear of the usual debris. The door was open, and the view from the living room took in the power station, the river, the dark wormholes of former river tracks and banks of steamy mist. Arkady could imagine Alexander Katame, chief of construction, standing like a colossus before such a panorama. One bedroom was, Arkady guessed, the grandfather's. It was stripped clean but for a few pails of taxidermy degreaser and crusted glue. A second bedroom was decorated with happy faces, pictures of pop stars and posters of girl gymnasts. Carol's room was at the end of the hall. He must have been about 8 at the time of the accident, but he was already a marksman. Paper targets punched in the middle were taped to the wall. The shelves were lined with Red Army tanks, fighter planes, sharks' teeth, and dinosaurs. Under the bed, Arkady found pictures that had fallen. A team picture of the Kiev Dynamo soccer team, the ice hockey great Fedizov, Muhammad Ali, and finally a snapshot of Carol posed with his fists up with a boxer. Carol was in trunks just like a real fighter. The boxer wore trunks and gloves. He was maybe 18, a skinny, slope-shouldered boy as white as soap, and his autograph was scrawled across the photograph. "To my good friend Carol, may we always be pals. Anton Obadovsky." Roman introduced Arkady to a pig that rubbed with exquisite pleasure against the slats of its sty as Roman poured in slops. "Oink, oink," said Roman. "Oink, oink." His cheeks apple red from the rays of the setting sun and pride of ownership. Alex and Vanko followed in Arkady's footsteps. The rain had stopped, but left the farmyard ankle-deep in mud. "Russians raise pigs for meat, we raise pigs for fat, but we're saving sumo. Aren't we, sumo?" "For what?" asked Arkady. Roman placed a finger to his lips and winked. A secret, which struck Arkady as appropriate for an illegal resident of the zone. Roman led the way to a chicken coop. In the cool after the rain, Arkady felt the heat of the sitting hens. The old man showed Arkady how he tied the bar of the door shut with a twist of wire. Foxes are very clever. Perhaps you should have a dog, Arkady suggested. Wolves eat dogs. That did seem to be the consensus of the village, Arkady thought. Roman shook his head as if he'd given the matter a lot of consideration. Wolves hate dogs. Wolves hunt down dogs because they regard them as traitors. If you think about it, dogs are dogs only because of humans. Otherwise, they'd all be wolves, right? And where will we be when all the dogs are gone? It will be the end of civilization. Roman and Maria's house was a weathered blue, windows trimmed with carving. One dirt path led from the house to the village center. Another climbed toward the wrought iron fence and crosses of the cemetery. Within a few steps, a compass of peasant life and death. The interior was a single room, a combination kitchen, bedroom, and parlor centered around a whitewashed brick stove that heated the house, cooked the food, baked the bread, and, peasant genius, on especially cold nights provided a second sleeping bench directly over the oven. Maria glowed so she could have been polished for the occasion. Despite the crowded quarters, she was everywhere at once, setting out bowls of cucumbers, pickled mushrooms, pickles and honey, thin and fat sausages, apple salad, cabbage and sour cream, dark bread and home-churned butter, and a center plate of salted fat with an alabaster glow. "Don't even think about your dosimeter," Alex whispered to Arkady. "How often do you eat here?" "When I feel lucky." The rattle of a car muffler drew up outside, and a moment later, Eva Koska appeared with flowers. She also wore a scarf. It seemed to be her style. "Renko, I didn't know you were going to be here," Eva said. "Is this part of your investigation?" "No, purely social." Roman arranged a row of small glasses around a bottle of vodka. The party had gone a long time without vodka, Arkady thought. Vanko looked as if he had crawled on his knees to a waterhole. The host poured every glass to the trembling brim, and Maria watched proudly as he distributed each without the loss of a drop. Roman magisterially struck a match and lit his glassful like a candle, a yellow flame dancing on the surface of the liquid. "Good, it's ready." He blew out the flame and raised his glass. "To Russia and Ukraine, may we lie in the same ditch." Arkady took a swallow and gasped. "Not vodka." Alex wiped his eyes. "Samogan. Moonshine from fermented sugar, yeast, and maybe a potato. It doesn't get much purer than that." The Samogan had its effect. Eva looked more dangerous. Vanko more dignified. Roman's ears went red, and Maria glistened. There was a solemn dipping into the food while Roman poured another round. Arkady was better prepared for his second Samogan, but he still had to step back from the impact. Eva declared herself warm. She loosened her scarf but didn't remove it. Roman cleared his throat and said, "We're not sitting. This is irregular. We should be sitting." In such a small cabin, there were only 2 chairs and room for only 2 on the bench. Alex pulled Eva down on his lap, and Arkady stood. "How is the investigation going?" Alex asked. "It's not going anywhere. I've never made less progress." "And we hope you never make any progress," said Alex. "That way you can stay with us forever." "I'll drink to that," Vanko said hopefully. Eva said, "None of us makes progress. That's the nature of this place. I will never cure people who live in radioactive houses. I will never cure children whose tumors appear 10 years after exposure. This is not a medical program. This is an experiment." "Well, that's a downer," Alex said. "Let's go back to the dead Russian. I can understand why a Russian business tycoon would have his throat slit. I just don't understand why he would come all the way to this little village to have it done. He must have been coming here for protection. From whom? But death was inevitable. It was like an appointment in Samara. Wherever he went,
Death was waiting. "Alex, you should be an actor," Vanko said. Ava said, "He is an actor." "You were a physicist before you became an ecologist," Arkady said to Alex. "Why did you change?" "What a dull question. Vanko is a singer." Alex poured for everyone. "Vanko, the floor is yours." Vanko sang a long song about a Cossack off to the wars, his chaste wife and the hawk that carried their letters back and forth until it was shot down by an envious nobleman. When Vanko was done, everyone applauded so hard they sweated. "I found the story absolutely believable," Alex said, "especially the part about how love can turn to suspicion, suspicion to jealousy, and jealousy to hate." "Sometimes love can go right to hate," said Ava. "Investigator Renko, are you married?" "No." "Been married?" "Yes, but no more. We often hear how difficult it is for investigators and militia detectives to maintain a successful marriage. The men supposedly become emotionally cold and silent. Was that your problem? That you were cold and silent?" "No. My wife was allergic to penicillin. A nurse gave her the wrong injection, and she died of anaphylactic shock." "Ava," Alex whispered. "Ava, that was a bad mistake." "I'm sorry," she told Arkady. "So am I," said Arkady. He left the party for a while. Physically he was present and smiled at the appropriate times, but his mind was elsewhere. The first time he'd met Irina was at the Mosfilm studio, during an outdoor shoot. She was a wardrobe mistress, not an actress. And yet, once the sun lit her huge, deep-set eyes, everyone else seemed made of cardboard. When he saw her on the gurney, dead, her eyes so blank, he thought his life had ended too. Yet here he was, years later, in the zone of exclusion, lost and stumbling, but alive. He looked around the room to clear his head and happened to light on the icons high in their corner. Christ on the left wall, the Madonna on the right. She looked like the stolen icon he had seen in the motorcycle sidecar. That icon had been taken over the border to Byelorussia. What was it doing here? Vanko said, "The Jews are here." "Where?" Arkady asked. "In Chernobyl, everywhere, walking up and down the streets." Alex said, "Thank you, Vanko, we've been warned." He added to Arkady, "Hasidic Jews, there's a famous rabbi buried here. They visit and pray." Maria's turn. After the formalities of modesty and protest, Maria sat up in her chair, closed her eyes, and broke into a song that transformed her from an old woman into a girl looking for her lover at a midnight tryst. When Maria finished, she opened her eyes, spread a smile of steel teeth, and swung her feet with pleasure. Alex pulled Ava's face to his and collected a deep kiss until she pulled away and slapped him hard enough to make even Arkady smart. She stood and plunged out the door. Arkady's mobile phone rang. It was Olga Andreevna from the children's shelter in Moscow. "Investigator Renko, you have to come back." Arkady gestured apologies to Maria and went outside. Ava was nowhere in sight, although her car hadn't left. Olga Andreevna said, "You should be here. Zhenya needs you. He goes and stands by the street, waiting for you and looking for your car. Talk to him." She put Zhenya on the line before Arkady could get off. "Hello, Zhenya. How are you doing? I hear you've been causing people at the shelter some anxiety. Please don't do that." Arkady paused in case Zhenya wanted to offer any response. "So, I suppose that's all, Zhenya." He was in no mood and no condition to have another one-sided conversation with the garden gnome. He leaned back to take a breath of cool air and watched clouds cover the moon, slipping the house in and out of shadow. He heard the cow shuffle in her stall and a twig snap, and wondered whether it was a night for wolves to be abroad. "Still there?" Arkady asked.
There was no answer. There never was an answer. I met Baba Yaga. In fact, I'm outside her house right now. I can't say whether her fence is made of bones, but she definitely has steel teeth. Arkady heard, or thought he heard, a focusing of attention at the other end. I haven't seen her dog or cat yet, but she does have an invisible cow, who has to be invisible because of the wolves. Arkady tried to remember other details of the fairy tale. The house is very strange. It is absolutely on chicken legs. Right now the house is slowly turning. I'll lower my voice in case it hears me. I didn't see her magic comb, the one that can turn into a forest, but I did see an orchard of poisonous fruit. All the houses around are burned and full of ghosts. I will call in 2 more days. In the meantime, it's important that you stay at the shelter and study and maybe make a friend in case we need help. I have to go now, before they see that I'm missing. Let me say a word to the director. There was a passing of the phone, and Olga Andreevna came back on. What did you tell him? He seems much better. I told him that he is a citizen of a proud new Russia, and should behave like one. I'm sure. Well, whatever you said, it worked. Are you coming to Moscow now? Not quite yet. I'll call in 2 days. As Arkady put the mobile phone away, Ava stepped out of the orchard, silently applauding. Your son? She asked. No, just a boy. She shifted like a cat, getting comfortable. Baba Yaga, quite a story. I thought you were going. Not yet. So you're not with anybody now? A woman? No. And you? Are you and Alex married, separated, or divorced? Divorced. It's that obvious? I thought I detected something. The residue of an ancient disaster. The crater of a bomb is what you detect. I still love him. Not the way you loved your wife. I can tell you had one of those great faithful romances. We didn't. We were more melodramatic, let's say. Neither of us was undamaged goods. You can't be in the zone without a little damage. How much longer do you plan to stay? I have no idea. I think the prosecutor would like to leave me here forever. Until you're damaged. At least. What was disturbing about Ava Kozga was her combination of ferocity and, as she said, damage. She had been to Chernobyl and Chechnya? Maybe disaster was her milieu. Her smile suggested that she was giving him a chance to say something interesting or profound. But Arkady thought of nothing. He had spent his imagination on Baba Yaga. The door opened. Alex leaned out to say, My turn. Arkady, do you enjoy comedy? If it's funny. Guaranteed this is Russian stand-up comedy, Alex said. Comedy with Samagon. Inside, Maria opened a new bottle, releasing the sickeningly sweet smell of fermented sugar, and toddled from guest to guest, refilling glasses. Alex began. April 26, 1986. The setting? The control room of Reactor 4. The actors? A night shift of 15 technicians and engineers conducting an experiment to see whether the reactor can restart itself if all external power for the machinery is cut off. The experiment has been performed before with safety systems on. This time, they want to be more realistic. To defeat the safety system of a nuclear reactor, however, is no simple matter. Alex walked rapidly back and forth, attending to imaginary switches. Turn off the automatic control, block the steam control, disable the presets, switch off design protection, and neutralize the emergency generators. Then, start pulling graphite rods from the core by remote control. This is like riding a tiger. This is fun. There are 120 rods in all, a minimum of 30 to be inserted at all times.
Because this was a Soviet reactor,
A military model that was a little unstable at low efficiency, a fact that was, unfortunately, a state secret. Alas, the power plunged. When does this start to become funny? Ava asked. It's already funny. It just gets funnier. Imagine the confusion of the technicians. Somehow they have lost count. They have lost count and pulled all but 18 control rods from the core, 12 below the limit. All the same, there is one last disastrous step to take. They can replace the rods, turn on the safety systems, and shut down the reactor. Alex mimicked hesitation. Let's pause and consider what is at stake. There is a monthly bonus. There is a Mayday bonus. If they run the test successfully, they will likely win promotions and awards. On the other hand, if they shut down the reactor, there would certainly be embarrassing questions asked and consequences felt. There it is. Bonuses versus disaster. So, like good Soviets, they marched forward, hands over their balls. Alex pushed the button. In a second, the reactor coolant began to boil. The reactor hall started to pound. An engineer hit the panic switch for the control rods, but the rod channels in the reactor melted. The rods jammed and superheated hydrogen blew off the roof, carrying reactor core, graphite, and burning tar into the sky. A black fireball stood over the building, and a blue beam of ionized light shot from the open core. 50 tons of radioactive fuel flew up, equal to 50 Hiroshima bombs. But the farce continued. Cool heads in the control room refused to believe that they had done anything wrong. They sent a man down to check the core. He returned, his skin black from radiation like a man who had seen the sun, to report that there was no core. Since this was not an acceptable report, they sacrificed a second man, who returned in the same fatal condition. Now, of course, the men in the control room faced their greatest test of all, the call to Moscow. Alex picked up his glass of Samagon. And what did our heroes say when Moscow asked, "How is the reactor core?" They answered, "The core is fine. Not to worry. The core is completely intact." Moscow is relieved. That's the punchline. Don't worry. And here is my toast. To the zone. Sooner or later it will be everywhere. Nobody's drinking. Roman and Maria sat numb and deflated, feet hanging free of the floor. Vanko looked away. Ava pressed her fist to her mouth, then stood and applied the fist to Alex, not slapping him as she had before, but hitting him solidly in the chest until Arkady pulled her away. For a moment no one moved, like marionettes gone limp, until Ava bolted again for the door. This time Arkady heard her car start. Alex's glass spilled. He refilled and raised it a second time. Well, it seemed hilarious to me. As a rule, fresh bodies hung face down under water, with their arms and legs dangling in a shallow dive. This one was suspended against the bars of the inlet that fed water from the cooling pond to the smaller holding ponds of the station. Two men with gaffs were trying to pull the body closer without falling in themselves. Captain Marchenko watched from the wall of the pond with a group of useless but curious militia officers, the Woropay brothers in front. Ava Kazga stood by her car, as far from the proceedings as possible. Arkady noticed that she looked, if possible, wilder and more unkempt than usual. As Marchenko joined Arkady, a shadow broke the surface of the water to display a slick gray head with rubbery lips, then slid back toward the bottom to stir with even larger catfish in the murk. The captain said, "Taking into account the bad weather yesterday and the dimensions of the cooling pond, I think you'll agree that it was wise to wait before looking for a body." The way the ponds circulate, everything ends up here at the inlet. Now it's right in our hands. And now it's 10 in the morning a day later. A fisherman falls off his boat and drowns. It really doesn't matter whether you find him one day or the next. Arkady asked, "Is Dr. Kazga the only doctor available?" "We can't pull the station doctors. All Dr. Kazga has to do is sign a death certificate." Eva Kazga tapped out a cigarette. Arkady had never seen such a nervous individual. "By the way, I meant to ask you, Captain, did you ever find out whose icon we saw stolen the other day?" "Yes, it belonged to an old couple named Panasenko, returnees. The militia keeps a record. I understand it was a beautiful icon." So a thief on a motorcycle had stolen the icon of Roman and Maria Panasenko, a crime officially recorded, and yet the icon had returned to its corner perch in the Panasenko cabin. An ironic cheer went up when the body was finally grappled. As it was lifted, water drained from its pants and sleeves. "Don't you have a tarp or plastic to lay the body on?" Arkady asked Marchenko. "This is not a murder investigation in Moscow. This is a dead drunk in Chernobyl. There's a difference." Marchenko cocked his head. "Don't be shy. Take a look." The captain's men moved truculently out of Arkady's way. The Warapays snickered at the recorder in Arkady's hand. "Speak up," Marchenko said. "We can all learn." "Pulled from the water at the inlet of Chernobyl nuclear power plant, a male, apparently in his 60s, 2 meters tall, dressed in a leather jacket, blue work pants, and construction boots. An ugly man, in fact. His thick features bleached by immersion, brown teeth badly sorted, clothes sodden as a wet sheet. Arkady peeled an eyelid back. Eyes brown, left eye dilated. No immediately evident abrasions or contusions. We'll continue at the autopsy." "No autopsy," Marchenko said. "We know him," Dmitris Woropay said. Taras said, "He's Boris Hulak. He scavenges and fishes. He squats in apartments in Pripyat, always moving around." At a nod from the captain, the Warapays unzipped the dead man's jacket and dug out his booklet of identification papers. Marchenko read them. "Boris Petrovich Hulak, born 1949, residence Kiev, occupation machinist, with his picture." This was the plumber. Arkady was sure of it. Marchenko threw the ID at Arkady. "That's all you need to know. A social parasite fell off his boat and drowned. We'll check his lungs for water," Arkady said. "He was fishing." "Where's the rod?" "He caught a catfish. He had consumed an entire bottle of vodka. He was standing in his boat. A catfish bigger than him pulled the rod out of his hands and he lost his balance and fell in. No autopsy." From his tunic, Marchenko pulled the hunting knife he had shown Arkady before, the boar knife. "You want an autopsy? Here's your autopsy." He drove the knife into Boris Hulak's stomach, spewing the sweet gas of digested alcohol. The samagon in Arkady's own stomach rose to his throat. "That's drunk," Marchenko said. Even the Warapays took a step back from the hanging mist. Marchenko wiped his blade on the dead man's jacket. Arkady said between shallow breaths, "There's still the eye. The right eye is normal, but the left eye is fully dilated, which indicates a blow to the head. He's decomposing, the muscles relax. His eyes could go different directions. Hulak hit his head on the boat as he went over. What does it matter? He's not a pig. We have to see." "The investigator is right," Eva Kazga said. She had wandered over from her car. "If you want me to sign a death certificate, there should be a cause of death." "You need an autopsy for that?" "Before you stick the body again. I think so." She wasn't talkative. Boris Hulak was laid out naked on a steel table with his head propped against a wooden block, and he said about as much as Eva did while she opened his body. Fluorescent lights turned cadavers green, and Boris Hulak was greener than most, a fleshy body wrapped in fat through the middle, hard through the legs and shoulders, exuding a bouquet of ethanol. Ava wore her lab coat, cap, and professional demeanor, and she and Arkady smoked to mask the smell. "Ever wish you hadn't asked for something?" Ava said. She consulted her autopsy chart. "All I can tell you so far is that between cirrhosis of the liver and necrosis of the kidney, Boris had perhaps 2 more years to live. Otherwise, he was a hardy specimen. And no, there was virtually no water in the lungs. I think I chased Hulak through Pripyat a few nights ago. Did you catch him?" "No." "And you never would have. Scavengers know the zone like a magician knows his trapdoors and top hats and radioactive bunnies." She tapped the scalpel on the table. "Captain Marchenko doesn't like you. I thought you were great friends." "No, I've ruined his perfect record. A militia station commander wants no problems, no homicides, and, most of all, no unsolved homicides." "You made the wrong enemy in Captain Marchenko. It might make him happy if we stopped right here." Arkady leaned over the body. Boris Hulak had a pugnacious head with heavy brows, a broad nose mapped in erupted veins, brown hair thick as otter fur, and cheeks covered in stubble. No bruising or swelling, no ligature marks around the neck, no defensive wounds on the hands, not a scratch in the scalp. However, there was that dilated iris of the left eye, as open as the stuck shutter of a camera. "Then it will make the captain even happier if we prove I'm wrong." Ava coolly repositioned the block farther down under Hulak's neck. Arkady said, "You've seen men shot in the head before. Shot in the head with a pistol and shot in the back with a rifle, supposedly in the middle of combat. Either way, there's usually an entry wound which your man appears to lack. Last chance to stop." "You're probably right, but let's see." Ava sliced the back of Hulak's scalp from ear to ear. She folded the flap of skin and hair forward over the eyes to work with a circular saw. A power saw was always heavy, and what with the cloud of white dust it produced, hard to manage in delicate work. She popped the top of his skull with a chisel, reached in with a scalpel to free the brain from the spinal cord, and laid the soft pink mass in its glistening sack beside the empty head. "The captain is not going to like this," Ava said. A red line ran across the top, the trail of a bullet that had traversed the brain and then, bouncing off angles, scoured the cranium. Hulak must have gone down instantly. "Small caliber?" Ava asked. "I think so." She turned the brain in every direction before choosing one pomegranate red clot to attack. She cut the sack, sliced into gray matter, and squeezed out a bullet like a pip. It pinged as it dropped onto the table. She wasn't done. She shone a penlight around the inside of the skull until a beam came out the left ear. "Who is this good a shot?" she asked. "A sniper, a sable hunter, a taxidermist. I would guess the bullet is 5.6 millimeter, which is what marksmen use in competitive shooting." "And the sound?" "A silencer, maybe. A small caliber doesn't make that much noise to begin with." "So now 2 murders. Congratulations. Chernobyl has killed 1 million people and you have added 2 more. I would say that at death you're very good." While she was impressed, Arkady asked, "What about the first body, the one from the cemetery? Besides the nature of the wound on the throat, was there anything else you could have added to your note?" "I didn't examine him. I simply saw the wound and wrote something. Wolves tear and yank, they don't slice." "How bloody was his shirt?" "From what I saw, very little." "Hair?" "Clean, his nose was bloody." "He suffered from nosebleeds," Arkady said. "This would have been quite a nosebleed. It was packed." "How do you explain that?" "I don't. You're the magician. Only you pull up the dead instead of rabbits." Arkady was wondering how to respond when there was a knock at the door, and Vanko stuck in his head. "The Jews are here." "What Jews?" Arkady asked. "Where?" "In the middle of town.
And they're asking for you."
The afternoon sun detailed Chernobyl's drab center. Cafe, cafeteria, statue of Lenin amid candy wrappers. A pair of militia stepped out of the cafeteria to look up the road. Vanko ran off, to what purpose Arkady didn't know. All he saw was a man walking with familiar flat-footed arrogance ahead of a car. He was dressed in a Hasidic Jew's black suit, white shirt and fedora, although in place of a full beard was red stubble.
"Bobby Hoffman."
Hoffman looked over his shoulder.
"I knew I'd find you if I just kept walking. This is the second day I've been marching up and down."
"You should have asked people where I was."
"Jews do not ask Ukrainian cannibals. I asked one and he disappeared."
"He said the Jews were coming. It's just you?"
"Just me. Did I scare them? I wish I could fry the whole fucking lot of them. Let's keep walking. My advice to Jews in the Ukraine is always present a moving target."
"You've been here before."
"Last year. Pasha wanted me to look into the spent fuel situation."
"There's a profit in spent radioactive fuel?"
"It's the coming thing."
The car was a mud-spattered Nissan, a come-down from the Mercedes Arkady had last seen Hoffman in. Hoffman's clothes, too, were a change.
"Is this a new you?" "The Hasidic gear? Hasidim are the only Jews they see around here. The idea is this way I draw less attention."
Hoffman looked at Arkady's camos.
"Join the army?"
"Standard wear for a citizen of the zone."
"Does Colonel Ozhogin know you're here?" "Not yet. You remember that disc the colonel was so proud of finding? It was more than just a list of foreign accounts. It was an order to reroute them to a little bank of my own. I could have stayed in Moscow, but when Pasha died and Ozhogin locked me out of Novi Rus, out of my own office, I said, fuck them or me. But I had to get the asshole to want the disc and feed it into the system. Remember how the colonel pinched my nose until he got blood? Well, I'm doing the pinching now, buddy, and it's not by the nose."
"So you should be on the run. Why are you here?"
"You need help. Renko, you've been here over a month. I talked to your detective Victor, and Victor says you didn't send any reports to Moscow worth shit. Have you made any progress?"
"Nothing."
"You're drowning here. You're on dream time."
They had walked past the cafe to a neighborhood of acacias and two-story wooden houses where once lived Chernobyl's socialist gentry. "How are you going to help?" Arkady asked.
"We'll help each other."
Hoffman motioned for the car to draw forward and pushed Arkady inside. The driver offered a glance of indifference. He had sunken eyes and a skull cap pinned to a wisp of hair.
Hoffman said, "Don't worry about Yakov. I selected him because he's the oldest Jew in the Ukraine, and he doesn't speak a word of English."
The space in back was tight and became more cramped when Hoffman opened the laptop computer.
"I'm going to give you a chance to shine, Renko. For example, you had an idea about collecting surveillance videotapes, not only from Pasha's apartment building, but also from the buildings on either side. In fact, Victor did what you told him. The problem was that you caved. You called Pasha's death a suicide."
"It was a suicide."
"Driven to killing himself is not what I call suicide. Don't get me started. Okay, Pasha was called a suicide and no more investigation, and Victor had read somewhere about vodka protecting against radiation. He got real protected. By the time he got sober, he had forgotten all about the tapes. So I reached Victor and offered him a reward for any notes or evidence left over. I caught him at a sober moment because he even transferred the tapes to a disc for me."
Hoffman's fingers played the laptop keyboard, and on the screen appeared a daytime view of a driveway and dumpsters. A clock in the corner of the tape read 10:42:25.
"Do you recognize this?"
"The service alley behind Pasha Ivanov's apartment house. But this is taken from the apartment house on the right."
"You saw the tape from Pasha's building?"
"It was taped over. It was on a short loop. We saw Pasha arrive and fall, and we saw about 2 hours before that but nothing from before. "Watch," Hoffman said. The camera froze images with a 5-second lag to stretch tape time. Also, it was on a motorized pivot that swung 180 degrees. The result was a curious collage. A cat was caught in the act of entering from the street, seen next balanced on the rim of a dumpster, and then, in a sideways view, approaching the dumpster next door at Ivanov's building. Hoffman said, "According to Victor, you thought there was a security breach about now. We know the staff went up and down the building knocking on doors. There was some sort of event." At 10:45:15, the cat was caught in acrobatic mid-leap from the dumpster as a white van entered the left side of the alley. "When you're right, Hoffman said. At 10:45:30, the van had stopped beside Ivanov's dumpster. At 15-second gaps, the camera returned to the dumpster, and the screen showed what were essentially poor-quality black-and-white photographs of the van with the driver's door open and a dark figure at the wheel, the van with the door shut and the driver's seat empty. The same scene for 1 minute. A bulky man in coveralls, gas mask and cowl that completely covered his head, shouldering a tank and hose and rolling a suitcase on casters from the van to Ivanov's building. The van in the driveway. The same scene for 5 minutes. The same man with the same gear returning to the rear of the van. A figure in coveralls and mask climbing into the driver's seat. The van moving away as the driver removed the mask, his face a blur. The empty alley. The building's doorman, fists on his hips. The empty alley. Time, 10:56:30. Time elapsed, 11 minutes. 7 minutes of risk for the driver. "When you interrogated the staff, they never mentioned an exterminator, did they?" Hoffman said. "A fumigator? Bugs?" "No." "Can you enlarge the image of the man moving from the van to the building?" Hoffman did. How he fit such fat fingers onto the keyboard, Arkady didn't know, but Bobby was quick. "The head?" Arkady asked. Hoffman circled the head and magnified a gas mask with goggles and 2 shiny filters. "Can you enlarge it more?" "I can enlarge it all you want, but it's a grainy picture. All you get is bigger grains, a fucking exterminator." "That's not an exterminator's mask. That's radiation gear. Can you enlarge the tank?" The tank bore what appeared to be fumigation warnings. "The suitcase?" The suitcase was covered with cartoon decals of dead rats and roaches. On the way in, the suitcase was rolled. Arkady remembered that on the way out, it had been carried. "It's a delivery. The suitcase arrived heavy, it left light. Can you bring out the license plate?" It was a Moscow plate, Hoffman said. Victor checked it out. "This van is from the motor pool of Dynamo Electronics, which is owned by Leonid Maximov. They reported it missing." "Victor is on your payroll now?" "Hey, I'm doing your work for you and paying for it. I'm giving you Maximov on a platter. While you've been stumbling around here, there's been a war in Moscow between Maximov and Nikolai Kuzmich over Novorus." Arkady remembered them at the roulette table. Kuzmich was a risk-taker who stacked chips on a number. Maximov, a mathematician, was a methodical, cautious player. "The Ivanov case is closed," Arkady said. "Ivanov jumped. If Kuzmich drove him to it, then Kuzmich succeeded. I'm working on the Timofeyev case. Someone cut his throat, that's murder, and the evidence has not been paid for. How much to drop Timofeyev and concentrate on Pasha? What's your number?" "I don't have a number." Hoffman closed the laptop. "Let me put it another way. If you won't help, Yakov will kill you." Yakov turned and aimed a gun at Arkady. The gun was an American Colt, an antique with a silencer but nicely greased and cared for. "You'd shoot me here?" "Nobody would hear a thing. A little messy, that's why the old car. Yakov thinks of everything. Are you in or are you out?" But Arkady was distracted by the sight of Vanko's face pressed against Hoffman's window. Hoffman recoiled. Up front, Yakov was swinging the gun toward Vanko when Arkady raised his hands to reassure him and told Hoffman to open his window. Bobby demanded, "Who is this nut?" "It's okay," Arkady said. As the window slid down, Vanko shook a massive ring of keys. "We can start now. I'll let you in." Hoffman and Arkady followed Vanko on foot, back the way they had come as Yakov trailed behind. Away from the car, Yakov was a small man dressed like a librarian, in a mended sweater and jacket, but his crushed brow and flattened nose gave him the look of a man who had been run over by a steamroller and not totally reassembled. "Yakov's not afraid," Bobby said. "He was a partisan in the Ukraine during the war and in the Stern Gang in Israel. He's been tortured by Germans, British, and Arabs." "A walking history lesson," Arkady said. "So where is our happy friend with the keys taking us?" "He seems to think you know." Vanko stopped at a windowless bunker that Arkady had passed 100 times before, and always assumed housed an electrical substation or mechanics of some sort. Vanko unlocked a metal door with a flourish and ushered Hoffman and Arkady in. The bunker sheltered 2 open cement boxes, each about 2 meters long and 1 wide. There was no electricity. The only light came through the open door, and there was barely enough overhead clearance for Bobby's hat. There were no chairs, no icon or pictures, instructions or decorations of any kind, although the rims of the 2 boxes were lined with votive candles burned down to tin cups, and the inside of each box was stuffed with papers and letters. "Who is it?" Arkady asked. Hoffman took so long to answer that Vanko, the tour guide, did. "Rabbi Nahum of Chernobyl and his grandson." Hoffman looked around. "Cold." Vanko said, "Holy places are often cold." Hoffman asked Arkady, "What am I supposed to do now?" "You're the Hasidic Jew. Do what a Hasidic Jew does." "I'm just dressed like a Hasidic Jew. I don't do this stuff." Vanko said, "One day a year, the Jews all come in a bus, not alone like this." Hoffman picked up a couple of papers from a tomb and held them to the light to read them. "In Hebrew, prayers to the rabbi, all the way from Israel." Vanko had been following the conversation more with his eyes than his ears. He dug into his pockets and came up with a fresh votive candle. Hoffman said, "What do I owe you?" $10. I'll be right outside if you need anything. Food or a place to stay?" Hoffman watched Vanko escape. "This is beautiful. Left in a crypt by a Ukrainian Igor." Arkady lit the candle and set it on the edge of the tomb. A flame hovered on the wick. Bobby rubbed the back of his head as if it didn't fit right. "For $10, that's not much light." Arkady found used candles with wax left and relit them until he had a dozen flames that guttered and smoked, but together were a floating ring of light that made the papers seem to shift and glow. The light also made Arkady aware of Yakov standing at the open door. Yakov removed his shoes and stepped inside. He kissed the tomb, prayed in a whisper as he rocked back and forth, kissed the tomb a second time, and produced his own piece of paper which he laid on the others. Bobby bolted out and waited for Arkady. "The visit to the rabbi is over. Here's the deal. The deaths of Pasha and Timofeyev are related, so maybe you should concentrate on Timofeyev, and I'll concentrate on Pasha, but we'll coordinate and share information." "Does this mean that Yakov isn't going to shoot me?" Arkady asked. "Forget about that. That's an operative." Vanko had been hanging back out of earshot, but reluctant to leave a scene where more dollars might appear. Sensing a gap in the conversation, He sidled up to Arkady and asked, as if helpfully suggesting another local attraction, "Did you tell them about the new body?" Bobby's head swiveled from Vanko to Arkady. "No, he hasn't. Investigator Renko, tell us about the new body. Share." Yakov rested his hand in his jacket. "Trade," Arkady said. "What?" "Give me your mobile phone." Bobby yielded the phone. Arkady turned it on, scrolled through stored numbers to the one he wanted and hit dial. A laconic voice answered, "Victor here." "Where?" There was a long pause. Victor would be staring at the caller ID. "Arkady? Where are you, Victor?" "In Kiev." "What are you doing there?" "I'm on sick leave. Private business." "What are you doing in Kiev?" "Okay, right now I'm sitting in Independence Square eating a Big Mac and watching Anton Obadovsky sip a smoothie only 20 meters away. Our friend is out of prison, and he just spent 2 hours with a dentist. Stay with him. I'll call you when I get there." Arkady turned off the mobile phone and returned it to Bobby, who clutched Arkady's arm and said, "Before you go, a new body? That sounds like progress to me." Kiev was 2 hours by car from Chernobyl. Arkady made it in 90 minutes on the motorcycle by riding between lanes. As soon as he saw the gilded domes of Kiev resting in summer smog, he pulled to the side of the road, called Victor, and resumed his ride at a saner pace. Anton Obadovsky was back in the dentist chair and looked like he would be there for a while. Victor was at a sidewalk cafe reading a newspaper. Arkady dropped into the chair beside him and waved for a waiter. "Oh, no," Victor said. "You can't afford the prices here. Be my guest." Arkady settled back and took in the square's leafy trees and sidewalk entertainers, and children chasing fountain water carried by the breeze. Victor ordered 2 Turkish coffees and a cigar. Such largesse from him was unknown. "Look at you," Arkady said. An Italian suit and silk tie softened Victor's scarecrow aspect. "On an expense account from Bobby. Look at you. Military camos, you look like a commando. You look good. Radiation is good for you." The coffees arrived. "The good thing about Bobby is that he expects you to steal. The bad thing about Bobby is Yakov. I mean, if Bobby thinks we're working together, he'll be pissed on one level, but half expected on another level. If Yakov thinks so, we're dead. That is the question, isn't it? Who are you working for?" "Arkady, you're so black and white. Modern life is more complicated. Prosecutor Surin told me that I wasn't supposed to communicate with you under any circumstances, not to mention Colonel Ozhogin. He said absolutely no contact with you. No one wants me to talk to you." "Did Bobby Hoffman call you while I was coming here? What did he say?" "To talk to you but keep my mouth shut." From time to time, Arkady saw Victor glance 2 doors over at a building with an Italian leather goods shop on the ground floor and professional offices above. "Tell me about Anton." "He's having dental work done, that's all I can say." "All day?" Arkady got up and walked to the Italian leather store and read the plaques for the businesses upstairs. 2 cardiologists, a lawyer, a jeweler. The top floor was shared by a global travel agency and a dentist named R.L. Levinson, and Arkady remembered the vacation brochures on Anton's bunk at Peterka prison. Back at Victor's table, Arkady sat. How do you know he's visiting the dentist and not getting tickets to go around the world? When he arrived, all the offices but the dentist were shut for lunch. I'm a detective. Are you? Fuck you. I've heard that before. Victor sank into a bitter smile. Yeah, it's like old times. He waved for a waiter. 2 more coffees, with just a touch of vodka. Anton Obadovsky, as Victor told it, was a bonus. Victor had been flying to Kiev 2 days before to meet Hoffman and only happened to see Anton on the same plane. Victor said, "Now that you and Bobby looked at the surveillance tapes, he's convinced Obadovsky was the guy with the suitcase in the exterminator van. Anton was strong enough. He'd threatened Ivanov on the phone, and he wasn't putting Baturka until the afternoon. Motive means an opportunity, besides which he's a killer. There he is." Anton stepped out of the door and felt his jaw, as if to say that all the muscles in the world were no protection from an abscessed tooth. He was followed by a short, dark woman in her mid-30s, wearing a trim, sensible coat. "The dentist is a woman? She's so good he comes all the way from Moscow?" "That's not the whole package. Wait till you see this," Victor said. Last out of the door was a tall woman in her 20s, with swirls of honey-colored hair and a brief outfit in denim and silver buttons. She took a firm grip on Anton's arm. "The dental hygienist." After the dentist had locked the door, she was joined by a girl who by every feature was her daughter. Arkady and Victor fell in 30 meters back. Victor said, "Bobby thinks that Anton was paid by Nikolai Kuzmich. The van came from a Kuzmich company, so that much makes sense. I think it's unlikely a smart man would use a vehicle that could be easily traced to him, and Kuzmich is a very smart man." "The hygienist wears a diamond pin with her name, Galina," Victor said. "She walked by with that bouncing pin, and my erection nearly knocked over the table." The dentist and daughter turned toward the metro stop, while Anton and Galina continued into a brilliantly lit glass dome, where an elevator carried passengers down to an underground shopping mall. A bow wave of fear preceded Anton in each store, and mall guards greeted him with such deference that Arkady considered the possibility that Anton might be a silent partner in a store or two. The beautiful Galina traded in her denim top for a mohair sweater. Arkady thought that Anton's shopping spree had more the aspect of a public tour, a prince of the streets demanding respect, or a dog marking his old territory. "Anton was originally Ukrainian. I need to know from where. Let me know if he stays around. I'm going back to Chernobyl." "Don't do it, Arkady. Fuck Timofeyev. Fuck Bobby. It's not worth it. Nobody misses Timofeyev. He was a millionaire, so what? He was a stack of money that blew away. No family. After Ivanov was dead, no friends. Really, I think what happened to him and Ivanov must have been a curse." The ride back from Kiev was an obstacle course of potholes on an unlit highway, and all he had looked forward to was sleep or oblivion. What he had not expected was Ava Koska waiting at his door. She wore her usual camos and scarf. "Your friend Timofeyev was dead white. I thought you'd like to know." "Would you like to come in?" Arkady asked. "No, the hall is fine." They were interrupted by Campbell, the British ecologist, who came out into the hall in an undershirt and drawers. He swayed and scratched. Ava had stepped aside, and he didn't appear to see her at all. "Tovarich, comrade." "People don't actually say that anymore," Arkady said. In fact, they rarely had. "In any case, good evening. How are you feeling?" "Tip-top. I haven't seen you around." "And you won't? I brought a lovely pair of non-radioactive balls here, and I will leave with the same number. Stocked for the duration. Whiskey mainly. Pop in any time. You do speak English?" "That's what we're speaking." Although Campbell's Scottish burr was so thick, he was barely intelligible. "You're so right. The joke's on me. A standing invite any hour. We're Scots, not Brits. No formalities with us." "You're very generous." "Then it's settled." And he disappeared back into his room. Ava let the air clear for a moment. "Your new friend. What did he say?" "I think he said that whiskey was better than vodka for protection against radioactivity." "But what do you mean? Timofeyev was white." "It was only an impression. He seemed Bloodless, drained. Cut the major arteries of the throat and there's an effusion of blood. Not your dead friend, though. His shirt was clean, taking into account the mud and rain. His hair was clean, too. However, his nostrils were plugged with clotted blood. He had nosebleeds. This would have been more than a nosebleed. A broken nose? There was no bruising. Of course, the local wolf pack had tugged him this way and that, so I couldn't be sure. Throat slit and an appearance of bloodlessness, but no bloodstains on the shirt or hair, only in the nose. Everything is contradictory. Yes. Also, I should apologize again for the comment about your wife. It was unforgivable. No, her dying was unforgivable. You blame the doctors. No. I see. You're the self-elected captain of the lifeboat. You think you're responsible for everyone. I'm sorry, I must be drunk. On one glass, even. I usually don't get obnoxious quite so fast. I'm afraid there's no one left in the lifeboat, so I didn't do a very good job. In Chechnya, they always tried to drag the bodies back, even under fire. It was more important not to be abandoned. Did you feel abandoned when your wife died? Yes. That's how I am with Alex, except that he hasn't died. He just changed. Arkady gently tugged her scarf so that it hung free. The hallway light was poor, but when he raised her chin, he saw a lateral scar like a minus sign at the base of her neck. What's that? My Chernobyl souvenir. He realized that his hand hadn't moved, that it lingered on the warmth of her skin, and that she hadn't objected. The door downstairs opened, and a voice called up, "Renko, is that you? I have something for you. I'm coming up." Ava retied her scarf in a rush. "It's Vanko." "I'm coming down," Arkady said. Ava whispered, "I wasn't here." The cafe was Chernobyl's evening social club and senate, and Arkady's stature had risen since the discovery of Boris Hulak in the cooling pond. He was afforded elbow room and a table, while Vanko bought him a beer. "Alex says you attract murders the way a magnet attracts iron filings." Alex says the nicest things. "He'll be by. He's looking for Ava." Arkady did not say that he had just left her. "You said you had something for me?" "For the Jews." Vanko opened up a backpack and handed Arkady a videotape, unlabeled except for a price of $50. "It's a valuable keepsake. We could sell this to your American friend and share the profit." "A videotape of a tomb? This is the grave site we saw yesterday? You really have made a business out of it." "I can be a guide, too. I was here during the accident, you know, just a boy." "Considering the exposure you had then, isn't the zone the last place you should be?" "The zone is the last place for anyone to be. Anyway, we rotate, as many days off as on." "What do people do in their free time?" "I don't do much. Alex makes good money. He says he works in the belly of the beast. That's what he calls Moscow. Ava works in a clinic in Kiev." Vanko nudged the tape closer to Arkady. "What do you think?" Arkady turned the cassette over. "A Jewish tomb? I haven't noticed many Jews here. Because of the Germans and the war. Although many people suffered from the Germans during the war, not just Jews. You always hear about the Jews." Arkady nodded. "The genocide and all." "Yes. But you seem to be the unofficial welcoming party for visiting Jews." "I tried to help. I found accommodations for your friend and his driver in a decontaminated house." "Sounds charming. So do you have a tape player? I can't sell the tape to the American unless I know what's on it." "Mine is broken, but no problem. This can be organized. Hold on to the tape." Alex pulled a chair up to the table. "You can count on Vanko. He can organize anything. And congratulations to you, senior investigator. Another dead body, I understand. You bring out the murder in people. Where is Ava? Vanko shrugged, and Arkady said he didn't know. I just returned from Kiev. That's right, Vanko said. His bike was warm. Maybe we should issue a missing persons bulletin for Ava, Alex said. Why are you worried? Her husband worries. You're divorced. Vanko, can you get us a round of beers? Sure. Alex lowered his voice to a confidential level. The thing is, Renko, that Ava and I are not really divorced. On paper, yes. However, in my heart, no. A former husband doesn't have claims. Outside the zone, maybe. The zone is different, more intimate. You're an educated man. Do you know what smell is? A sense? More than that. Smell is the essence, the attachment of free molecules of the thing itself. That's why lovers reek of each other, because they've joined so completely that they're virtually the same person. No court, no piece of paper can ever separate you. To picture someone physically with her is too much. A wolf wouldn't put up with it. Would you say you are a wolf or a dog? Arkady pulled his hand into a fist for self-protection. I'd say I'm a hedgehog. I'm just saying that even if the opportunity presents itself, for Ava's sake you shouldn't take advantage. Because all you came to the zone for was your investigation. Stay focused on that. So go ahead. Did you have any questions? I understand that for safety's sake, you only do research in the zone every other month. What do you do during your month in Moscow? I visit various ecological institutes, pull together research I did here, lecture, write. Is that lucrative? Obviously, you have never written for a scientific journal. It's for the honor. On his way back to the dormitory, Arkady heard the muffled flight of a nightjar scooping up moths. He had retreated from the cafe when he became aware that Alex was watching for Ava's arrival, and realized that Alex was waiting only to see how she and Arkady would act. The street lamp had gone out since Arkady had crossed under it with Vanko. Arkady didn't mind darkness. The problem was that he didn't feel alone. Something else glided by him, first on one side, and then the other. Alex? Vanko? There was no answer but the sifting of leaves overhead, until he heard a laugh in the dark. Arkady clutched Vanko's videotape under his arm and started to trot. The dormitory light was a mere 50 meters off. Something flew by, scooped up his leg in mid-stride and planted him on his back. Something from the other side speared him in the stomach and knocked the air out of him. The best he could do was roll to the side as a blade dug into the street by his ear. Face on the pavement, he sucked his first breath and saw, silhouetted against the distant light of the cafe, a figure in camos on inline skates and carrying a hockey stick. He noticed that what made them such excellent shots were night vision goggles strapped to their heads. Since he was going nowhere, they circled, darting in and out, letting him twist one way and then the other. When he kicked back, they slashed his legs. When he tried to grab a stick, they feinted and hit him from the other side. The last thing he was prepared for was a man stepping in between with a flashlight that he shone directly into the eyes of the nearest skater. While the skater blindly staggered back, the man put a large gun under the skater's chin and directed the light on it, so that the second skater could see the relationship of gun barrel to head. A voice croaked, "Fascists, I will shoot, and your friend will blow up like a grapefruit. Get back, go home, or I'll shoot both of you goyish your boot shit. Go on, go." It was Yakov, and although he was half the size of the skater in his grasp, he gave him a kick to send him on his way to the other skater. They huddled for a moment, but the click of the gun hammer being cocked discouraged them, and they rolled off into the shadows on the far side of the street. Arkady got to his feet and located in order his head, shins, and the videotape. "If you're standing, you're okay," Yakov said. "What are you doing here?" "Following you.
Let me see again. Yakov played the flashlight beam around Arkady's head. You look fine. Yakov is now the arbiter of damage? Arkady thought. This was trouble. Yakov set up a camp stove on the dock of the Chernobyl Yacht Club and made a breakfast of smoked fish and black coffee for Hoffman and Arkady. Hoffman beat his chest like Tarzan. This is like going down the Zambezi River, like the African Queen, except all the cannibals here are blonde, blue-eyed Ukrainians. You're not prejudiced? Arkady asked. Just saying that the house your pal Vanko got us was as cold and dark as a cave. Forget kosher kitchen. Arkady looked Hoffman over. The red stubble on the American's jowls was filling in. You stopped shaving? They want Hasidim? I'll give 'em Hasidim. You, on the other hand, look like you've been fucked by a bear. Yakov says I'll be fine. Hoffman was amused. With Yakov, unless broken bones are sticking through the skin, you're fine. Do you know who jumped you? I'm pretty sure there were two brothers named Woropay, militia. Yakov scared them off. Hoffman said, Yakov did the right thing by letting the creeps go. I'm paying them to protect me, not you. If they really start digging around, they've got warrants out for Yakov that go back to the Crimean War. Yakov busied himself turning the fish, which was smoked, grilled, and charred. So you saw our friend Victor in Kiev yesterday, Hoffman said. Didn't he look prosperous? Transformed. Why don't you and Victor steal a page from the Woropay brothers and take a couple of hockey sticks to Obadovsky? Get him to tell you where he was when that van showed up in the alley behind Pasha's apartment house. You must have questions. I do. You said you were here last year, on instructions from Pasha Ivanov, to look into a commercial transaction involving spent nuclear fuel. There's stuff to the gills here. No working reactor, but tons of dirty fuel. Insane. Who did you talk to here? What officials? Arkady asked. Hoffman's eyes got smaller as he got angry. What are these questions? The fuel deal never happened. It had nothing to do with Pasha or Timofeyev dying, or Obadovsky for that matter. Yakov handed out camp plates of grilled fish. Eat, eat. Hoffman insisted, why not beat on Obadovsky? Because Anton Obadovsky is very much an outside person, and whoever arranged the delivery of cesium chloride to Pasha's apartment was inside. They didn't break in. They had the codes and somehow got around the cameras. Colonel Ozhogin? He certainly is inside Novorus security. Only Ozhogin has never been here. You are the one who has been, and you won't tell me why. How long are you going to stay? I don't know. We're enjoying ourselves, camping out. What's the rush? There didn't seem to be one for Hoffman. Arkady started off the dock. My father was here, Yakov said. Arkady stopped. Oh? Chernobyl was a port town, a Jewish center. When the Reds were taking over Russia, the Ukraine was independent. So what did they do? The Ukrainians put all the Jews in Chernobyl into boats and sank them, drowned them, and machine-gunned anyone who tried to swim for shore. Like I told you, Hoffman told Arkady. Don't ask for any sympathy from Yakov. As soon as Arkady rode to the street above the river, he called Victor, who admitted that he had lost Anton Obadovsky at a casino the night before. Where are you now? Back at the cafe, in case Anton returns. You sound like you're having a wonderful vacation. Go to the travel agency across from the dentist and see whether Anton bought tickets anywhere. Also, I know we checked before to see what Ivanov and Timofeyev were doing during the accident here at Chernobyl, but I want you to do it again. Through the trees, Arkady could make out Hoffman and Yakov on the dock. Hoffman was on a mobile phone. How much of this information are you passing to Bobby? After momentary embarrassment, Victor said, Hoffman is paying me.
You're giving him everything?
Pretty much, but I'm giving the same to you, and I'm not charging you a kopeck. One more thing. Vanko admires the way Alex Gerasimov makes money during his off time from Chernobyl by interpreting and translating at a Moscow hotel. No shame in that. But Alex says he does nothing but academic work that pays little or nothing at all. A small discrepancy and probably none of my business.
That's what I was thinking. Arkady caught a raindrop in his palm. Start by calling Moscow hotels that cater to Western businessmen. The Aerostar, Kempinski, Marriott, and work your way down. This will be expensive. Call from your hotel on Bobby's account.
Magic words.
Before the rain hit, Arkady rode to the Black Village where Timofeyev had been found. He had visited the site 20 times before, and each time he had tried to imagine how a Russian millionaire could have arrived at the gate of a cemetery in the zone. Maria Panasenko popped up from a corner of the cemetery. Arkady was surprised, because a diamond marker by the gate indicated that the cemetery was too hot to trespass on, and visits were limited to one a year. Maria wore a heavy shawl in case of rain. She held a short scythe, and over her shoulder a burlap sack of brambles and weeds she refused to let Arkady relieve her of. She looked around the graveyard.
Our neighbors. I'm sure they do the same for us.
It's nicely kept, Arkady said. She smiled and showed her steel teeth.
Roman and I were always afraid there wouldn't be a good cemetery plot for us. Now we have our choice.
There don't happen to be any Obadovskys in the cemetery. Maria shook her head and said she knew all the families from the surrounding villages. No Obadovskys. He waited until she was gone, before he brought his mind back to Lev Timofeyev's death. Arkady was sure of so little. Basically that the body had been found face up in the mud at the cemetery gate. His throat slit, his left eye a cavity. Neither his hair nor his shirt bloody, but blood packed in his nose. Had Timofeyev driven himself to the village or been brought by someone else? Searched out the cemetery or been led to it? Dragged to it dead or alive? Arkady started again in the village clearing as the most likely place for a car to stop. From there the way to the cemetery narrowed to a footpath. A curtain shifted at one of the few occupied houses, and before the curtain closed, he caught a glimpse of Maria's neighbor Nina on a crutch. How could anything have occurred within eyesight of these wary survivors and not be spied? Yet they had all sworn they'd seen nothing. Walking up the path, Arkady opened the gate. The cemetery was a second village of plots and crosses, separated by wrought iron fences. Maria had industriously cleared around the crosses on one entire side, and on their own, without crosses, stood 4 glass jars of pansies, purple, blue, and white, each at the head of a faintly discernible mound. The light was so thin that Arkady couldn't be sure. He knelt and spread his arms. 4 child-sized graves, hidden by their lack of crosses. Illegal graves. How great a crime was that? Ava had said that Timofeyev was white. He seemed drained. When Timofeyev's throat was cut, the blood went where? That only his nose was filled with blood suggested that he was inverted, and afterward his face and hair rinsed. And the eye? Was that a delicacy for wolves? Arkady stood with his hand on the gate, and for a moment caught the glint of something revealed, something lying in front of him and then gone, chased by a patter of raindrops, the light preparation of a hard rain. The next black village had no inhabitants at all, and its cemetery lay deep in the embrace of brambles and weeds. He heard something shifting in the house ahead, and asked himself which was faster to his motorcycle, man or boar. Suddenly he wished he had Captain Marchenko's hunting knife, or better,
Yakov's cannon. The house gave a single-cylinder whine, and a rider in a helmet and camos on a small motorbike came out the front door. The rider pushed through the debris in the yard and over a prostrate picket fence, where he momentarily came to a halt to lower his helmet visor. The bike was a blue Suzuki, and the reflector was missing from the rear fender. Arkady had that reflector in his pocket. "Are you looking for more icons to steal?" Arkady asked. The thief returned Arkady's gaze as if to say, "You again?" and started off. By the time Arkady had reached his own motorcycle, the thief was halfway out of the village. Arkady had the bigger, faster bike. He simply wasn't as good a rider. The thief kept ahead of Arkady but didn't completely lose him. As long as Arkady kept the smaller bike in sight, he could anticipate obstacles. As Arkady drew close, the thief veered off the forestry road into a line of rust-colored pines, the outer reach of the red forest. Every way Arkady turned, the thief appeared farther out of reach until a hidden ditch twisted the front wheel of Arkady's bike and sent him over the handlebars. He hauled himself up, but the chase was over. The thief disappeared toward Chernobyl as the horizon went white and shuddered, followed by a thunderclap that announced a storm finally delivered. As the clouds unloaded, the lights of the town seemed to drown. He turned at the road that led down to the river, where he had a panorama of the storm. Steam rose from the water as rain fell, but Arkady could see that Hoffman, Yakov, and their car had deserted the yacht club dock. He crossed the bridge and passed between the solid brick buildings on spongy soil that came to an end. Arkady killed his engine and pushed, following the track around a shadowy stand of trees to a garage fashioned from sheets of corrugated steel. The doors were held shut with a loose padlock. They creaked as he swung them open. Arkady scanned the interior with his penlight. The garage was crammed but orderly. Hardware in jars on shelves, hand tools in rows along the walls. In the middle was Eva Koska's white Moskvich. On one side of the car was a Suzuki bike, with the engine still warm. From his pocket, Arkady took the reflector he had snapped off the rear fender of the icon thief's bike and mated it to the metal stub on Eva's fender. They fit. Wood smoke led to a cabin set among a blue mass of lilacs. A porch had been converted to a parlor. Through a window, Arkady glimpsed an upright piano and bright chinks of fire in a wood stove. He rapped on the door, but thunder had opened up like siege guns, flattening all other sounds. He opened the door as lightning flashed behind him. Eva moved to the middle of the rug with a gun. She was barefoot in a robe. The gun was a 9mm, and she seemed familiar with it. "Get out or I'll shoot." The door slammed shut in the wind, and for a moment Arkady thought she had fired. She gathered the robe together with her free hand. "It's me," he said. "I know who it is." In a momentary dark, he moved closer and pushed aside the collar of the robe to kiss her neck on the same fine scar he had found before. She pressed the muzzle of the pistol against his head as he slid open the robe. Her breasts were cold as marble. He heard a mechanism of the gun at work, easing the hammer down. He felt a tremor run through her legs. She pressed the flat of the gun against his head, holding him. Her bed was in a room with its own wood stove, which whistled softly with heat. How they had arrived there, he wasn't quite sure. Sometimes the body took over. 2 bodies in this case. Eva rolled on top as he entered until her head rocked back, sweat like coal around her eyes, her body straining as if she were about to leap, as if all the frenzy he had detected in her before had become a voracious need, no different from him. They were 2 starving people, feeding from the same spoon. Chaos turned to steady rain. Eva and Arkady sat at opposite ends of the bed. The light of an oil lamp brought out the black of her eyes, hair, curls at the base of her stomach, the gun by her hand. "Are you going to shoot me?" he asked. "No. Punishment only encourages you." She gave his scratches and bruises a professional glance. "Some of these are thanks to you," he said. "You live." She gestured vaguely to the bed, as if to a battlefield. "This didn't mean anything." "It meant a great deal to me. You took me by surprise." He thought about it. "No, I took you by inevitability." "A magnetic attraction?" "Something like that." "Have you ever seen little toy magnetic dogs, how they attract each other? That doesn't mean they want to. It was a mistake." The lamp threw as much light as shadow, but he could see an agreeable mess, an overlap of pillows, books, and rugs, an intimate cabin. Arkady nodded to the gun. "I could field strip that for you. I could field strip it blindfolded by the age of 6. It's about the only thing my father ever taught me. A handy ability. You and Alex have more in common than you imagine. What do you know about suicide? Besides cutting down the bodies, I mean." "Oh, I come from a long line of suicides, mother and father. You'd think it would be a short line, but no. They get their procreation done early and then they kill themselves." "Have you—" "Not successfully. Anyway, here we are in Chernobyl. I think we're making effort enough. And you?" She balked, not ready to let him lead. "So how is your investigation going?" "Moments of clarity. When I first came, I assumed that the deaths of Ivanov and Timofeyev were connected. I still think so, but in a different way, perhaps more parallel. Whatever that means." "What were you doing in the village today?" "I was at the cemetery at Roman and Maria's, and I began wondering if any of the official fatalities from the accident came from the villages in the zone, whether I would recognize names on the crosses. I didn't, but I found 4 unmarked graves of children." "Grandchildren, of different causes supposedly unrelated to Chernobyl. What happens is the family breaks up, and no one is left to bury the dead but the grandparents, who take them home. No one keeps track. There were 41 official deaths from the accident, and 500,000 unofficial. An honest list would reach to the moon. Then I went to the next village, where I found you. What were you doing on a motorcycle in a house? Let me guess. You take icons so they can be reported as stolen to the militia. That way scavengers and the corrupt officers they work with have no reason to bother old folks like Roman and Maria. I recognized the bike by a broken reflector and recognized you by the scarf. You should get rid of your scarves." He leaned across the bed to kiss her neck. That she didn't shoot him he took as a good omen. Ava said, "Every once in a while I remember this 13-year-old girl parading on May Day with her idiotic smile. She's moved out of the village to Kiev to live with her aunt and uncle so she can go to a special school for dance. She has been selected to hold a banner that says, 'Marching into the Radiant Future.' And on this day she will be a new person because a haze comes over the sun, a breeze from Chernobyl. And so ends her days of dancing and begins her acquaintanceship with Soviet surgery." She touched the scar. "First the thyroid, and then the tumors. That's how you know a true citizen of the zone. We fuck without worries. I am a hollow woman. You can beat me like a drum." "Were you ambitious as a boy? What did you want to be?" "When I was a boy, I wanted to be an astronomer and study the stars. Then someone informed me that I wasn't seeing the actual stars. I was seeing starlight generated thousands of years before. What I thought I was seeing was long since over, which rendered the exercise rather pointless. Of course, the same can be said about my profession now. I can't bring back the dead." "And the injured?" "Everybody's injured, Is that a promise? It's the only thing I'm sure of. In the morning, the rain had passed and the cabin felt like a boat safely landed. Ava was gone, but had left him brown bread and jam on a cutting board. As he stepped out the screen door, he couldn't help but notice how the willows, like timid girls, stood with one foot in the water, and that the river, swollen with runoff, bore an earthy smell and a new full-throated voice. Arkady hadn't slept with a woman for a while, and he felt warm and alive. Blow on cold ashes, he thought. You never know. Hello. Oksana Katame slipped into view around the corner of the house. She was in her blue jogging suit and knit cap. Is everyone up? Yes. What are you doing here? I saw your motorbike. That's my friend's Vespa next to it. I borrowed it. Arkady asked, Have you been here long? A while. You're not at work today? I'm homesick. She pointed at her shaved head. They let me take time off whenever I want. Oksana shifted uncomfortably. I just wanted to see how you were. I was worried because of Hulak. You knew Boris Hulak? He and my grandfather would rant on the telephone for hours about traitors who shut down the plant. But my grandfather would never really hurt anyone. Look! She pointed out a stork skimming over its mirror image on the surface of the river. Like you, Oksana. You simply come and go. She shrugged and smiled. For inscrutability, the Mona Lisa had nothing on Oksana Katame. He asked, Do you remember Anton Obadovsky? A big man in his mid-30s? He used to box. Her smile spread. Arkady tried an easier question. Where would I find the Warapes? Dimitris Warape skated on a street of empty houses, gliding backwards, sideways, forward, handling a hockey stick and rubber ball around potholes and grass. He didn't notice Arkady until they were a few steps apart, at which point Dimitris pushed forward and cocked his stick, and Arkady threw the trash bin cover he had carried behind his back. The cover cut off Dimitris at the ankles. He went down on his face, and Arkady put a foot on the back of his neck and kept him splayed. I want to talk to Katame, Arkady said. Maybe you want a stick up your ass, too. Do you enjoy breathing? Arkady dug his heel into Warape. Do you have a gun? Warape twisted his eyes up to see. Arkady unclipped Warape's pistol, a Makarov, militia issue. Now I do. Arkady pushed off the pistol's safety, and to be convincing put the muzzle to Dimitris's head. Wait, fuck! Katame who? Your friend and teammate, your fellow militia officer, Karol Katame. He found the Russian at the cemetery. I want to talk to him face to face. Arrange it, or I will find you and shoot off your knee. Then we'll see how you skate. Arkady applied one last squeeze before getting up. He gave Dimitris his mobile phone number. Dimitris got to his feet. Could I have my gun back? No. That's my guarantee that I will meet Katame. You get your gun back after. Feeling in a better frame of mind himself, Arkady rode to the cafe where he found Bobby Hoffman and Yakov working on black coffee in the absence of a kosher kitchen. Yakov was tidy, like a pensioner dressed to feed the birds, but Bobby's face and clothes were corrugated from lack of sleep, and his hand was swollen. What happened? Bees. Bobby shrugged it off. I don't mind bees. So what about Obadovsky? What's he doing in Kiev? Anton is doing what you'd expect someone of his stature to do when he's visiting his hometown. He's showing off money and a girl. Neither Victor nor I have any authority to pick him up or question him. Bobby whispered, I don't want him questioned. I want him dead. Arkady said, Tell me what you were doing here last year. It's none of your business. A militia car swung into the space beside Yakov's battered Nissan, and Captain Marchenko emerged, slowly, perhaps posing for a painting called The Cossack at Dawn, Arkady thought. A lot of things had escaped Marchenko's notice. A slit throat, tire treads at a murder scene, but the zone's two newest residents had caught the captain's eye. The captain entered the cafe and came immediately to the table. "Do I see visitors? Renko, please introduce me to your friends." Yakov stepped in. "I am Yitzhak Brodsky, and my colleague is Chaim Weitzman. Please, Mr. Weitzman speaks only Hebrew and English." "No Ukrainian, not even Russian?" "I interpret." "Friends of yours, Renko?" Arkady improvised. "Weitzman is a friend of a friend. He knew I was here, but he came to see the Jewish grave." Marchenko turned to Yakov. "May I see your passports, please?" The captain studied them closely to underline his authority. He cleared his throat. "Excellent. You know, I often say we should make our Jewish visitors especially welcome. Mr. Brodsky, please take my card. Call me if I can organize anything for you. Anyway, let's hope the rain is over. Let's hope we don't need Noah and his ark, right?" As the captain climbed into his car, Bobby waved and muttered, "Asshole." Arkady asked, "Bobby, how many passports do you have?" "Enough." "Good, because the captain's brain is like a closet light that sometimes lights and sometimes doesn't. This time it didn't, the next time it might, and he'll connect Timofeyev and me and you. He'll check on your papers or call Ozhogin. It might be wise to go now." "We'll wait. By the way, Noah was an asshole too." "Why Noah?" Arkady asked. He didn't argue. Yakov explained. "Abraham argues with God not to kill everyone in Sodom and Gomorrah. Moses pleads with God not to kill worshippers of the golden calf. But God tells Noah to build a boat because he's going to flood the entire world. And what does Noah say? Not a word." "Not a word," said Bobby, "and saves the minimum. What a bastard." Perhaps Ava had gone to the Panasenkos to give Roman a physical examination. But the cow had gotten out during the storm and trampled the vegetable garden, and Maria and Ava were in the middle of trying to resurrect what they could when Arkady arrived and joined in. They worked separate rows, digging their hands into the mud and freeing the greens, or replanting root vegetables, tops up. The women were faster and more efficient. Arkady hadn't worked in a garden since he was a boy, and that was just at the dacha to keep him out of the way. Ava had ignored him since his arrival, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the night with her had been a mistake. He had gotten too involved. He had lost his sacred objectivity. He was like one of those telescopes launched into space with lenses so distorted it could be seeing either headlights or the Milky Way. When the garden was done, Maria brought cold water for Arkady and Ava. Then they carried scythes into the field behind the cow barn to cut grass and barley bent by the rain. Arkady had cut grass in the all-purpose Red Army, and he remembered that the rhythm of scything was like swimming. The smoother the motion, the longer the stroke. Straws flew and insects spiraled in a golden dust. At the end of the field, he dropped the scythe and lay down in high grass. A body dropped nearby, and though he couldn't see her, he heard Ava's breathing. Through closed eyes, he felt the dull pulsation of the sun. What a relief to think of nothing, to be a rock in the field and never move again. Even better, he thought, 2 rocks in the field. Unseen behind the grass, Ava asked, "Why did you come here?" "To see you. I want more." "Of what?" "You." Directness was not a language he generally spoke, and he expected her to leap to her feet and walk away. There was a stir, and Ava's hand grazed his. "You didn't ask," she said. "Ask what?" "Whether the garden was radioactive." You're becoming a real citizen of the zone. For you, is it good or bad? She uncurled his fingers and laid her head on them. Disaster. The worst. Arkady's mobile phone rang as he rode into town, and he turned onto the side street of beech trees to take the call. It was Victor, phoning from the State Library in Kiev. Encyclopedia entry. Felix Mikhailovich Gerasimov, 1925 to 2002, Director of the Institute of Extremely High Temperatures, Moscow, blah, blah, an all-around guy. Why are you interested? He died 2 years ago. Arkady leaned the bike on its stand. Any connection to Chernobyl? Not much. Delegation 6 months after the accident. Look for Chelyabinsk. Okay, here's an article translated from the French about an explosion of nuclear waste in Chelyabinsk in '57, which was a secret site, so we kept the lid on that. Gerasimov must have been a kid at the time, but he's mentioned as helping run the cleanup. Okay, here's more nuclear pollution on Novaya Zemlya test grounds. Gerasimov again. More recent stuff. London Times portrait from 10 years ago. Physics in a Russian family. Academician Felix Gerasimov and his son Alexander. From Izvestia. Institute director found dead at home by his own hand. A gun. In good health but declining spirits after the death of his wife 6 months earlier. Here's the wife again. Tragic death. A family tradition of suicide that was the connection between Alex and Arkady. Ava had spotted the merry bond right away. What is the date on the Izvestia piece? May 2nd. He was found on May Day. Call Petrovka. In Moscow? Yes, call headquarters and see if there's any record of a suicide attempt by the son, Alexander. And did you get anywhere with his off-time work in Moscow? Sorry. I called at Bobby's expense, every major hotel in Moscow. A dead end. Any sight of Anton? I have my notes right here. There was a rush of papers falling. Shit, fuck your mother. I have to call you back. Victor really wasn't meant for the hushed confines of a library, Arkady decided, when his cell phone rang. Hello, Victor, go ahead. A raspy voice asked, Who is Victor? A friend, Arkady said. I bet you don't have many. I hear you got someone shot at the cooling pond. It was Karol Katamay, the missing militia officer. I want to talk to you about the Russian that you found, Arkady said. I want you to leave my family alone. I will, but I have to talk to you in person. Then I won't bother your grandfather and sister anymore, and Dimitris can have his gun back. A long silence. Pripyat, the center of the main square. 10 tonight. Alone. Agreed, Arkady said, but to a dial tone. Victor rang the next instant. Okay, Anton. Thank God for our little hygienist, or I'd never see Anton. He picks her up after work every day. He goes up to the office like a real gentleman. Took her to a Porsche showroom, churches, and a graveyard. A graveyard? His mother died this year. I'm interested in where he was born. See if you find any record that he lived in Pripyat. Arkady rode down an avenue of the truck yard and followed the single power line to the trailer office of Bella, the manager. Bella had few visitors, and he was eager to roll up yard maps and share with Arkady the living comforts engineered into his trailer. A pornographic tape was playing, pneumatic sex with the sound down, like background music. Bella picked a hair off his shoulder. In his dirty white suit he looked like a lily beginning to rot. I'm seriously thinking of retiring. The demands of this job are too much. What demands? Demands! Customers can't just drive into the zone to shop for auto parts. This is not a showroom. On the other hand, they want to see what they're buying, so I bring them.
Bring them here? In the back of my van. I have an understanding with the boys at the checkpoint. They have to eat too. Everyone eats. That's the golden rule.
And Captain Marchenko?
A mass of envy. However, the zone administrators in their wisdom have given me control of the yard with no interference from the captain. Hence, this multitude of vehicles outside is all mine.
And with every car a free dosimeter?
Don't even joke about such things. You should enjoy life's more beautiful things.
The manager held up a box that said, Moscow Escort Girls.
Whatever tickles your fancy.
Actually, I brought one. Arkady handed over Vanko's tape.
No label. Some amateur action?
Bella eagerly switched tapes. As he watched Vanko's tape, the yard manager's face expressed first surprise and then disappointment, as if sugar he had shoved into his mouth proved to be salt. In Pripyat, light slowed to a drifting mist. Arkady had arrived on his motorbike on time at 10. The square was fronted by the city hall, hotel, restaurant, school, all shells. The moon made figures out of street lamps, turned the amusement park Ferris wheel into a huge antenna. Dimitris Woropay popped up like a large sprite at Arkady's side. "Leave the bike. Follow me." Arkady walked briskly while the brothers circled in and out of shadows to shepherd him along an arcade to Pripyat's cultural theater. Taras, the younger brother, punched the doors open and whooped as he rolled into a lobby. Dimitris elbowed his way in and thrust his arms over his head as if he'd scored a goal. By the time Arkady entered, the Woropays were gone. A crashing of piano keys came from deep inside the theater, and Arkady pushed through the flats and the clatter of cloakroom racks into a passageway of near-total darkness. He used his cigarette lighter to see along a wall defaced with curses, threats, and crude anatomy. Finally he groped his way to a drawn curtain and ropes and the light of a kerosene lamp. A piano with broken and missing keys was on stage, and Taras Woropay played as he sang. "You can't always get what you want, but you get what you need." Dimitris, night goggles flipped up, skated and danced wildly from one side of the stage to the other. A couch had been dragged to the other side of the piano, where Carol Katame lay propped by pillows and covered with shawls. Carol wore his hair long and beaded around a chalky face with pink eyes. A hockey shirt, the Detroit Red Wings, swam over him. A liter of Evian was tucked between his legs. A satin pillow cushioned his head. A corner of the pillow was embroidered, "Je ne regrette rien." I regret nothing. When Carol smiled, tickled by the sight of Dimitris whirling like a dervish, he showed pulpy gums. Dimitris steadied himself and pointed in Arkady's direction. "Brought him." Close up, Katame looked crayoned by a child. Arkady said, "You don't look well." "I'm fucked." Katame's nose sprang a leak. He pressed a towel against the blood in an offhand, nearly elegant way. "Summer cold," he said. "So, you wanted to know about the dead Russian I found?" "Yes." "There's not much to say. Some old fart I found in a village." Katame said he had never seen the Russian before, and couldn't know the dead man was Russian, since his papers were missing. He was found in the morning lying on his back, his head at the cemetery gate, bloody but not too bloody, stiff from full rigor mortis, disorganized because of wolves. Katame found the body, coincidentally with a squatter. "Just a few questions. How was the dead man dressed?" "He was rich, expensive gear, beautiful shoes." "Not muddy?" "No." "His shirt, was it clean or dirty?" "A few leaves, I think."
Likely someone turned him over to relieve him of his money and threw away the ID later. Did you find anything else on the body? Directions, matches, keys? Nothing. You didn't notice that his throat had been cut? It was under his collar, and there wasn't that much blood. Anyway, wolves had been messing with him. Yanked on his nose and face a bit, enough to get an eye. Lovely picture, Arkady thought. Do wolves go for eyes? They'll eat anything. Where were the people in the village, the Panasenkos and their neighbors? I don't know. Why were you there that day? On the captain's orders. We were taking account of villagers in the zone and items of value. Like icons. Yes. Give me your hands. The Warapes shifted anxiously, but Katame put out his hands, palms up. Arkady turned them over to look at purpled fingernails. He motioned Katame to lean forward and held up the lantern to observe tendrils of bleeding capillaries in the whites of Katame's eyes. So tell me the truth, said Katame. Am I fucked, or am I fucked? Cesium? Fucked as they come. How did you get exposed? Ah, that's a different story. Just the Russian I found. We agreed. His car. You towed it. Was there anything inside? Papers, maps, directions? Give Dimtras back his gun. He's embarrassed. Arkady returned the pistol to Dimtras. Okay. There was a map in the car, and the pass for checkpoints and directions here, Katame said. To where, exactly? The cemetery. Where are the directions now? I don't know. You saw the pass and directions when you found the body, or when you towed the car? When we found the body. You said you found the body while you were canvassing houses about theft. The cemetery gate is 50 meters from the nearest occupied house. Why were you at the gate? I don't remember. That was cute, towing the car and hiding it at Bella's yard. I hear Bella walks the whole yard every day now. Carol's laugh turned into a cough. Every word seemed to cost him. You disappeared at the same time. Were you sick then? A little. But you still wanted money from a stolen car. I thought I could leave something. To someone. Who? Arkady asked, but Katame stopped for breath. Leave me something. Who was the squatter who led you to the gate? Hulak, Katame got out. Boris Hulak? The body pulled out of the cooling pond? That's the only reason I'm telling you. Carol Katame sank out of sight against the cushions with a laugh no more than a sigh. There's nothing you can do about it, anyway. By itself, the motorbike seemed to turn her way. He found her sitting in bed in her bathrobe, smoking, cradling a glass and an ashtray between her legs. Arkady asked, Are we drinking? We're drinking. There was a sharpness in the air that said it wasn't water. He pulled a chair up to the bed and sat. Being with her was like watching a bird beat against a pane of glass. Well, I had a question. No questions. What's your opinion of Noah? Arkady asked. You are a strange man. He felt her tease around the question, searching for his angle. My opinion of Noah is low. My opinion of God is lower. Why on earth do you ask? I was wondering, why Noah? Was he a carpenter or a sailor? A carpenter. All he had to do was float and muck the stupid animals. It wasn't as if he was going anywhere. How do you know? God would have given him directions. You're right. If Timofeyev had driven from Moscow to the Ukraine, to a small village he had never seen before, He would have needed directions. Do you think the Ark could have settled here? Why not? It's a nice place, Ava said. Full of murdered Poles, Jews, Reds and Whites, not to mention the victims starved to death by Stalin or hung by the Germans. But still nice. The best milk, best apples, best pears. The Pripyat was famous for pike in those days. I would lie down on a towel on the beach and watch fluffy clouds and dream of dancing and traveling to foreign countries, where I would meet a famous pianist, a passionate genius, and marry him and have 6 or 7 children. We would live in London, but we would always spend our summers here. I'll let you guess. What part of that have I not accomplished? Let's dance. Are you a good dancer? Awful. But I remember you dancing with Alex. You were dancing with Vanko, after all. It wasn't the same thing. She slipped out of bed over to a cassette player. A midnight waltz in Chernobyl. That's kicking death in the teeth. Exactly. He took her in his arms and executed a practice dip. She was incredibly light for being so much trouble. Arkady's mobile phone rang. Ignore it, Ava said. I'll just see who it is. He assumed the caller was Victor or Olga Andreevna, but it was Surin, the prosecutor, calling from Moscow. Good news, Renko. Sorry to ring you in the middle of the night. We're bringing you home. We've booked you on the 6 a.m. Aeroflot. How do you feel about that? I'm not done. It's not a failure, not a bit. This matter should have been shouldered by the Ukrainians from the start. I need more time, Arkady said. Which will become more time and more time. No, it's been decided. Get to the airport, catch the early flight, and I'll expect to see you in my office by noon tomorrow. What about Timofeyev? Unfortunately, he died at the wrong place, Surin said, and hung up. Ava refilled 2 glasses like a good barmaid. Marching orders? And where are you going from here? You must be going someplace. I don't know. How long can you sleep with a radioactive woman? I'd say the odds against that are not very good. You're not radioactive. Don't quibble with me. I'm the doctor. I simply need to understand the situation, the prognosis. It sounds as if you're leaving soon. That's not up to me. Oh, it isn't. I had taken you for a different kind of man. What kind? Ava delivered a smile. Imaginary. Secretly, aren't you a wee bit happy, a little relieved to have the decision taken out of your hands? I don't think we really made the ideal couple. You obviously hate histrionics, and I am completely histrionic, not to mention damaged goods. When exactly are you going? I have to go now. Her smile began to sink. That was fast. Hardly more than a one-night stand. Well, they say short farewells are the best. I will be back in a day, 2 at the most. She pulled her robe tight and picked up the gun when he approached. Shining streaks ran down her face. The Zone is an exclusive club. A very exclusive club, and you have just been voted out. So get out. Arkady found Bobby Hoffman sitting with a lantern in a backyard that was wild with roses and thorny canes that reached into the dark. Someone had once put beehives in the garden, and a colony still thrived. A dozen had been lured out by Bobby's light, in spite of the hour. Bobby let a bee crawl over the back of one hand to another and around his fingers like a coin trick. Other bees wandered on his hat. My father kept hives on Long Island. It was his hobby. Sometimes he wore a beekeeper's mask, but usually not. In cold winters, he'd drive the hives down to Florida. I loved that drive. One of our drives down south, a couple of crackers saw our license plate and asked if I was a New York Jew boy. He beat them half to death. Motel manager had to pull him off. That was loyalty. The first time I met Pasha, I said,
Jesus, it's the old man. We've got to go, Arkady said. I got a call from Prosecutor Surin, ordering me back to Moscow. There's only one reason I can think of for him to pull me out in such a rush. Colonel Ozhogin is on his way. Remember the nice police? Said Yakov. Captain Marchenko at the cafe? Arkady reminded Bobby. I think he called Ozhogin, who is coming to get you. Not to arrest you. They would have kept me here for that. He wants to give Bobby a beating? Yakov asked. We could let him have Bobby for 10 minutes. A little pain. Bobby laughed gently, so as not to disturb the bees browsing on his hat. He's not flying in from Moscow just for 10 minutes of Pound the Jew. You have no proof that the colonel is coming. If I'm right and you stay, you won't last the day. Bobby shrugged. Arkady asked, what happened to the old elusive Bobby Hoffman? He got tired. Yakov asked Bobby, what happened to your father? Prison killed him. The feds tossed him in just to make him name his associates. He was a stand-up individual and he named no one, so they kept handing him more years. 6 years in, he got diabetes and bad circulation. But decent medical treatment, not a chance. They started whittling him down, one leg and then the other. They took a big man like my father and turned him into a dwarf. His last words to me were, don't ever let them put you inside or I will come back from the grave to beat the living shit out of you. When I think of him, I remember him how he was before they put him inside. Whenever I see a bee, I know what the old man would be thinking. Where's this little guy going? To an apple blossom? A pear tree? Or is he just buzzing around in the sun? Time to go, Bobby. The dormitory. It's a short walk and it's dark. We're not taking the car? No. I don't think your car can get through a checkpoint now. Why are you doing this? What's in this for you? A quid pro quo. Something for you, too. There's something I want you to see. Bobby nodded. He gently blew the bee off his fingers, got to his feet, and shook the bees from his jacket, removed his hat, and with soft puffs, blew the bees off the brim. Arkady led Bobby and Yakov to the room next to his, heard the vague tumult of a cheering stadium, and knocked. When no one answered, Arkady used the phone card Victor had given him and popped the latch. Professor Campbell sat in a chair, his eyes shut and his head tucked into his chest, as stiff as a mummy, an empty bottle at his feet. Dead or drunk? Bobby asked. He looks fine, Yakov said. Bobby settled into a chair next to Campbell to watch the game. It was a tape of two British teams playing a trench warfare style of soccer devoid of Latin frills. Arkady ejected the game. Got any baseball? Bobby asked. I have this. Arkady fed Vanko's tape into the player and pushed play. Chernobyl, day, exterior. The crossroad of the cafe, commissary, and dormitory established in a handheld shot. A telephoto shot of a long line of buses. Jump to buses parked in the dormitory lot and hundreds of bearded men, disembarking and milling around. And a separate bus of women wearing headscarves. A pair of militia with the sullen expression of the dispossessed. A close-up of Captain Marchenko shaking hands and welcoming a man whose expression was hidden in his beard. This was taped last year by Vanko, Arkady said. A disorganized march, carrying a murmur in Hebrew and English, filled the road and spilled over onto the sidewalk. Cut to the bunker of the rabbi's tomb. Rabbi Nahum of Chernobyl, Yakov said. A great man, the sort who saw God everywhere. The visitors watched an elder arthritically remove his shoes, then enter. Arkady remembered how tight the space was in the tomb, Yet it appeared to swallow man after man, each shoeless and with an expression of walking on air. A pan of the ecstatic crowd, and there he was on the fringe. Bobby Hoffman in his suit and hat, but no beard to obscure his expression of agony. Arkady set the tape on slow motion to catch Bobby, about to take his turn to enter the tomb, dropping out of line. For everyone else there was a curious relaxation. Men sang and danced, hands on the shoulders of the man in front, and snaked back and forth across the street. Bobby stayed apart, and moved only to shun the camera. Vanko cut to more dancing, continuous visits to the tomb, then finally a prayer said by a long line of men facing the river. The camera glimpsed Bobby with his lips sealed. Then the buses reloaded and formed their convoy and started the drive back to Kiev. In the room, Bobby's head dropped into his hands. "Why did you come last year, Bobby?" Arkady asked. "You told me that you came to look into processing reactor fuel, and you didn't do that. You arrived on the bus and you left on the bus, but you didn't do anything. So why were you here?" Bobby looked up, his eyes hot and wet. "Pasha asked me." "To visit the tomb?" Arkady said. "No. All he wanted was that I prayed, that I said the Kaddish. I told him I didn't do that stuff. Pasha said, 'Go, you'll do it.' He insisted so much I couldn't say no. But I got here and it didn't matter, I couldn't." "Why not?" "I didn't pray for my father. He died in prison, but he wanted a Kaddish, from me especially, only I was already on the run over some stock swap. Unimportant. The thing is, I blew it." "What did you tell Pasha when you got back to Moscow?" "I lied, and he knew it." Before Bobby went completely down the emotional drain, Arkady wanted to get the facts straight. The men facing the river were saying Kaddish for Jews killed in the pogrom 80 years ago. A listless nod. "And that's what Pasha Ivanov sent you from Moscow to join? To say a prayer for victims of the pogrom here?" Bobby had to laugh. "You don't get it. Pasha wanted a Kaddish for Chernobyl, for victims of the accident." "Why?" "He wouldn't say. I asked. And after I went back to Moscow, he never mentioned it again. Months went by and apparently no harm done. And then Pasha dives out a window and Timofeyev comes here to get his throat cut. Somehow I can't help but believe that if I had only prayed when Pasha asked, he and Timofeyev would be alive today." Out of mercy, Arkady switched tapes and stepped into the hall with Yakov. "Clever," Yakov said. "Not really. I think Bobby has been trying to tell us this since he arrived. That's probably why he came. Now that he has, do you have a way to take us out?" "I have an individual in mind, reliable, but greedy. How much money do you have?" "Whatever he wants, if we get to Kiev. On us now, maybe $250. "Not much. It's what we have left." "That will have to do then. Keep Bobby as quiet as possible, and take off his shoes, and keep the television on. As long as the housekeeper thinks the Englishman's here, she won't go in." "You know Ozhogin?" "A little. He might bring 2 or 3 men. All he'll want from Marchenko is to keep the checkpoints closed. When you leave, I'll follow you out." Yakov took a deep breath. Outside, the taller trees were starting to separate from the night. The first birdsong rang out. "Such a day. Rabbi Nahum said no man was beyond redemption. He said redemption was established before the creation of the world itself. That's how important redemption is. No one can take it away." Arkady went into his own room and packed, if for no other reason than to give the impression that he was leaving and following orders. There were flights all day to Moscow. If he raced, he might still catch a plane and get to the prosecutor's office by noon. Where would Surin assign him next? Was there a position for a senior investigator out on the permafrost? The people of the Arctic Circle were said to be full of life. He noticed at the top of his file the employment application for Novirus. He was surprised to find he still had it. He scanned the opportunities. Banking? Brokerage? Security or combat skills? It did nothing for his confidence to realize he had not one marketable talent. Certainly not communication skills. He wished he could start the night over again, beginning with Surin's call, and clarify to Ava what he was doing. Not going, only helping a criminal flee the zone. Was that better? Bella was already up having a daybreak coffee in front of CNN when Arkady arrived. 2 passengers, Arkady said. You take them out like your usual customers.
But they're not regular customers. Why should I jeopardize a good thing for 2 men I don't know?
For $500 that you don't have to spread around. What are you moving today?
An engine block. I got a van specially outfitted with jump seats for the customers.
Then there'll just be 2 customers riding along, as usual. $500 for transportation for 2 to Kiev, for a service that you usually provide for free. Half to start, and half on arrival, to start immediately.
Done, Bella said.
Feeling high from a successful negotiation and the euphoria of a sleepless night, Arkady detoured. Instead of returning directly to the dormitory, he went to Ava's cabin to explain to her that while he had to report to Moscow, he could return in a day or 2 on his own. As he rode the motorcycle up to the cabin, he saw Alex's Toyota truck parked at the garage, and as he walked to the screen door of the house, he heard a scuffle within. There was something about the sound that prevented him from rushing in immediately. He moved to the bedroom window, and there, through the lilacs, he had a view of Alex and Ava. They stood together. Her bathrobe was open, and he was pressing her against a bureau, his pants down, his buttocks flexing in and out. She clung limp as a rag doll, arms around his neck, as he pounded his flesh into hers, covered her mouth with his. As Alex pulled Ava's head back by her hair to kiss her, she saw Arkady at the window. She freed a hand to motion him to leave. Alex saw Arkady in the bureau mirror and more vigorously lifted her with his strokes. Arkady backtracked to the bike, staggering as if he'd lost his sense of balance. It was a little early in the day to cope with this. Apparently Ava hadn't expected him back. He felt a rage take over, although he wasn't sure at whom. Alex came out of the cabin's screen door, tucking his shirt in, buckling his belt, the man of the house encountering an unexpected visitor.
Alas, Porenko, I knew him well. Sorry you caught us like that. I know it's painful.
Did you rape her?
No, it was very good. Felt like home.
Arkady walked to the cabin door. As he reached the front step, Ava bolted the screen door and backed up to the middle of the little parlor, clutching her robe tight. Arkady rattled the door. He considered ripping it out, but she shook her head and said in a hoarse whisper, "This is none of your business."
"You're upsetting her," Alex said.
"Are you bruised?" Arkady asked. Ava said, "No. Go away, please." This was exactly the sort of scene that police the world over hated. 2 men starting to wrestle on the ground, a motorcycle kicked over, a woman sobbing inside the house. The gun in Alex's hand was the next escalation. He pushed it against Arkady's temple and said, "We had an understanding, you and I. You came here for an investigation. Fine, investigate. Any questions you want, but leave Ava alone. I take care of Ava. She needs someone reliable who will be here tomorrow and the day after. Go back to Moscow now, and no one's the worse." Ava came to the haze of the screen. "I was lonely. I phoned Alex and asked him over. It was my idea." "All of it?" But she retreated from sight. "Is that good enough for you?" asked Alex. "So you're finished here, right?" Alex was first to his feet. He tucked the gun, a 9mm, into the back of his belt. Arkady rose more slowly. One question. The investigator is back on the case. Excellent. At the Samagon party, you did a hilarious impersonation of the control room technicians. How they blew up the reactor and had to report to Moscow. Who in Moscow did they call? You're serious? It was a chain. The Minister of Energy, the Director of Power Plant Construction, the Minister of Health, Gorbachev, the Politburo. And who did they call? Someone respected with first-hand experience in nuclear disasters. I think they called Felix Gerasimov. They called your father. With self-control, Alex picked up Arkady's motorcycle and dusted off the saddle. A good trip home, Renko. Be careful. A thought struck Arkady. You said you had an understanding with me. Do you have an understanding with Ava? Alex smiled, caught out. I said I wouldn't hurt you. Bella tucked Bobby and Yakov into jump seats behind a washed and brushed Kamaz V8 in a wooden cradle and security straps. Yakov kept one hand on the gun inside his jacket and smiled like a grandpa. Bobby held onto his laptop. He rallied enough to say, Renko, you remind me of a dog I once had. With one eye, 3 legs, no tail. Answered to the name Lucky. That's you. You never know when to stop. Probably not. One thing, Renko. Tell me you're staying because you know who killed Pasha. Tell me you're close. Arkady let his fingers lie. He held his thumb and forefinger a centimeter apart and slid the van door shut. Arkady went back to Campbell's dormitory room. The professor himself was curled up in the bottom of the shower stall, and a tape of a soccer game between Liverpool and Arsenal was on the television. Arkady hoped he had done one thing right and gotten Bobby and Yakov safely out of Chernobyl. It wasn't like rescuing babes from a fire, but Arkady was willing to celebrate small accomplishments. Arkady's task was to avoid Ozhogin. The colonel would consider him the most likely lead to Bobby, and Arkady suspected that he enjoyed gathering information. Victor called. You were right about the travel office. Anton and Galina picked up tickets for Morocco. For when? 2 days. I caught the travel agent on the way down and bought her a coffee. You chatted up the agent? The newly attired Victor must be less frightening than the old one, Arkady thought. I chatted up an agent. Did you know that it's often cheaper for 2 people to travel than one? You're getting very sophisticated. But there's more to it than that. We were having our coffees, the travel agent and I, when Anton and Galina came out of the building. See after the agent. So they must have gone into the dentist's office. That just struck me as odd. Where was the dentist? Dr. Levinson? That's right. There was a phone number on her office sign. I called it, and a voice said she was going on a month's vacation starting tomorrow. It was a sweet voice, but not a well-educated voice. And my bet is it was our lovely Galina. I worry about the dentist. I have a feeling that when Anton and Galina take off to Morocco, they're not going to leave any loose ends behind. If so, I am very disappointed in Galina. Where is Anton now? The last I saw, he and Galina were tearing along the river in a new Porsche convertible. Real lovebirds. By the way, you may be right about Alex Gerasimov. He either fell or jumped off a 4-story building a week after his father blew his head off. But the son lived. Is he crazy or strong? Good question. Get a home number for the dentist just to hear her voice. And if Surin calls, you haven't talked to me in weeks. Arkady closed the mobile phone. It rang. The caller ID showed a local number. Arkady? It was Ava. Ava, I think I misunderstood your relationship with Alex. Alex said you went to Moscow. Where are you? I can't tell you. What can I do? If you want to help, you can tell me what Alex does in Moscow in his off time. You're close to him. Is that what you want to talk about? Can you help or not? No? Too bad. Arkady hung up. He put on Vanko's tape and fast-forwarded, then rewound. The question, he decided, was why the camera had found Bobby among all the Hasidim. On repeated viewings, Arkady could almost feel the camera's search for Bobby. He went frame by frame until he saw a reflection in the bus's folded glass door of Vanko handing out business cards. If Vanko hadn't been taping, who had? Arkady heard a car brake hard in the dormitory parking lot and bodies rush into the downstairs hall. A rapid conversation included the bewildered tones of the housekeeper. A moment later, heavy feet ran up the stairs and stopped next door, at the room Arkady had occupied. A key jiggled, and they were in. It sounded like they tossed the mattress and drawers, then collected again in the hall. Arkady slid a chain bolt into the doorplate a moment before someone rapped on the other side. "Renko! Renko! If you're in there, open up!" It was Ozhogin, which gave Arkady the perverse satisfaction of knowing he had been right. Arkady heard the housekeeper waddle up the hall and mention the Englishman, maybe adding a gesture of drinking. She scratched the door and called Campbell's name. A fist knocked less politely. "Renko," Ozhogin said, "you should have filled out the form. We would have found some kind of job for you. Now it's come to this." The housekeeper tried the wrong key and apologized. "Here we are," she said. Arkady became aware of someone behind him. Campbell had wandered in from the bathroom in his undershirt and drawers, wet as a duck. "Shut your fucking gobs!" Arkady didn't know how well Ozhogin spoke English, but he seemed to get the message. Arkady heard Ozhogin and his men retreat down the hall, confer, then move with dispatch down the stairs and out to their car. Doors slammed, and they drove away. Hours slipped around the window shade. Arkady knew he should sleep. He also knew that as soon as he closed his eyes, he would be back on the ground outside Ava's cabin. Arkady called the children's shelter and asked for Zhenya. Olga Andreevna came on the line. "Are you finally here in Moscow?" she asked. "No." "You're impossible. But at least you called him this time. Wait." Arkady sat with the phone for 10 minutes. The director came back on and said, "Here he is." Zhenya, naturally, said nothing. "Have you been playing chess?" Arkady asked. "Eating well? My case here is winding up soon. I'll be back, and if you like, we can go to a soccer game. Or Gorky Park." Just for a test, he said, "Baba Yaga has a wolf." There was a perceptible quickening of the breath on the other end. "The wolf lives in a red forest with his wife, a human who wants to escape. He doesn't know whether he wants to eat her or keep her, but he does know he'll eat anyone who tries to help her. In fact, the forest is littered with the bones of those who have tried and failed. I wanted your advice on whether I should try. What do you think? Take your time. Consider every possibility like a chess game. When you know, call me. In the meantime, be good." He hung up. Surin called, and Arkady didn't answer. Something was right in front of him, dangling and shining like a mirror ball. But every time he reached out, it disappeared, or skipped along like that Icelandic sprite you could see only from the corner of your eye. Vanko had said Alex made lots of money. In the belly of the beast, Alex had said. Exactly what beast? Arkady wondered. Arkady opened his file. On the Novorus employment application were an internet site, email address, phone and fax numbers. Arkady called the phone number, and a woman's musical voice said, "Welcome to Novorus. How may I direct your call?" Interpreting and translation. Legal, international, or security? Security. Hold, please. Arkady held until a brusque male voice answered, Security. I'm calling Alex Gerasimov. You want the accident section. Hold. Accident. Alex Gerasimov? No, he's not on duty for another 2 weeks. Doing interpreting and translation for the accident section. Yes? He was going to explain everything to me. Sorry, Alex is not here. I'm Yegor. A good sign. A man who offered his name invited conversation. I apologize for bothering you, Yegor, but Alex was going to tell me about the job. You talked to the people in employment? Yes, but you know how it is with them. They never give you an honest picture. Alex was going to. I can do that. Yegor explained that Novi Rus offered physical security to Russian and foreign clients in the usual form of bodyguards and cars. For foreign clients, they provided standby interpreters who could go to the scene of a traffic accident or an incident involving police or any emergency where their presence could alleviate a dangerous or costly misunderstanding, often with prostitutes, for which there was a discretionary fund. Interpreters were expected to be university-educated, well-dressed, and fluent in 2 foreign languages. They worked a 24-hour shift every 3 days. What the people in employment didn't tell applicants was that the 24-hour shift was spent either racing around Moscow from one scene of confusion to the next or going nowhere at all, which meant a day and a night in a basement room. Alex made it sound better than that, Arkady said. Alex has the run of the place. He's been here a while. He knows everyone, and he's in and out of everywhere. Were you on duty the day Pasha Ivanov died? No. But Alex was, wasn't he? Yeah. Who did you say you were? Arkady hung up. By now, Bobby Hoffman could be halfway to Cyprus or Malta. Anton Obadovsky was either menacing someone or buying matching luggage with Galina. It was even getting dark enough for Arkady to stir. Arkady's mobile phone rang. Ava. He was about to answer when an image of her and Alex came flooding back. The sight of Ava pressed against the bureau, the sound of perfume bottles rolling to the floor. Arkady remembered her eyes, the look of a drowning woman who embraces the whirlpool. He still couldn't answer. Another call, from Bella. Arkady took this one because he could use good news, but Bella said, "We're at the power station, at the sarcophagus. We were headed to the checkpoint when the fat one changed his mind." "Why did you go to the power station? Why did you agree?" Bella's voice got small. "He offered so much money." Arkady covered the first few kilometers on dirt roads through black villages to see whether anyone was following him before taking the motorcycle onto the highway. There was no avoiding the checkpoint outside the power station, but Arkady was waved through. He had become a familiar figure, the eccentric investigator who haunted Pripyat. Usually he rode by the station entrance. This time he killed his headlight and swung in. In the dark were faint indications of towers and high-tension wires. He crossed the parking lot to what might have been a row of laboratories and saw enough radiation posters and advisory signs to persuade him to turn on his headlight again. He followed a wire fence crowned with razor wire. More fences and wire led him right and left up to a sign that said, "Do not enter. Report to guard before proceeding. Are you wearing your radiation pin?" Arkady coasted through and found a service road where Bella's van was parked at a gate. Bella was in the van. Bobby Hoffman and Yakov stood in the middle of the road facing a security wall decked with shiny coils of wire. Each man wore a yarmulke and a tassel shawl. Arkady couldn't make out what they were saying, though they rocked back and forth to its rhythm. Beyond the wall was another wire-draped wall, and 50 meters farther on, the sarcophagus, as stained and massive as a windowless cathedral. Bella crept out of the van. "This is as close as we could get." Arkady didn't need to use his dosimeter. He felt his hair rise. "Where are the guards?" Bella pointed to a pair of legs sticking out from the shadow of the gate.
"Just the watchman. I gave him some vodka."
It was the night shift, Arkady thought. There were no office or construction workers. The chanting wasn't loud enough to carry far. Bobby's voice was whispery. Yakov's was deep and worn. And Arkady recognized the Kaddish, the prayer for the dead. Their voices overlapped, separated, joined again. "How long have they been doing this?"
"Half an hour at least, when I called you."
"The rest of the time, what did you do all day?"
"Drove into the woods. I found them a hill with nice mobile phone reception. The fat one called and arranged things."
"What things?"
"Belarus is just a few kilometers north. Your friends have got visas and a car waiting. They've got every move figured out."
"Like a game of chess." Except if they were doing it for Pasha, it was too late, Arkady thought. "But they let you call me."
"Yakov suggested it."
Arkady moved into their line of vision. Yakov acknowledged Arkady with the briefest nod, to say not to worry, that he and Bobby were fine. Bobby clutched a list of names that Arkady could see because of a rising moon that spilled over the station yard. Maybe Bobby and Yakov had planned well and had some luck, but every minute spent at the power plant was a chance taken, and the list looked long. Arkady remembered Ava saying that a complete list would reach the moon. The thought of his cold-blooded rejection of her made him wince. It occurred to him that when she needed him most, he had abandoned her, and that he had made an irretrievable mistake. The way to see Pripyat, like the Taj Mahal, was by moonlight. The broad avenues and stately chestnuts, the confident plan of greenery, office towers, and residential blocks. Never mind the empty sockets of the windows or the grass that grew between the pavers. Arkady left his motorcycle in the plaza. He went to the theater where he had met Carol Katame. Carol and the couch were gone, leaving only a few dried drops of blood in the dust. Back on the plaza, Arkady turned off the chatter of his dosimeter.
"Carol, we should talk."
"While we can," he thought. Arkady returned to the center of the plaza and kept going when he saw the amusement park. It had 3 rides, a Ferris wheel, bumper cars, and crazy chairs. In the crazy chairs, children sat in a circle of flower petals that spun until the children were dizzy or nauseated. Carol Katame lay on his couch in front of the crazy chairs. He was in the same hockey shirt and propped up with cushions as before. However, he was dead. The eyes, red as wounds, stared through Arkady. His hands lay with their palms up on either side of the white satin pillow embroidered "Je ne regrette rien." One foot wore a Chinese slipper, the other was bare. There were worse ways to die than peacefully outside on a summer night, Arkady thought. Arkady found the other slipper 2 meters away on the other side of the crazy chair's fence, and honoring the professional rule of touch nothing, left it where it was. He returned to Katame. When had he died? He was still warm, but a fever could burn in a body for an hour or more. Why would a peacefully expiring man kick off a slipper? Katame's mouth relaxed a little and let the tongue peek out. The satin pillow between his hands was spotless. Arkady broke his rule and turned the pillow over. The opposite side was soaked with blood, only starting to brown. Blood from 2 sources, it seemed, mouth and nose, and what a brief struggle that must have been. Arkady became aware of Dimtris Woropay standing on the other side of the crazy chairs. Arkady also saw what the scene looked like to Dimtris. Arkady standing over Carol Katame with a bloody pillow.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
"I found him like this."
"What the fuck did you do?"
Dimtris swung himself directly over the fence on the other side and bowled through the crazy seats. Arkady put the pillow between Katame's hands and moved away. Dimtris snapped the gate chain. He knelt by the couch, touched the dead man's face, picked up the pillow. "No! No!" He got to his feet and bellowed, "Taras!" Arkady ran for his motorbike, but another figure closed fast from the side, parting the grass with his arms. Taras Woropay on skates. Arkady jumped on the bike and started it. He was headed for the road when his rear tire popped and took Arkady to the ground. He rolled free and looked back at Taras on one knee with a gun. A good shot. Dimtris followed Arkady into the school. Arkady tripped in the dark over gas masks on the lobby floor. They flopped out of the crate like rubber fish. He moved by memory as much as sight, heading for the kitchen in the back of the building. The back door had been boarded up in the last week. "We should have rehearsed," the comic in him said. He considered breaking a window with a loose oven door until he saw Dimtris waiting behind a birch. Arkady returned to the lobby and looked out the front window. Skates off, Taras was stepping up to the door. Arkady went up the stairs 2 at a time. Taras didn't have to shout to his brother where Arkady was. Anyone could hear. Second floor, the music room. The doorframe next to Arkady's head split open before he heard the shot. He javelined a bench down the hall and knew he had caught someone when he heard a curse. The last room was a nap center of dolls asleep on white beds. Arkady gathered a mattress around himself and dove through the glass of the window. He landed on his back between seesaws, rolled to the trees, and crawled under a thorn bush, feeling a prick or two, also aware of blood running down the back of his neck and into his camos. In the moonlight, he saw Dimtris step up on the windowsill and jump. He hit the mattress and rolled off. Taras followed suit. They signaled to each other and separated. Arkady couldn't see where to, although he suspected they would go only a short distance and double back right to where he was. If he did get to the far woods, he could head west to the wild Carpathian Mountains or east to Moscow. The sky was the limit. A rock, a brick, something hit the wall of the school. Immediately Taras, one arm hung low, hurt, ran forward and around the side of the school. One-on-one, Arkady took his chance. He emerged and moved to the quarter that Taras had deserted. He had been suckered. Dimtris was waiting behind a big enough tree this time, but Arkady tripped in brambles, and the shot that should have taken off his shoulder was high. By the time Dimtris had advanced to see, Arkady was on his feet again, weaving downhill between trees. Arkady had no plan. He wasn't headed to any particular road or checkpoint. He was only running. The brothers were behind him, one on either side. He glimpsed a Woropay closer every time he dared look. How could they be so fast? The ground pitched forward, and they were herding him through deeper and deeper bracken. His feet grew heavy, clutched by mud, and he saw ahead a trail of silver water. It was a small swamp ringed by armless rotting trees, reeds, the plop of frogs. In the center, the hump of a beaver dam, and topping that, a diamond-shaped marker. Arkady moved back to firmer ground. He found no stones. A branch he picked up turned to dust. Weaponless, he met the charge of Taras, threw him over his hip, and stood to face Dimtris. Dimtris fought like an ice hockey player, grab with one hand and pound with the other. Arkady took the hand, twisted and locked it behind Dimtris's back, then ran him into a tree. He kicked Taras in the head when he returned. He hit Dimtris below the belt, but Dimtris clutched Arkady's knees as he dropped, and Arkady couldn't put enough force behind a punch into Taras's head. Dimtris climbed up Arkady. Taras hit back with the gun. Dimtris held Arkady's arm so Taras could swing the gun at a steadier target. The next conscious moment, Arkady was being turned over on the ground. Shooting him was too easy. They could have done that when they first caught up. Dimtris said, "I brought the pillow." He pulled the pillow out of his tunic and sat on Arkady's chest, while Taras knelt and held on to Arkady's arms. The blood on the pillow was still damp. Arkady's eyes sought the moon, a treetop, anything else. Dimtress said, "You'll go like Carol went. Then we'll put you in the water, and no one will find you for 1,000 fucking years." 50,000. Alex Gerasimov came out of the trees. More like 50,000 years. In Alex's hand was a gun. He shot Dimtress in the back, and the big man collapsed as dead as a slaughtered steer, while his brother sat back on his heels in surprise. Taras brushed the hair from his eyes and had started to form a question when Alex shot him. A cigarette burned through the heart. Taras looked down at it and kept falling until he spread out on the ground. Alex picked up the pillow. "Je ne regrette rien." "Absolutely," he said, and flung the pillow into the water almost to the diamond marker. They carried the bodies back. Alex said the swamp and hillside were too hot. The militia would either leave the Warapes or drag them out by the heels. Hadn't Arkady seen the Chernobyl militia in action? What kind of investigation did he expect? Fortunately, there were 2 witnesses. They were trying to kill you, and I saved your life. Isn't that what happened? They carried the Warapes over the shoulder, fireman style. Alex led the way with Dimtris, while Arkady, one eye swollen shut and his sense of balance badly out of kilter for being gun-whipped, staggered under Taras. Going uphill was slow work, slipping on needles with every step. Alex said, "You're lucky I heard the shot. I thought it was a poacher in the middle of the city. You're not hurt?" "I'm fine." Alex paused to look back. "We'll take these 2 up to the school, and then I'll get the truck." Arkady tripped on a root and went to one knee like a waiter with too much on his tray. He pushed himself up and asked, "Did you see Katame?" "Yes. He didn't look good." Arkady climbed a step at a time, and Alex began talking the way an adult would on a long, cold walk with a boy who was sniveling and slow, by distracting him with stories and things the boy would like to hear. Pasha Ivanov and Lev Timofeyev were my father's favorites, always in and out of our apartment. His best researchers, and when he was too drunk to function, his best protection. There's always a good impulse behind the worst disasters, don't you find? And I swear, when I began working at Novirus, it was purely for the extra money. I had no great plan of retribution. Retribution? Was that what Alex had said? Arkady's head was still ringing. My friend Yegor called from Moscow. Yes, I worked part-time for Novirus Security as an interpreter in the accident section. I began wandering the halls and discovered that the technicians monitoring all those security screens were even more bored than I was. One day I went by an empty chair, and on the screen was a palace gate swinging open for a couple of Mercedes. And there was Pasha Ivanov, after so many years, Mr. Novirus himself, getting out of a car with a beautiful woman on his arm. Here, I told myself, was a man who had everything. I wondered, what do you give a man who has everything? We were working with cesium chloride at the Institute. Remember how social Ivanov was? At Christmas he threw a party for about 1,000 people at his palace, collecting gifts for some charity. I brought some grains of cesium chloride and a dosimeter in a lead box wrapped as a present, and lead-lined gloves and tongs in the back of my belt. I found his bathroom and left one grain out for him to step on and track around, and the present on the toilet seat with a card inviting him to Chernobyl to atone. I waited months, and all Ivanov did was send Hoffman, his fat American friend, to hide among the Hasidim. Can you believe it? Ivanov delegated a prayer for the dead, and Hoffman didn't even perform. Ivanov moved to a mansion in the city with a guardhouse, but all the bodyguards in the world won't help if your dog comes back from his run in the park with a grain or 2 in his hair, which he distributes around the house. I started a campaign against Timofeyev, too, but he was a secondary character. Of course, after Ivanov was dead, Timofeyev was willing to come here, but before, the 2 of them had to behave as if nothing was happening, nothing to report to Novirus Security, where incidentally I flourished. I was every technician's big brother. Really, the plan took shape by itself. See, there's the school already at the top of the hill. To Arkady, the school was as distant as a cloud in the sky. He was impressed that he had come so far. Want to hear about the fumigator van? That was fun. Saturday mornings, the tech for Ivanov's building was always hung over. I covered and saw the same images the receptionist saw in the lobby, and as soon as the van rolled into the service alley,
I called on the security line and told him to read a list of the previous month's guests to me. The receptionist has to physically turn away from the street, get the binder from a bottom drawer, find the day and decipher his own handwriting, with no view of the screens. The fumigator has codes for touchpads at the back door, the service elevator, and Ivanov's floor, and I've promised him 12 minutes of distraction. The fumigator comes back into the alley, faster now because he's no longer pulling a suitcase full of salt, loads the van and drives off. I thank the receptionist, hang up, and then watch. He puts down the binder, looks up at the camera, checks his screens, rewinds the street and alley tapes. He sees the van, and he calls in the doorman, who disappears toward the back. The doorman returns, shaking his head, and hops in the elevator. On the monitors, I can see him going from floor to floor, knocking on doors. The doorman returns. No problem. Nothing to worry about. Everything's under control. Almost there, Renko. Arkady grunted to hold up his side of the conversation. Carol, he said. Carol was the fumigator, and he did a good job. Unfortunately, he got sloppy and must have picked up a grain or two of cesium. I tried 1,000,000 times to explain radioactivity to Carol, and I don't think I ever got through. Why would he do it? I was his friend. The Warapes, too. I listened to them, to their crazy ambitions. They were just boys from the zone. They were never going to be new Russians. We were each in our different ways getting even. For what? Everything. Not everything. Tell me one thing. Ava. With his finger, Alex drew a scar across his neck. The thorn bush behind reached for Taras, and Alex held back branches so Arkady could climb the last steps to the seesaw and chairs. Don't drop him, Alex said. We'll carry them back to Carol. To the other end of the plaza? Arkady thought. That was it then. That's why he was alive instead of dead by the swamp, so Alex could make one trip instead of 3. Alex prodded Arkady to get him moving again, this time in front. As Arkady stumbled forward, he remembered a quote by someone about a walk to the gallows focusing the mind. That wasn't true. He thought of favorite music, Irina's laugh, his mother staying in bed to read Anna Karenina one more time. He thought of how Ava had called and called again, when all he'd had to do was answer. Why? Arkady asked. What could Pasha and Timofeyev have done that made you so insane? Finally, an interesting question. The night of the accident at Chernobyl, what did Pasha and Timofeyev do? Well, you wouldn't think they could do anything. They were just 2 junior professors at an institute in Moscow. But they would sit up all night and drink with the old man. That's what they were doing when the call came from the party central committee. The party wanted my father to go to Chernobyl to assess the situation, because he had more experience in nuclear disasters than anyone else. Since he was too drunk to talk, he gave the phone to Pasha. Where were you? I was at Moscow University, sleeping soundly in my room. How do you know all this? My father didn't write a suicide note when he died, but he sent me a letter. He said the Central Committee had wanted his advice on whether to evacuate people. Pasha acted as if he was just relaying answers from my father. Ahead, Arkady saw Carol on the couch in front of the Crazy Chair's ride. His sister, Oksana, bent over him. She wore the same jogging suit. Arkady recognized her by the blue shine of her shaved head. Walking one step behind, Alex had yet to notice her. Pasha asked if the reactor core had been exposed. The committee said no, because that's what the control room told them. Pasha asked if the reactor was shut down. Yes, according to Chernobyl. Well, he said, it sounded like more smoke than fire. Don't sound any alarms. Just distribute iodine tablets to children
and advise the locals that they might want to stay inside for a day while the fire is extinguished and investigated. What about Kiev? The committee asked. Even more important to keep the lid on, Pasha said. Confiscate dosimeters. So the evacuation of Pripyat was delayed a day, and the warning to Kiev delayed 6 days, so that 1 million children, including our Ava, could march on an undisturbed radioactive May Day. Pasha and my father can't take all the credit. There were plenty of other weasels and liars, but they should take some. Your father was operating with faulty information. Was there an investigation? A whitewash. I woke up in the morning to go to class, and there he was in my room, sober, as drawn as a ghost, with an iodine pill for me. He knew. Every May Day from then on was a drinking bout. 16 anniversaries. Finally he wrote the letter, sealed it, took it to the post office himself, returned home to his pistol, and bang! Oksana's head whipped around. Arkady wondered what he and Alex looked like as they approached in the moonlight. Perhaps a single extraordinarily ugly creature with 2 heads, a trunk and a tail. Arkady motioned for her to get away. Surprised? Alex asked. Not really. As a motive for murder, money is overrated. Shame is stronger. That's the best part. Pasha and Timofeyev couldn't go anywhere for protection because then they would have had to reveal the whole story. They were too ashamed to save their own lives. Can you imagine that? It happens all the time. Oksana slipped around the couch, and only because Arkady had seen her, he heard her lightly running off. Maybe 50 more paces to Carol, who waited on the couch, the crazy chairs tilted behind him. Alex said, I wrote them. All I ever asked of Ivanov and Timofeyev was for them to come to the zone and declare their share of responsibility personally, face to face. Timofeyev came. Look what happened to him. I didn't say there wouldn't be consequences. At a shuffling gait they arrived at the fun fair. Carol stretched languidly from one end of the sofa to the other. His eyes were closed, and each foot now bore a Chinese slipper. An older sister would do that sort of thing. Arkady thought Alex might notice, but he was too pleased with himself. Arkady laid Taras on the ground. Alex simply let Dimtras roll off his shoulder. The big militiaman hit the ground. His head struck like a coconut cracked open. Arkady asked, Who shot Hulak? Who knows? He had an arrangement with the Warapes on where and what to steal. I assume they killed him. Alex rolled Dimtras, who had a back wound, onto his face. He placed Taras, with an entry wound through the chest, on his back. Waved the pistol to show Arkady where to stand until he achieved the geometry he wanted. A triangle of dead men. Carol, Dimtras, and Taras, with Arkady in the middle. I think this will be a pretty convincing picture of the dangers of drinking samagon while bearing arms. Don't worry, I'll supply the guns and the samagon. So you didn't save me from the Warapes? No, I'm afraid not. You never got past here, but you put up a terrific struggle, if that makes you feel any better. All that's lacking is the pillow you smothered Carol with. Je ne regrette rien. You know, I'd barely covered his face. He gave a few kicks and was gone. I'd say, considering the shape he was in, what I did was a mercy. Alex took 2 steps back from Arkady, into the shadow of the wheel, and raised the gun. Not too far, not too close. Arkady's mobile phone rang. Let it ring, Alex said. One thing at a time. The phone rang and rang. It could only be Zhenya, Arkady thought. No normal person would have such maddening persistence. The phone rang until Alex removed it from Arkady's pocket and crushed it underfoot. That settled, the entire city silent, every window an anxious eye, Alex stepped back and raised the gun again. Oksana crept into Arkady's view at the end of the crazy chairs. Arkady said, "Would you mind stepping out of the shadow?" "You want to see me when I kill you?" Alex asked. "If you don't mind." Alex moved forward into the silvery light. Arkady waited and gave Alex no reason to turn. There was a moment's perplexity on Alex's face as he seemed to wonder why Arkady was such an easy victim. Then Alex twitched. He was dead standing. He was dead dropping. He was dead sprawled on the ground, and Oksana's shot had not been much louder than the snap of a twig. As she stepped out from the crazy chairs, she freed her arm from a sling she'd used to steady her rifle, similar to the single-shot bolt-action rifles that Arkady had seen at the Katame apartment in Slavutic. "I'm so sorry. I left my rifle with my bike. I barely got back in time," she said. "But you did. This beast killed my little brother." She kicked Alex. "He was the devil. I heard every word." She got one good spit in before Arkady calmed her down and mopped up Alex's face. There wasn't a visible mark on him. Arkady had to press his finger into Alex's ear to find the bullet's borehole and a dot of blood. "Will they arrest me?" Oksana asked. "Does anyone else know that you supply skins for your grandfather to mount?" "No. He'd be embarrassed." "You knew?" "I assumed the skins were from Carol until I saw his condition. Then I knew they were from you. Tell me about Hulak." "He told my grandfather he was going to get your money and give you a taste of the cooling pond." "You shot Hulak?" "He was dragging my grandfather into things." Arkady asked, "Do you know how your brother got so sick?" "A salt shaker. He told me he was adding cesium to a salt shaker when he dropped a grain, maybe 2. He wore gloves and nothing should have happened. But later, he ate a sandwich and—" Her face twisted. "Do you mind if I sit here for a while?" "Please." She made room for herself on the couch and rested Carol's head in her lap. "Carol and I used to sit like this a lot." She reached over her brother's shoulder to smooth the folds of his hockey shirt and place his hands together. Gradually, Arkady understood there were not going to be any more answers. "I have to go," Arkady said. "Can I stay?" "The city is yours." His motorcycle in the back of Alex's truck, Arkady drove to Ava's place. He turned off the engine. The cabin was silent and had about it an air of darkness and grief. The screen door slammed. Ava was in her bathrobe, her eyes blurred, but she held her gun steadily with both hands. "I told you if you came back I'd shoot you." "It's me." He started to open the door and get out of the truck. "Don't get out, Alex." Arkady swung the door open and stepped down so she could see him more clearly. He was ashamed, but he wasn't going away. She stepped closer until she could not miss before she distinguished him apart from the truck. He knew he didn't look good. In fact, the way he looked would have scared most people off. She began to shake. She shook like a woman in icy water until he carried her inside. Surin was put out because Arkady wouldn't sit in the VIP lounge. The prosecutor had arranged admission, but Arkady refused to spend hours waiting for the plane to Moscow with nothing to entertain him but the sight of Surin consuming single malt whiskey. Surin considered a little comfort in a plush setting his due, after coming all the way to Kiev to fetch his wayward investigator. However, Arkady had walked out and settled in an Irish pub, exactly where the traffic flowed into the main hall.
"Enjoying yourself?" Surin inquired. "You stall until I have to come get you myself, then you act as if you're still on vacation." Was that a vacation? It wasn't work. I ordered you back 7 days ago.
I was under medical care. Arkady had the bruise to prove it. However, Surin had ostensible grounds for complaint. True, the prosecutor had set up every obstacle to a successful investigation of Lev Timofeyev's murder, but the fact remained that Arkady had failed to find out who had cut Timofeyev's throat.
"Here," Surin said. "This came to the office yesterday."
He flipped something at Arkady that hit him in the chest and dropped into his lap.
"What is that?"
"It's a postcard." On the glossy side was a picture of nomads in blue robes, riding camels across desert sands. On the reverse was Arkady's name, office address, and the message, "2 is cheaper than 1. "A postcard from Morocco," Arkady added.
"I can see that. What's it about? Who is it from?"
"I have no idea. It's not signed."
"You have no idea. A coded message from Hoffman?"
Arkady studied the postcard. "It's in Russian, and in a Russian hand."
"Never mind. Why don't you enjoy another bottle of Irish beer while I visit the duty-free shop and see if I can dig up some decent cigars? But stay here."
Arkady nodded. A beautiful woman rolled by in a wheelchair, her lap covered with roses. A group of Japanese schoolgirls gathered for a photograph around 2 militia officers with a dog. The same night Arkady had driven Alex's truck to Ava's cabin, they returned to Pripyat with her car to leave the truck behind. The following day, the 4 bodies were discovered, and Captain Marchenko's small militia force was overwhelmed. Also compromised, since 3 of the dead were the captain's own men. Detectives and forensic teams were dispatched from Kiev. How coincidental was it, Kiev asked, that on the night of the attack, a Russian security team under the command of Colonel Ozhogin happened to be in the zone? It was the sort of question that demanded a frank dialogue country to country. In short, an honest look at the entire squalid situation, or a quick flush of the problem down the drain. Arkady had that second beer and bought a newspaper to peruse. The Japanese schoolgirls trooped by again. Coming the other direction was a girl of about 8 years old. He had seen her in Kiev's Independence Square. It was the dentist's daughter. Arkady picked up his newspaper and followed. The girl darted into a crowded music store and appeared in a back corner with a woman in a stylish Italian-looking traveling suit, Dr. Levinson. Victor had been concerned about the dentist's physical safety, but she could not have seemed happier. The girl collected a kiss and ducked out of sight. The girl reappeared and took the hand of a man choosing among brands of toothpaste. He was dressed like an American golfer in a windbreaker and cap, but Arkady recognized the sloped shoulders and heavy jaw of Anton Obadovsky. Anton joked with the girl, who demonstrated a radiant grin. His laugh faded when he saw Arkady coming down the aisle. He sent the girl off with a kiss and replaced the toothpaste on the shelf. "Going somewhere?"
"Away."
"Let me see your passport and ticket."
"You don't have any authority here."
"Let me see them." Anton swallowed hard and tried to keep a smile pasted on while Arkady read. "Final destination Vancouver, Canada for Mr. and Dr. Levinson and their daughter. A Ukrainian passport and a Canadian immigration visa. How did you manage that?"
"As an investor immigrant, you put money in their bank."
"You changed your name. And I'm sure you changed your record. Anything else?"
"There was a Levinson. He ran out on them."
"And you came to the rescue?"
"Yes, 2 years ago. I was already her patient, but Rebecca wants nothing to do with the mafia. I couldn't let anyone find out."
"And the hygienist?"
"Her? I had to have a cover to be around the office. Anyway, I'm sure she's having a good time in Morocco, a nice kid."
"That's what Victor said."
"I saw Victor. I dragged him around Kiev."
"He's looking better." "The call you made from Butyrka prison to Pasha Ivanov. What was that about?"
It was a warning.
You'll have to do better than that. Let me help you. Karol Katame. He's dead, by the way.
Okay. I knew Karol from Pripyat, from when he was a kid. I remember the evacuation and how people treated everyone from Pripyat as if we had the plague. I was lucky I was a boxer. No one made much fun of me. It was tough for Karol. I'd hear from him a lot when he was little, then nothing for the last few years until suddenly he calls me up. Says he's in Moscow and needs to borrow a van, a fumigator van. He never asked a favor before.
And you got him the van?
What do you think, I'm crazy? When I said no, that's when he told me he came to Moscow to take care of Pasha Ivanov, trying to impress me, saying we'd get even. I called Ivanov, but he never called back. I tried.
And now you're going to run.
There comes a point when you just want to live somewhere normal, with laws.
What about the heads you broke and the people you ruined? Do you think you can leave them behind?
No. Rebecca says I take them all with me. The ones I hurt, they all go with me. I never forget.
She's going to redeem you?
Maybe.
Surin waved with great agitation from across the hall.
Damn it, Renko, stay there!
For the first time, Arkady saw Anton's eyes truly open, as if there were an interior never seen before. Gate B10, Arkady read from Anton's boarding pass. He handed back the tickets and papers. I'd go to the gate now if I were you. Don't look back. Anton joined the mother and daughter. Framed by them, he did look more human. Arkady watched them gather their carry-ons and join a general migration toward the gates. Surin arrived with a stamp of his foot.
Renko, will you stay in one place?
They returned to the pub. Surin lit a cigar and read the newspaper. Arkady tried but couldn't sit still enough. Not when there were so many people, so many possibilities, so much life rushing by. They paid a visit in December. Ava decided that one day's exposure was permissible, although Zhenya went with all the enthusiasm of a hostage. At least Arkady had the boy wear a new jacket, which was victory enough. A light snow had fallen, giving the village a crisp jacket of white. Brambles were transformed into snowy flowers. The entire population had turned out. Clara the Viking, Olga with her foggy spectacles, Nina on her crutch, and, of course, Roman and Maria, to distribute a welcome of bread and salt and samagan. Vanko had come from Chernobyl. Even the cow lifted her head from her stall to see what the noise was about. Ava was the center of attention because Maria and her friends wanted to know what Moscow was like. Although she made light of it, Arkady knew that for Ava, the move to Moscow was not always a happy situation. She'd gotten away from the zone and found work at a clinic, but many days she felt she was occupying Irina's place, or was a shell of a woman pretending to be whole. But other days were good, and some were very good. Under the influence of the Samagon, Vanko confided that, since Alex Gerasimov's death, funding from Russia for ecological research had slowed to a trickle. Roman shyly pulled Arkady aside to say, "None of our families have visited for almost a year, not even to the cemetery, if you can imagine. I hope you don't mind if I take advantage of your visit, but I don't know when I will have 3 men here again. It takes at least 3 men. That's why I invited Vanko. Don't worry, I have old clothes for you to wear." 3 men to what? Maria couldn't hold it in any longer. "Kill the pig!" Snow was falling again in soft handfuls. Roman came out of the barn in boots and a rubber apron. Vanko had tied one of the pig's legs across its chest to keep it off balance. But Sumo was strong and agile, and he understood in a moment that the same people who had been its benefactors for a year were going to slaughter it. Dragging Vanko in its wake, the pig squealed its outrage and terror, plunging one direction and then another, while Roman hung a double pulley and rope over the barn door. "Roman used to butcher pigs for the whole village," Maria said. "Now it's just our pig, but we share with our friends." It was a simple proposition. Sumo would die so they would live. Yet the scene also had the feel of a country fair. Vanko was dragged across the white yard, and the old women cheered him on as if they expected nothing less than bedlam. "I'm sorry," Ava whispered. "I didn't know this was going to happen." "It's December. It's time to fill the larder. I understand Roman's situation." "Will you help with the pig?" Arkady made a noose from a cord. "I'll let Vanko wear him down a little more." From nowhere, Zhenya stripped off his jacket and tackled the pig. They rolled over the ground. The pig was fast, heavy, and fighting for its life, pale eyelashes fluttering, squealing for help. Even when Sumo shook Zhenya off, he held onto the cord. A boy whom Arkady had never seen lift more than a chess piece hung on with one hand and waved with the other. "Arkady! Arkady!" Arkady dove for the pig. He and Vanko and Zhenya were dragged over the snow until Arkady got the noose around the pig's other front leg. The pig plowed forward on its jaw, still charging with its rear legs. "On 3, Arkady said. 1, 2. He and Zhenya used the animal's momentum to turn it on its back and slide it to Roman, who pressed down on the pig's front legs and slit its throat in one crescent moon stroke. The rubber apron made Roman a different, more impressive figure. He tied together the kicking rear legs, hooked them to the pulley, pulled the pig into the air upside down, and kicked a zinc tub into place underneath to catch the spurting blood. Smeared bright red, Zhenya staggered in the snow, his thin arms out, laughing. Vanko rose from his knees and lurched toward the samagon, while the pig hung kicking and squealing. Roman looked on with magisterial calm. He dug a finger into the pig's eye and plucked it out. Arkady looked at Ava as she looked at him. "To drain, faster," Roman explained to Zhenya. As soon as the pig was still, Roman moved it into a wheelbarrow to the center of the yard, where the women came to life, heaping hay on the pig and setting it on fire. Once the hay had burned, Roman straddled the pig and scraped off the singed hair. Maria released the chickens, who raced around the yard, pecking at blood and chasing the eye. When the pig had been burned and scraped several times, Roman washed off the blood. It was remarkable, Arkady thought, how clean an operation it was. Roman cut off a crisped ear and offered it as a treat to Arkady. When he declined, Zhenya took it. The rest of the afternoon was spent reducing the pig, first with a hatchet to chop off the head because it took longest to boil, then with knives to carve off the limbs. Roman sliced open the back to reveal a glistening sheet of fatback, and Maria and her friends scurried with plastic pails in anticipation of a year's hams, sausages, smoked fat. Blue shadows had covered the village by the time the work was done, and Arkady and Zhenya had changed clothes and washed for the ride back to the airport. By the time everyone had kissed and had their farewell sit, a winter evening had settled in. So, into the car, Arkady and Ava in front, Zhenya in back, all waving to faces in the headlights. A bounce in reverse before finding the ruts that led like rails to the main road, a final burst of leave-taking, and then they were free. They could have been floating. On an overcast night in the zone, there was no star, no lamp, no other traffic, only their headlights groping in a void. He looked at Ava. She reached to hold his hand and say, "Thank you." For what? He hardly dared say. He stole a glance in the rear-view mirror. Zhenya sat straighter, as if he had shoulders.
Finding and following the road took all their concentration. Dazzling crystals rushed to the windshield. Beads of light swirled around the car, tugged on the doors, and beat against the windows. No one slept, and no one said a word.